Hello, everybody. Pop culture curator here, and we have Saturday night. This is our last Saturday night before Halloween, 2003 Halloween night. So that's, I guess, generally loosely going to be the theme of what we talk about tonight. Of course, it's an open topic, open mic, so anything can come up, and everyone's welcome. But if you're wondering why the Halloween jack o' lantern in the corner and all that good stuff, if you're watching this on a rerun, because we're just a few days away from Halloween night. So a lot of us, if it offends your religion, I'm sorry. I don't know what else to tell you. Go eat some candy and shut the hell up. So anyway, on the panel, how you doing? I'd like to welcome my good friend PvP. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing okay, Pop. No complaints. Well, hey, it's a Saturday night, so that's always good, right? So I don't have
Weekend
to
is
even
always,
think about work until Monday.
yeah. You know what's crazy is right now I'm not even working, but the weekends for some reasons I've worked so many decades that
Uh-huh.
it still feels good when it's the weekend. And even though the
Yeah,
days don't matter to me, but it's still like Saturday night still sounds like a fun night.
yeah, it's true. It's like you probably remember that old Loverboy song, "Working for the Weekend."
Oh yes, working for the weekend. Yes.
I I am totally living that song now. For the last 3.5 years, I'm totally living that song. I'm like, oh, please, please let it get to Friday. Please let it get to Friday. It's like, oh
Yeah, I
God.
always wanted to get rich, win the lottery after a song "Get Lucky." That's what I
Mm,
thought about. And I heard about whenever I heard that song, I thought about, wow, that's the song I'd play if I ever win the lottery. And I've
that
got
was a good
millions of
one.
dollars in my big old mansion.
Yeah, that was a good song too. Well, Loverboy, they're from my part of the world, from BC.
Oh
They're they
no, I
were
didn't know that.
they're a
I got.
Vancouver band.
I actually like Loverboy. I have the album. Well, I know this is guilty pleasure, but I have their album of the greatest hits. I don't have all their. I don't know how
Okay.
many albums they had, but I like the greatest hits, and I play them on a regular basis.
Yeah, they had a lot of good songs. Like they were very popular. They're still touring, by the way. I think, as
Oh, I
amazing as
didn't
that
know that.
seems.
Well,
Yeah,
good for
I
them.
saw I saw a video of them, and of course they're really old and look really bad now.
Oh well, drugs, in 30 or
well,
40 years will do that to you,
well,
right?
the
Hey,
lead
Gorilla,
singer,
good to see you, sir.
hey, Gorilla, the lead singer, he looks like he's like 400 pounds now, and it's not a pretty sight.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, he's very heavy now. He's gotten very heavy. But
Well,
hey, as long
does he
they
sound
can
the
still
same though?
sing. I actually
Right.
didn't hear. I just saw like an image. I didn't actually listen to any of it, so I'm not sure.
The only
But
danger of listening to them live, as you've been to enough concerts, I'm sure, is that you get used to what the studio song sounds like, and when you go live, they're like, working for the weekend, yay, yay, yay." You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. That's why I'm not too crazy about going to see classic rock bands, because I figure if I missed them in their prime, there's probably not much point in paying like. And the thing is, ticket prices, you're probably paying like $150 to see guys that are like, 30 years
Loverboy,
past, right?
150 G's. Wow, I would
Well,
never know that you're
I'm
demanding
just
that much.
I'm just taking a number out of my ass, right? But you know
Oh,
what I
okay,
mean, right?
gotcha.
Ticket prices
Yeah.
are crazy. Like when I heard Springsteen and the E Street Band were touring a few months back, and some of the tickets were up to like
Maybe.
5 grand.
No,
I'm
oh
like,
hell no.
oh
No,
yeah.
I paid 2 or 300 for Fleetwood Mac, and that was my cap. That was enough for me. That was the
Yeah.
scalp.
Well, I can remember the good old days in the 70s when I was a teenager, and you could actually go to a really high quality, awesome concert for $3 back then.
God, yeah, not anymore. Forget that.
Oh yeah.
No, yeah, because once they get used to that money, there's no going back. And I'd like to say hello to Gorilla. So good to see you, Gorilla. I hope you're able to join us eventually tonight up here
Hi,
on the panel.
Suzanne.
And hello, wonderful, sweet Suzanne. So good to see you. She says hello, Pop, and she says
My
also
favorite,
hello to
my favorite,
PvP.
my favorite lady in the chat.
Absolutely, we all love Suzanne.
Yes.
Excuse me if I have to clear my voice, everybody. It's not quite returned. I know I was feeling better last week, but I'm still a little bit under recovery this week. So I apologize for the way I sound. Um,
You sound
but
okay.
Stream Elements will hopefully be coming on. Well, hopefully my buddy Gorilla will come on tonight and help me with the chat. If he gets time. I know he's busy. He's got 2 kids to take care of this weekend. And lucky guy,
Gorilla.
he gets to go out and celebrate for Halloween. Damn it, I can't join him. He's going to go out trick or treating.
Yeah,
I
he's
wish
gonna
I
take
could
his
be
kids
there.
out. Yeah, lucky guy.
I missed that, the good old days. Of course, he's told us that they have that shitty trunk or treat, But he said they still have, where they go door to door. So at least, that's a dying art that we'll see disappear in our lifetimes, right?
What, door to door trick or treating, or am I missing something?
Yes, they're phasing it out year by
Really?
year, less and less of it. Yes.
I know a lot of places, a lot of communities have like a central location where they
Yeah,
have
and
like
they do
a Halloween
trunk or
party.
treat, trunk or
Yeah.
treat, right? Which is BS.
Well,
Anyway,
it's
my
not the
question,
same. I would miss
what?
going to, when I was a kid, I
It's
loved going door
insulting
to
to the
door.
kids, is what it is. It's insulting to the kids. It's taking everything away from them.
Oh, the great thing was when I was like a kid in the 60s, you go door to door and you'd have some crazy nuts costume on, and the adults would open the door and you go trick or treat, and they would go, "Oh, what a lovely costume," or "Oh, what an
Uh huh.
creative costume." And it was such, I mean, as a little kid, that boosts your ego a lot, right? It's really great to hear,
Yeah, and
you
then
know.
I have to ask a question. When you were young, what were the urban legends you heard about Halloween, and what was poisoned in the
Oh,
candy? I
well,
heard
they're
razor blades,
razor blades.
cocaine, glass. I mean, what did you hear?
The big one in my part of Canada was the razor blades, and actually, sadly, that was true. Sometimes people would actually be sick enough to put razor blades in apples. So when I got home with my bag of goodies, my mother would just always throw the apples in the garbage automatically because she didn't want to take a chance, right? And I don't blame her,
Well,
really.
I saw a study that was probably around, I'm guessing, in the 90s or the year 2000, that said most of
Hmm.
those were hoaxes and all urban legends. Nobody did that.
I did hear about kids that actually did bite into an apple, and there was a razor blade, though. I remember way back in the day. It
I
happened.
would I would challenge you. I'm not saying that you didn't hear it, but I would challenge you to find a report on that in
It was
writing.
probably rare, but I know there's some pretty sick puppies out
Well,
there
I
in
know
the
I
world,
saw
right, Bob?
studies that said that it was all. I know that I saw definitely studies that said that it was all mostly BS and urban legends.
It probably was. I mean,
But the reason why I bring it up is, you know what it is now, according to Gorilla. Now it's meth,
meth,
methamphetamine.
really?
Of course, they're going to update it
Well,
with the times. I'm surprised it's not fentanyl, right? Why not?
yeah, fentanyl. Now that would be really
Yeah,
deadly,
that's the
right?
go-to. That seems to be the go-to popular drug these days,
It's
and
like
might as
it's like
well
it's like one
update the
bite of
urban legend now while we're at it.
it's like one bite of the apple and the kid's dead, basically, right? With fentanyl.
Pretty much.
Oh, what a fun world, eh, Pop?
I know. Well, but no. What's worse is that it's the fact that it's not true. The worst part is it's not true, and people are spreading these stupid urban legends, and then you have idiots who, the wine moms and the Karens who believe it. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm not going to have my kid go in danger going to door to door. Let's just do trunk or treat. That's
Well,
my point.
the
That's
thing was,
BS.
I was never when I was a kid, I was never a big fan of apples anyway. Like I prefer the sugary candy, to be
Well,
honest, Pop.
what my parents were just like yours. My parents were just like yours. We weren't stupid. We heard
Cautious,
the urban
protective,
legends, and we just took our precautions. If we got an apple or something, we would toss it. If we got a piece of candy that had a hole in the wrapper, we would toss it. So
right?
we knew we were smart enough, not dumb enough. We were smart enough to just say, well, it could be real, could not be real, but we'll take our chances. Simple as that. And nobody got hurt.
Mm,
But now they
yeah.
take the whole experience away from the kids, tell the kids that you're stupid, you're not able to tell the difference, so you're going to
Well,
go trunk to trunk.
I
It's
think
like, what an
really
insult.
the sad part is when you take your kids to a community center, right? And that's the whole Halloween experience. It's like
Yes,
that's not
yes.
much of an experience at all, really.
There's no experience. No, you're taking all of the experience away. All of it
Well,
is taken away.
and the thing was, Pop, when I was like a kid, like you're talking like 6, 7 year old kids, and I go out with a couple of my friends, right? And we have our little, our pillows, our pillow sack, and we go out and we collect our
Pillowcase,
candy.
yeah. Same here, right? Pillowcase.
Yeah. And we go door to door and we go all through the neighborhood. Like, we'd probably wander around like half a mile away from our home base, right? And
Right.
we weren't worried about being kidnapped or assaulted or attacked or, have
No,
any evil people, take us
no.
away
And it
to
still
do
doesn't
evil.
happen because guess what? And it still does not happen. It's all BS and paranoia because guess what? Kids don't wander by themselves alone. You don't see a little 6-year-old girl wandering around by herself. Kids hang
Yeah.
around in packs, and if the parents are worth their salt, they're with their parents. Hey,
Yeah.
Gorilla, you gonna pick up? Hey, yes, you did. How you doing, Gorilla?
Hey,
I'm
girl.
doing all right.
But yeah, parents. If you got little kids, the parents should be with the kids. If the kids are like, let's say the kids are over 10, 12, they should be advanced with their friends, not by themselves. Obviously, that's what we've been doing for decades and decades and decades and decades. But now you've got, like I said, these soccer wine moms. Oh no, not my kid. My kid's gonna be in danger. There's a bunch of Caucasian patriarchal men out there. They're gonna, do rope my daughter and all this kind of stuff.
Oh, brother. Yeah, it's kind of
Stupid.
silly, isn't it? The world
It's
we're living in.
ignorant. No, what it is, it's totally ignorant, and it's ruining the experience for the kids. And you know what? It's not the kids that are stupid; it's the parents.
Yeah, well, you guys ever hear that Kink song from the 80s with the line "Paranoia will destroy you"?
It will destroy you. Yeah.
That's a great song. I think it's called Destroyer, that song, and that's a
So you're gonna
great
have all these
rocker.
little kids. They're gonna grow up thinking there's a bunch of killers out there, murderers and poisoners and rapists and all that kind of stuff
Yeah.
because of the ignorance of their parents. I
Yeah.
don't know. It just upsets me. Upsets me. Why not take fucking Christmas away from them too? I mean, they're too stupid to have that
Well,
apparently too,
they're
right?
trying to do that because it's no longer called Christmas, right?
Of course. Now it's the holidays. Yeah,
Now
you can't have
it's
Santa anymore.
every store I go to, it's like the Happy Holidays
Happy
season.
holiday. Right. You're not allowed.
Yeah.
Right. To say the C word.
Yeah. And it's like I can remember even like 15, 20 years ago, the TV ads on the TV at Christmas time, they'd be talking about, Christmas, 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 Christmas. I mean,
Santa Claus all over everything. Not anymore.
yeah, the
Right
whole
now
thing.
it's just. Right now, it's just Christmas decorations, like what do you call it? Christmas tree bulbs, wreaths. That's what you'll see now. If you look at the subliminal messages, you won't see Santa or elves anymore. What you'll see are like Christmas tree bulbs, Christmas trees, pine needles, wreaths, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the ads used to say "Merry Christmas" in the ads, and now for like the last 10 years or so, they never say
When was the
Christmas.
last time you heard "ho ho ho" in a commercial? From Santa, right?
I forget.
Well, I've heard ho ho ho, but it wasn't about Santa's.
Oh yeah, no, it's when you walk down the street, I guess, huh?
I think we're talking about a different kind of ho ho there, Gorilla.
Talking about that's a skink and hoe.
Oh man, yeah, the world has gone bonkers, has it not, guys? It's pretty nuts. But as long as I got my sense of humor, I'll just persevere and soldier on.
That's what you got to
Day
do.
by day.
And
Yeah.
let's just hope some parents are smarter than others.
Oh, speaking of possible rumors, have either of you guys seen the thing on the internet in the last hour about Matthew Perry drowning in like a hot tub or some crazy shit?
No, he's an actor from a TV show, right?
Yeah, he was in Friends. Not that I'm a
Okay.
big
I-
Friends
I
fan.
know his face. I know if I saw his face because
Yeah.
I've seen him in something else. But no, I had not heard that. And hello, LDG, aka Job. Good to see you. Hope
Hey,
you're
Job.
doing well, sir. I know you've been
But
busy
yeah,
lately.
I read it somewhere on, when I was online an hour ago, and all of a sudden this popped up. And it was like, Matthew Perry dead at 54, and I thought, well, that
You
kind
say
of
a
sounds
swimming
like
pool
complete bullshit.
or
A,
a
jac-
bathtub?
a jacuzzi, if you can believe that. So that's why I'm dubious that it might just be BS, right?
He's
No.
dead. He's dead. Matthew Perry was an American Canadian actor.
Oh shit! So it's true.
Died October 28th. He died today. Yep, you're
Fuck.
right.
Yeah, I just seen eight different ones were posting it, so it's
Great.
not
Okay,
hope.
so tell us more. You said swimming pool or bathtub, or what was it?
Jacuzzi. I read.
So he must have been loaded.
He must have been high on something to drown in a frickin'
Right,
jacuzzi,
high or
right?
drunk or both, right.
It's
And
like
yeah,
reminds you of Whitney
LDG says
Houston.
yes, Matthew Perry is kicked the bucket.
Okay.
And Job
Gosh.
says friends.
Yeah, the weird thing was though, as soon as I saw the headline, I went over to the Wikipedia page, and it had some troll must have put some pitch because it said Matthew Perry in 2009, and it was a picture of some disgustingly grotesque old woman. It wasn't a picture of Matthew Perry at all.
Interesting.
And I'm
Yeah,
thinking,
sounds
well,
like a
isn't that
troll.
lovely? The day the guy dies, some troll has put up this awful picture.
Well, rest in peace, Matthew Perry.
Yeah.
Too
Well,
bad.
he
I
actually
mean,
didn't mind
he had to
Friends.
be loaded with lots of money because think about it, with all the. I mean, first of all, he was in that show, which was extremely popular. Then you get residuals and all that crap. He had to be a multimillionaire,
He
obviously.
would have. Yeah, because that was like what 90s or something. That show, 2000s.
I think I never watched a single episode. That was well. I'm put it this way: I'm the wrong gender.
I didn't mind it. It did have its moment. I think. Well, they used to rerun it every night on one channel here, so I just got in the habit after a while of just vegging out to it because it was like 12 at midnight or something. so I just watch it before I went to sleep, and it actually wasn't bad. Like I didn't mind it as a
I
comedy show,
couldn't. Yeah, it wasn't my
but
thing. I couldn't do the canned laughter and the.
well,
I could the jokes. I didn't find them funny. The last show I was able to laugh at was Married Children.
let's put it this way: I watched like maybe 20 or 30 episodes, and then after that, I just lost interest. So
That's
it
fine.
was it was no Mash. Let's put it that way. Mash is like one of my favorite comedies of all time.
I
So
know. I know. Friends was popular, so that's fine.
it was a
No,
big
no,
show.
you don't
Yeah.
have to. You don't have to explain yourself. Suzanne says, "Job, hello." Yeah, Married with Children for me was the last show that I think that had writing that was daring, and they weren't afraid to offend somebody, and it wasn't written by a committee. So I haven't been able to laugh at anything since then. Everything now just seems like it's going through a filter.
The last comedy I could actually watch and enjoy was Seinfeld in the 90s.
I know that was popular. I had friends that liked it. It
Yeah.
wasn't my bag, but it was okay. I know people liked it.
Well, I had a very dry sense of humor, but I did get a laugh
I
out
did
of it.
try, right? I did try. I know this is going to sound really stupid, but maybe, and this is going to sound, believe me, way out there. But the reason that I couldn't stand, and I did try to watch Seinfeld, was the bumpers that went to the commercials and came back. Because you remember in the old days when they had a sitcom and they would go to a commercial or they'd come back, they'd play a tune that was like about 10 seconds long. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I guess maybe I saw edited versions because I don't actually remember that. But
Well, if you have, but you just don't remember. But
well, there was
yeah,
that one. What was that bass line? Or something. You know,
all I know is on Seinfeld, it just went boom, bump, something like that, and it got on my nerves. I couldn't do it
huh.
because you think I'm talking about. Just think of it. You've seen the old sitcoms. I'm talking about. I mean, go back. Jimmy Genie, Bewitched, Feelings Out, blah blah blah. Whenever it came back from a commercial, it would go dun, 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 dun. They play a little bit of the theme, and then it would go into the whatever the episode was. But on
Gotcha.
Seinfeld, it was like somebody just hit the strings on a cello a couple times.
Hey,
Yeah. See, got somebody agrees with me right there. See, told you.
I've been trying to get her to go to bed, but she refuses to.
Uh-oh.
It's Saturday night. Kids all having fun, and she's at Dad's house.
The other one decided to go to bed an hour early.
Oh,
Oh,
how old is she? She
weird.
sounds like what, 3 or 4?
3.
Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. She's all hyped up. Just wait till Halloween when she gets that candy.
Have you been feeding
Not
her
my
sugar
hey,
candy,
that
girl?
won't be my problem for 2 weeks.
Well, just feed them enough candy, and they'll go comatose, and you won't have to worry about it.
No, I was supposed to try to go get that nap time spray.
Oh God.
God, I remember when I worked at the elementary school the day after Halloween. Oh, good God, talk about living hell.
Hyper kids.
Yo, yeah, sometimes we would just say, let them go. Just let them go. And they would be running up and down the hallway screaming and everything like
Oh
that.
Jesus.
Yeah, I still remember. There was, it was, you could tell which parents controlled it, which ones didn't. Obviously, it wasn't all the kids. But it was, you could tell because we all knew the parents. It was like, yeah, that's about right. Yeah, we could see that.
hungry.
She's hungry.
All right, I'll be back.
Yeah, go for it, Gorilla.
Got to feed the tummy.
Go look after the kid.
At least she's 3. She's past her terrible 2s, hopefully.
I'm so used to Jill going on
now we're
live
on-
stream.
Now we're on
And-
trouble trees.
I'm so used to Jill's kid always coming on and talking in the background, so it's no big deal, really.
No, I love it. You guys are lucky.
I actually,
I love kids.
I get a kick out of it. Actually, it makes me laugh. So that's
It is. I love kids, and they're
Yeah.
good kids.
Well, they have good parents. That's why.
Oh, that makes sense. I would say so. And you can tell the kids are happy. That's another thing too. It
Mm.
would not have been me. That would not have been me as a kid that age. No way. No way.
Yeah, I had a great mom, but my father was a bit of a dick, actually. So,
No, my mom enjoyed bringing home drunken boyfriends.
oh, that's not good.
Yeah, to this day I won't drink Coors. I'll put it that way.
Okay, okay. Bad association, I'm guessing.
Oh yeah, Olympia and Coors. That's the 2.
Oh, my
Suzanne
God.
says, "Oh, how old is she?" And I guess Suzanne heard the 3. And I miss that age, Suzanne. Oh, so do I. Well, I don't know if I miss being that age, but I miss I miss when I was a teacher around the elementary kids. They were wonderful. That was the highlight of my day was to go to school. Actually, I enjoyed it.
Although the big thing I miss about being young is the amount of endless energy I used to have. Like,
Well, wasn't it nice
Man.
too not to have any worries with no bills and all that? All you thought
Oh, that
about
was
was
good.
playing.
Yeah, that was
Well, all
good
you
too.
thought about was playing with your friends. Eating dinner and breakfast or whatever, and then playing with your friends. You know what I mean? That's the biggest thing that kids don't realize when they grow old, and the worst thing is they don't realize the responsibility that is life and how much weight that is on your shoulders.
That's very true. Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And it's a very, very, they don't understand it's all consuming. That everything they
Yeah.
have as a kid's going to go away. You won't be looking forward to playing with your friends anymore. All your friends are going to grow up and they're all going to get married and have kids of their own, and you won't see them anymore. Kids don't realize all that stuff.
Oh
You're going to
yeah.
be on your own. Right.
I remember my best friend Gary. Um, I met him in grade two because in grade one I lived out in the country with my parents, like a few miles out of town, right? So I went to a little schoolhouse there, and I got bullied and all that bullshit, and I got through grade one. So when I moved, my parents moved into the city at that point, right? Right, and when I started grade two, and fortunately, I met a really cool guy called Gary, and Gary was like my best buddy up until we were like 13 for a number of years. And then, of course, his parents moved down to Vancouver, and I never, I didn't, well, I did
Yeah.
see him one time after that a few years later as a teenager, but he had totally changed as a person into a real dick, right? Because I
Well,
guess the
that's too
city
bad.
made him hard, right? Because he got a lot of shit, I guess, moving down there. But he was a good friend though. Like he was like I was the fat kid and he was the skinny kid, so we were like Laurel and Hardy,
Oh, yeah. Okay.
standing up together against the bullies, right? So that was pretty cool. And he was a
Yeah.
big
We moved
sci-fi
every
nerd.
year. It's like, seemed like, so yeah, every time we moved, the same thing. We get tested. We always get tested by the kids. Me and my
Mm,
sister were the best fighters in the school.
oh, that's good.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, but we had to prove it every single time.
Yeah,
And
I
Suzanne
hate
said,
bullying.
"My boy, yep, they're usually big body, small brain. My boy will be 15 years old at Christmas," says Suzanne. Wow, this age is great watching him grow into a fine young man. Absolutely.
That's a good age. Teenage years probably were my favorite years because hanging out with my friends on the weekend as a teenager was absolutely awesome.
I remember 15. I was already living on my own.
Wow,
My mom took off, moved to Indiana. I didn't have a dad.
holy
I
shit.
was on my own, going from. I remember I was in between jobs. I would do whatever I could. I was like mowing lawns. When I was 16, I got a job at a television station doing as a cameraman,
That's
volunteer at their
awesome.
local PBS. Yeah,
Wow.
I started work when I was actually like 11 or 12 because I had no money and I wanted my own money. But when I was 15, I specifically remember job doing it. And I finally we get to be 16 to work at A&W, and I lied about my age and they hired me. Thank goodness. I think the manager, Kathy, really knew my age. She knew I needed the money.
Oh wow. That's
But
cool.
yeah, I remember 15. Yeah. Yeah, my mom moved to Indiana with a boyfriend, Steve, and oh well,
Mm.
that's for a different day, different
Yeah,
time.
that kind of sucks that your mom was into that stuff. But
Oh no, it was even better than that. My sister got pregnant by a guy who was like 38 years old, and I had to
oh
help her
god,
raise her kid.
oh god, sounds like you
Wonderful.
had a.
My mom's ex-boyfriend, to be precise. Isn't that nice? Doesn't this sound like Jerry Springer?
It sounds, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that sounds pretty atrocious. Actually, that's pretty horrible. I thought I had a hard life because my parents were very dysfunctional. Right, my mom was one of those hardworking, heart of gold type of ladies, and I mean, I adored my mom. When she passed away, 7 years ago or whatever it's been now, that really, screwed me up for a couple of years because she was like an anchor point in my life.
Of course.
And but my
She's a rock.
father, well, my father, he was like a real. The sad thing about my father is when he was sober, he was a brilliant, intelligent man with great skills. Like he had carpentry skills. He actually built an addition on our house, the whole back end,
Right.
expanded the house, and he could build a home from the foundation up to the roof. Right, he had that kind of skill, and it was top quality construction. Right, like it was no BS. He was amazing. Like to this day, I often wonder why he didn't form a company and become like a contractor and hire other carpenters to work under
Ambition,
him.
maybe lack of ambition, right?
I don't know what I was. Well, the thing
Well,
was,
you said he was drinking.
yeah, well, that was a big problem. And when he was drinking, he would turn into a really nasty man, right? And I
Oh
can't,
yeah.
I can't. remember how many times my mother and I had to run out in the middle of the night because he was on a rampage, and go over to the neighbors, to be safe, right? So that was a drag, and it was so sad because he was such a great guy when he was sober, but he was like Jekyll and Hyde that way, right?
Yeah, but
And
it sounds like your mom was like my mom. They put up with it. You
she
should have
went back
let
to.
right. Oh, of course. Yeah, another story back over and over and over. I know.
I lived in like 13 different homes from the time I was a kid to the time I was
Yeah, yeah,
in my
exactly. I
early
know the
20s,
story.
right? I would
Yep,
move with my mom, and we would be here or there, wherever, for like, 6 months, 8 months, 12
yep,
months, whatever. And then she'd go back to him.
yep. I remember us going to Vegas to get away from him. I believe now, like I said, I was Central Valley, California. And I remember in Vegas, it was like heaven is like he's gone. We're going to have a whole new life.
Right.
I think we were there about a week. And my mom sent me to the store to get something. There was a store, a 7-Eleven around the corner. And I went
Right.
around the corner. I came back, and there's his truck parked out front. And I was like, oh,
Oh, crap.
man. And I think I was like maybe 5 or 6 then.
Yeah, talk about Halloween experience, right? It was like a horror show over and over again.
Pretty much.
Oh God, I don't know how I ever survived with any kind of sanity. I do remember though, I got into my early 20s. I was still living at home. I guess I had kind of a sheltered, youth. But I remember one time, uh, he came at me, and I just raised my fist finally. I was like maybe 21. I raised my fist finally, and he backed right off. And then I realized, okay, I don't have to put up with this crap anymore
Exactly, right?
because I'm old enough and big enough now. And it was like, yeah, tables have turned a bit here, I'm thinking.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what happens when well, no offense to your dad, but that's what happens with any bully. As soon as they see that you're not going to take it anymore, it usually puts an end to it.
Yeah, usually they're just full of hot air, aren't they? Most of the time.
Always, usually, yeah.
I did have one really bad bully though when I was a kid and a teenager. He lived like 3 houses down from us, and I think he was borderline. I wouldn't say psychotic, but a sociopath for sure, because he was a really
Well, they
nasty
usually
guy.
are if they're bullies, yeah.
Yeah,
They've got
and
a lot of issues going on, obviously.
I remember going to school. I had the misfortune of going to the same schools with a guy right up into secondary school, and he was such he I think one of his great joys in life was to make my life a living hell. I really do, because he would just do shit, just to piss me off endlessly, this guy. And eventually, he was one of the reasons I dropped out of school at the age of 13. I just had enough of it. And I was like, the fat kid, and kids would pick on me. And I eventually I just said, and I had a teacher publicly humiliate me in a class. And that was the end of it.
Jeez.
Yeah. Well, he lost his job though, because I went and reported him to the school counselor. And
Good.
I called my parents in, and I told the counselor the whole story of what had happened. And he was like out in like a week or two later. So I feel good about that. At least I
That
got
takes a lot because usually they're tenure.
he was a real bum though, this guy. Like he was just
He
some
must have
people
had
should
several
not teach.
complaints.
Yeah, probably. But he
I
was a
think we
real
lost our
jerk.
last viewer.
Oh God. I guess we shouldn't be talking about reality so much.
Suzanne says, "Be right back." Yeah, I guess this isn't exactly a topic people are looking forward to.
Well, let's talk about something else. I had enough about my awful childhood anyway, so I could. That's pretty much all I need to really say, I guess.
Okay,
Anybody got any fun topics to talk about?
yeah, I do. Well, I don't know if it's been necessarily fun, but it's something that I've been wanting to touch upon,
Okay.
and I'm pulling it up now. Bear with me here. I brought it up on one of our streams not too long ago, about a week or so ago, and I said that I was going to cover it on my next Rumblings from the Lab.
Okay.
But he comes out. It's a channel. I've highlighted it before. It's I would say magnificent channel. I love it. And he did this story. There it is. That I'm going to show here. Let me mute it. But I will give him credit, obviously. Where's the volume? There you go. Volume there. Let's see if I can theater mode. There we go. And then I'll play some of the silent stuff. LGG's still here. Well, I'm glad to see that LDG, you might be interested in the next segment. So I just showed viewers and it shows 0. So StreamYards, I guess you can never trust him. You never know what to expect. Okay, and Gorilla, you still there? He's still with his daughter. Okay, he's
I
not
think
gonna.
he's yeah, I think he's still away. It's the feeling I get. He's been
All
pretty
right,
quiet.
he's not gonna recognize some of this stuff.
Girl is usually not that silent when he's around, so
Yeah, he's with his daughter.
he's being a daddy.
All right, can you see that?
Okay, I can see a house.
There we go. Now, this is what I was mentioning on my last stream. This is the Warner Brother backlot, Blondie Lane, where they currently tore down all the houses from the famous TV series, like I Dream of Jeannie, Bewitched, The Partridge
Oh,
Family, The Kravitz House. You know what I'm talking
that
about?
yeah, it sucks. Why would they do that? They could have had tourists and made lots of money.
Well, would they? Okay, it's like I can understand. You know, of course, I hate that they did it, and especially with the fact I'm selfish. I always wanted to visit, but it was not open to the public. But the thing is what they're saying is, well, they're just facades. They sit there. They're only used sometimes, and that land is so valuable. They want to tear them down, and they turn everything into studios with green screen and AI
Oh, okay.
because it's all going to where they want to shoot everything indoors now. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so it was a money decision basically then.
Yes.
Hmm.
So it is. It's like it's like, but overall, they've got we all know they've got millions and billions of dollars. They could have easily, I'd say, they could have just dismantled them in 3 or 4 big parts, moved them to like where they could put them on exhibit, like part of a theme park, and then reassemble them like the Psycho House over at Universal.
Well, that's what I don't get. They could have made millions having tourists for fans, right?
Yeah,
But
they would have. They would have. Yes.
it's crazy.
There's still a lot of people around. Our generation that grew up watching this stuff. Plus,
Oh
they
yeah,
still show this
yeah,
stuff on TV Land and all that. So there's younger
yeah.
generations that know what this
I
stuff
remember
is.
all those shows. I was used to be a big fan of stuff like Bewitched and Genie and all that stuff, right? Like I
Yep.
used to watch that crap all the time, and it was good fun TV. TV was fun back then. Even if it was goofy as hell, it was still fun, right? I like Bewitched though. Bewitched I thought was a pretty well written show. I found Genie a little bit goofy a lot of the time, even though I never got tired of staring at Barbara Eden. I must say,
Oh no,
man,
I like both shows.
yeah, they were actually come to think of it, both ladies in those shows were hot. So what the hell?
Now this house of this facade was used in several shows, but what comes to mind for me is the movie Small Soldiers. There was a
Mm.
movie Small Soldiers where these little toys came to life, these little army soldiers came to life. It was like
I've heard of it,
1990s.
have not seen it.
It
All
was good
right.
because it was good because it was done by all the still at the time living actors who did the Dirty Dozen.
Cool.
So I recommend you watching it. It's from the 90s. It's called Small Soldiers. And it's about this kid that has these toys that come to life. And they're all like the boys is like Ernest Borgnine, Lee Marvin, and all that stuff. Does that make sense?
Dirty Dozen. That was a good movie. I remember that one.
You have a series, I think, maybe 2 or 3 of them. But this movie is from that. Hello, Gorilla, you're back?
Yeah, so quit talking about me.
Yeah,
We didn't say anything bad.
Gorilla. What I'm showing Gorilla is the studio Warner Brothers had a backlot called Blondie Lane, where they used to film a lot of old TV series. Now, when they filmed them, I want to make this clear to everybody watching. It was just a facade on the outside. It's a fake front of a house. Everything you see on those TV shows, as far as inside the house, was done on a soundstage, sometimes miles away. So, like if you watch Bewitched or I Do Eugene or any of those, the interior of the house is on a soundstage, and the facade was filmed at these. Like I said, these are just fake. They look like real houses, but if you open the door, they only go in like a foot. It's only
Really?
like just a. And some of them, which I'll show here in a little bit, have a front and a back that looks like a second house. Where like this house here would look like a greenhouse, and you can see the front door, the porch, and on the back it could look like a different house altogether, filming for a different movie. So sometimes that's how it would be: 2 facades attached to each other.
So they get 2 for the price of 1, so to speak. Then.
Yes, and then what they would do is they would just maintain them over the years and over the decades, take care of them, but they look good. Whenever they're getting ready to film something, they dress it up and get ready. One of the houses we're going to show is from Christmas Vacation. I brought that up at the last stream.
Oh, I love Christmas Vacation. That's one of my
which is
favorite Christmas movies.
that house is like two houses down from the Bewitched house.
Cool. Yeah, I love that movie. That I never get tired of watching Christmas Vacation. I got to see it every Christmas because
Yeah, it's
it's
definitely a
it's
staple.
it's the one Chevy Chase. I'm not a huge Chevy Chase fan by any means, but that's the one movie where I find his performance so hilariously good that I just love watching him because he's really good in that movie.
I agree. This is what's left of the Partridge House.
Ouch.
Remember, it
Well,
used to
that
be a
ain't
big,
much.
beautiful. Yeah, it used to be a big, beautiful yellow facade, and
Mm.
there's websites dedicated to it. You could look it up, and it was actually a lot of shows were filmed there. So every time I show these houses, it's not just one show or one movie. They're
Uh,
usually a lot of them were shot there on the exteriors, using the
yeah,
exteriors. That is.
that looks pretty bad. Now they might as well tear the whole damn thing down. As far as I'm concerned, that's
Well, that's
pretty
what they're
ugly.
doing. This right. That's why I'm glad they got the pictures at least in progress.
Oh, okay.
Here's from another show. I don't remember which one,
The
so I'm
roof
not going
looks
to
like
remember all these.
the
It's
roof is
like the
pretty
middle.
bad.
Somebody right. When I was watching the video, the audio says so. Rick says so, and I think it's like the middle or some relatively modern show that I haven't watched. That's why I don't know.
Yeah, I don't recognize that one at all.
Recognize that one?
No, my memory's
That's
not that great.
well, that's the Bewitched house.
Okay, well, I haven't seen these shows in like decades, probably most of
It's
them. So,
understandable, but at least here the house facade is mostly there, but they're starting. You see where the garage is collapsing in,
oh yeah, I see that. You're right.
and you
Yeah,
see behind it, you see the skyscrapers and the buildings in the city. That's why
yeah,
they couldn't. Right. That's why they couldn't do modern day. Those buildings weren't there in the '60s when they filmed the show.
yeah. I guess it would get harder and harder to use them as they deteriorate, and also, as you say, with the skyscrapers in the background, it'd be pretty hard to like film anything, right?
Right. Well, and this house specifically, I don't think they're going to show it in this video, but there's videos that show home improvement. They actually blew up most of that facade,
Oh
but
shit.
because the set designers were all Bewitched fans, they rebuilt it again. Now, when they
Huh.
did, the main window, which used to be the living room, changed. Now it's got like three panels, and in the original show, it had two panels. Let me
Oh,
see if there's a
okay.
better close up of the house. Let me see here.
That looks a
There's a
little
little bit
better.
more close up.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that like those old that oval bay windows right there, that used to be Darren's study there according to the show.
Oh
And
man,
then
it's been so long.
over to the left there would be the kitchen door and window. I don't know if you've seen it, but I have a video on my channel where I went and visited the real house in real life that they copied this off of.
Oh, cool.
Except it's exact reverse. It's like if you switch it 180 degrees. So, but I do have the video where it says I don't remember what the title of the video, but it's you guys will find it in my stuff, and it'll say the Bewitched House or something like that, and it looks just like this, but totally reversed, like if you looked at it in well, not quite a mirror, but yeah,
Yeah,
what they did is they modeled it after this, and it's a house in downtown Los Angeles,
it's been
and
too many decades. I don't remember this house at all because I haven't seen Bewitched probably in like 30 years or something. So,
and that's funny. I haven't watched it in like 2 days.
did you ever see the Bewitched episode where I think it's Andorra, like the evil stepmother or whatever, puts a curse or puts a spell on Darren, and he can only speak Italian? Have you ever seen that episode?
I just watched that a couple weeks ago.
Oh, that is got to be one of the funniest comedy
Right,
episodes
he's
that
working.
I've.
Right, he's working for. He's hired by a company that is an Italian guy who says, "No, I want him to speak Italiano."
It's
And
so
right, and then
good.
Andorra puts a spell on him when he's listening to a record,
Yeah, I did
and
watch that one
right,
a
and then
couple
he
years
can't
ago.
and he can't he's unable to understand English at that point, right?
Exactly. I, I can't remember laughing my ass off so hard as when I watched that episode because I think that was a perfect comedy. That was gold. That episode, like I just
It
laughed
was,
and laughed and laughed. Yeah,
and that's when they had the good Dick
the good
York.
Darren. Yeah, the first Darren, right? Yeah,
Oh yeah, the second one sucked, as we all know.
yeah. He was not the same. That's for sure. Too bad about the first Darren though. I guess he had to quit because his back was so bad. He had intense pain or something. I've read,
Yeah,
right?
he was making a western, the Road to Cordova. And do you remember those old? Okay, you remember? Okay, first of all, picture a western. Second of all, picture a steam locomotive. But
Okay.
remember how they had those two-man little carts that you would push and pull like a seesaw to
Oh,
go
like
down the railroad tracks?
railroad cart. Yeah, a railroad cart. Yeah,
Right.
I know those.
He was doing a scene for a Western movie, and you could see it in the movie. I have it on my server. They cut just as it happens, by the way, in the movie when you're watching it.
Oh.
But he's with some men, and where it looks like he's hauling like dead bodies or men that are unconscious on that cart, and
Hmm.
he's
I'll be
pedaling up and down with the other guy. You got that?
Right.
And they come to a stop, and what happens is the other guy who has the other handle lets go too early, and Dick York is not expecting it, and he goes to swing up, and he tears up his whole back. So that's how he did it.
Oh
He was
shit.
going to work on a lift or lower a handle on one of those railroad carts.
Damn, that's really sad.
Yes.
Man, sometimes life can just throw you a really bad
But you know the
curveball like
story about
that.
him. You know the story about him buying a hotel and bringing in a bunch of welfare families and all that, right?
I don't know. I don't think I've heard that one.
Okay, I saw him on an interview on Entertainment Tonight, and this was shortly before he passed away. He was dying of emphysema. He had the oxygen mask and all that stuff.
Hmm.
Anyway, apparently he had a big heart for charity. He was not a well. Let me put it this way: him and his wife took all their savings after Bewitched because he wasn't expecting to have him to leave the industry as abruptly as he did, so he didn't have the money that he had hoped for.
Right.
So him and his wife bought like a big, huge, like a boarding house. And eventually they were at first they were renting it out, but they eventually were listening to all these sob stories, and they were bringing in welfare families. Well, what happened was they were taking advantage of. They ended up losing their property. Then they
Uh,
ended up in the hole and owing money. So and then there's a picture you can look it up. Him and his wife ended up like in this 2-bedroom little tiny house, and
I
that's
do.
where he was until he passed away.
I do remember reading somewhere that he basically died penniless towards his
Yeah,
later years. Like
yeah.
that sucks so bad. Like well, that's the problem. That's why I guess my heart has hardened over the years, and there's no way I'd be taking in welfare families if I had a place. I'd be like, "You sorry, you folks go figure out your own problems. I'm not gonna cater to them because I just." It's like when people come up to me and they ask me for $1 or spare change or whatever. I'm like, sorry, I don't carry cash. Even if I have it in my pocket, I'm going to tell them that because I work too damn hard for every dollar I earn, to pay my rent and buy my
Oh yeah.
groceries. I'm not giving them my hard-earned money. It's like, screw you, buddy. I know it
I
sounds
mean,
terrible, maybe, but it's just the way
hey,
I
I
am.
used to rent out rooms, and I had the same issue. So no, it may and no offense to people on welfare. There are honorable people out there who do pay their bills.
Well,
It's
it's
just
just
that a lot of us seem to learn the hard way that there's a lot that don't.
No, that one's in the wash, remember?
What?
That one's in the wash. Which reminds me, I got Philip washer. Oh, sorry, I thought it was muted.
It's okay.
we're getting a secondary stream here.
Yeah. See, so she
Different
agrees.
topics. Awesome.
But
That's
it's
adorable.
yeah, of course, a lot of people in Hollywood end up, they spend their money as fast as they make it, and then when
I've heard that.
the
Yeah.
door to fame closes quicker than they expect, and they're not prepared for it. So that's what happens, I guess, right? I
Well,
wouldn't know. I've never been in that. Unfortunately, I've never been in that position. Ask
one thing
Gary Coleman.
oh yeah. One thing I've always noticed about fame is it's like an illusion, right? People think they get a bit of fame and they think it's going to continue forever, and then after a couple years it stops because
Right. What it is,
everybody
uh,
moves on to a different person, right? And
well,
it's
some
like,
of them think about it. A few, the rare, the lucky, the fame does last forever. They end up making millions and millions of dollars, just like we were talking about the guy from Friends. All you got to do is be in a successful sitcom that lasts long enough for them to do reruns, and you get residuals, and you're rich for life. And then you have like multimillionaires who make multi-million for every movie. So for the very few, the very lucky, yes, they do have that life of fame, but the majority of them don't. They'll have like they'll be on a TV show for a season or two, and then
yeah.
that's the end of their career, right?
Well, it's like the famous Andy Warhol saying from the 60s. It's like everybody gets their 15 minutes of fame, right?
Yes.
And a lot of time that is sadly true because they don't
With all,
last.
right, and then they should feel lucky that they had that. That's more than I ever had. And if I had 15 minutes, believe me, I'd be putting a big chunk in the bank right from the beginning.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. You know what's really sad though is actors like back in the '60s on our beloved Star Trek, they didn't get they got jack shit as far as residuals, right? They got a basic paycheck week to week, which was probably good
Yes.
money back in the day, but they certainly didn't get rich. That's for damn sure.
Well, and it depends. Like William Shatner, Leonard Wood got a good check, but not like a Hurd, Scotty, and the rest of them, right?
Yeah. But I remember being up here in Canada, Pop, in the '70s. I remember Shatner. I think he was living in a trailer or
Yeah, it was a camper shell on the back of his. It wasn't even a trailer; it was a camper shell on his truck.
yeah, he was really like broke. And I can remember, you've probably never heard of this grocery chain, but it was called Super Value, and it was basically a really good grocery store. But I can remember Shatner doing commercials for Super Value up here in Canada.
Yeah, I've seen them every now and then retro on like
Yeah,
I
they
think
probably
YouTube or
never
something.
they probably never aired down in the States, but we had them all the time on the TV up here when I was like a teenager. You know, back in the '70s, like those ads were airing constantly, right? And that was,
That's
I
like
think,
the
it was
joke from Galaxy Quest by Graptar's Hammer. That's why they showed them in front of a grocery store.
that's a good point. But yeah, it's like poor Shatner. He was really down on his luck for a few years there, and then of course, once we got the motion picture in '79, you know, he bounced right back, right? Because
Oh,
they
remember, yeah, you're
all
right,
made
but
money
remember
then.
that, right? But remember this: you're focusing on Shatner. He was lucky compared to like Jimmy Doohan and the rest of them. They had, I mean, they were unemployed the whole time. At least Shatner was getting like Kingdom of the Spiders and a few game shows and a few,
That's true. That's true.
Columbo episodes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
But
it must have been some tough years. Well, I mean, you're talking '69 to '79, so you're talking basically a
yes,
decade where they were
yes,
going through the shit, right? And
right.
then
It was
I
like
can,
it was like like working at a temporary agency, right? That's what he was like. One day you're a carpenter, one day you're in a factory. Well, one day he's battling spiders. Next thing he's on Match Game.
well, I actually think that could be kind of interesting in a way, though. I wouldn't mind battling spiders and then going to a match game. It'd be more fun than my boring, tedious
Yeah,
job that I do over and over and over
same
again.
here. I would trade it any day. Yes.
Yeah, at least it'd be, changing it up, every once in a while. So yeah. I can only imagine though how the TOS cast must have just wanted to kiss the ground they walked on the day they heard they were going to do a major
Oh
motion
yeah.
picture, and they were going
Yep.
to finally get the big bucks they so much deserve. Because I imagine even on the first film they must have made a few million, So
Well,
yeah.
not the big cast. Now, William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy, they negotiated for a fairly good paycheck, but remember, I'm talking about the supporting cast. Her, Chekhov, and Scotty, and them. No, they still got very little. But yeah, I'm
Right.
sure they were happy. Obviously, they were happy. And you got to remember, then they didn't know if it was going to be more than one movie or not.
They must have started getting some more money by Wrath of Khan and Star Trek 3, though, right? Because the movies were
Oh yeah,
basically
as the
box
movies
office.
progressed, they got a little more and more. Right. That's what
Yeah.
Paramount kept complaining about, saying they keep asking for more money. And that's
Well,
why Paramount kept cutting the budget, assholes.
let the fucking executives star in the movie and see
I
how
know.
well that goes, right?
Right. You mean the ones who
It's
sit
called
back and collect?
actors.
Right. The ones who sit back, collect the money by doing nothing. Right.
Yeah. They sit back at a desk and they make 10 times more money than the hardworking actors that actually bring the money in, right?
Uh
So,
huh.
like, yeah.
But I'm sure you remember about 73, 74, somewhere around that era where Jimmy Doohan did a couple Saturday morning Sid Marty Croft. I think it was Arc 2 or something like that. He made a couple
I
really low
must have
budget
missed.
TV shows.
I must have missed that one. I haven't seen. Believe it or not, I have not seen everything ever broadcast. So.
I'm sure I understand. Same here. Jonathan Harris from Lost in Space also did the same thing. There was some really
Oh,
bad children's
cool.
show, and he was on that for a little bit.
I did not know that.
This is another house. I think this might be the Christmas Vacation house. I don't know. If not, I'll keep showing. But these are from I'm covering. I'm slowly going through these as we're talking.
I don't think it is actually Pop because I remember a Christmas Vacation. Didn't it have a garage on the right end of the house where you could like
Oh,
park a car?
very
Because I
very
remember
likely. Yes.
there's like a garage and Clark comes out with the chainsaw and like the Halloween type mask and says something
Yes.
rude to the neighbors.
Previously,
When
and
he
it kind
fires
of
up
wrapped
this-
around.
I think he said something about bend over, and the guy, the male neighbor goes, something comes back and he says, "Oh, I didn't mean you," and then the woman looks at him in disgust.
Yes. Wasn't that
Oh,
BB Newworth?
that's so good. Yeah, she was actually she's the woman that was actually in Frasier, believe it or not.
Yeah, BB Newworth.
She
Isn't that her
played she
name?
played
I'm
she
surprised I
played
remember her
Elaine.
name. Fraser's
don't-
wife.
I don't think that was her name though. Elaine was played by a different actress, I think, Bob.
Oh, well, I might have the names mixed up, but I think the lady who played in Fraser was in Christmas Vacation.
Oh, well, that could be his wife. I'm talking
The
about the next
neighbor's
door.
wife.
I'm
The
talking
neighbor's
about the
wife.
neighbor, the neighbor's wife. Yeah.
Yeah, the neighbor's wife. That's the lady who played Fraser's wife.
Hmm.
Look it up.
I'm going to look it up. Actually.
And I'm gonna grab some milk. I'm thirsty. I'll be right back. Gotta get a refill.
Sounds good. I'll actually take a quick break myself.
Thank you. Be right back, everybody. Don't leave. Okay, and I am back. All right. And in the meantime, PPP will probably be back soon. I forgot to actually what I'm going to do is go ahead and drop the link. Can't believe I forgot this. I forgot to put the link in the chat if anybody wants to join us. Let's do that now. I gotta get caught up the chat too if I'm behind. There we go. So if there's anybody out there in the chat who would like to join us, I just dropped a link. I'll be pinning that to the top as well, so hopefully it won't go away. And let's see here where we are on the chat. Gorilla says, it might not be back. She is sleeping in my chair. Oh, no. That's okay, Gorilla. And Gorilla says, it's Simon and Garfunkel, The Sound of Silence. Yeah, sorry about that. I tried to make it Sound of Silence as short as possible. It's just that I'm drinking milk, and I had a glass during the first part of this stream, and I was like really thirsty, so I was kind of swigging it. So now I'm got a second glass. According to my evil doctor, I can't have any alcohol, so it's like water, juices, milk, but it's okay. I'm a kid at heart. I can still drink milk, whole milk, that is. I love it. I don't have any. I'm very lucky, I guess. For a lot of people, sometimes my age get milk or what do you call it, lactose intolerant, all this kind of fake BS. But I've been lucky so far, so I'm going to enjoy it while I can. Anyway, as a recap, we've been showing these famous facades on the Warner Brother Ranch, where they filmed the exteriors of some of our favorite movies and TV shows.
All right. So you might have me back for 2 minutes.
Okay.
I'm back.
Okay. Now, what I wanted to show here is if you look at the picture on the left, it looks like what would be like either a big greenhouse or apartment house. That's one of the ones that I was talking about. But if you went around to the other side of that, it would look like a different building on the other side where they shot different stuff.
Cool.
And I wanted to go back here, something that I kind of skipped over and glossed over. Where is that picture? There it is. All right. Now, here's, as you can see, obviously more facades are tearing down. But if you look in the background, way in the back, those are fake facades they would use whenever they were shooting, like, quote, downtown Chicago, like, the original.
Oh, so like a urban street scene kind of idea.
Right, urban New York, urban Chicago, that kind of thing.
Okay, I get it. Yeah.
Because you notice how the design is completely different than the house we have in the foreground.
Well, it's not suburban. It's like urban.
Yes, and they shot the scene from the original Vacation. Remember where they were stripping the cars and he was getting directions to Chicago.
No, I think I might have missed that, but
They talk about
Welcome back,
downtown
Gorilla.
St. Louis.
hey, by the way, I figured out who the woman was in Christmas Vacation who was one of the snooty neighbors that Chevy liked to terrorize.
Right.
She was Julia Louis Dreyfus in Seinfeld.
Oh, that's right, Seinfeld lady. I knew it was one of those.
She played Elaine.
Well, the one with the big jawbones. That's all I remember.
No, she played Elaine. I always thought she was kind of hot, but
I remember her. She has big jawbones. Big jawbones. That's all I remember.
Picture, she doesn't look that big on the jaw, but
well, at least she's not Sarah Jessica Parker. I mean, that's big jaws.
Okay. I don't want to date a girl named Jaws, actually, because that makes me kind of shrivel up, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'd watch out if I were you. Yeah,
I think I'll keep it in my pants.
Now, this is another famous. I don't. I myself don't recognize it, but these are more famous buildings from shooting locations.
Yeah, I don't know those at all.
Here they are. Here's the urban ones.
That's pretty cool. I'm amazed that they put so much effort into constructing these facades. It's quite impressive, really. I mean, those carpenters must. Well, they're damn skilled, right, to build that shit.
Yeah, and what's interesting is like some of those, like the brick and everything, you can go up and tap on it, and it's like plastic,
weird,
or fiberglass, right?
Oh,
so
man.
They paint it to where they get to even give it the antique look and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, I like the brickwork in that one in the middle there. It's like wow.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
Incredible.
And I heard just recently too. The bad news is like, okay, Universal has a tour of their back lot, like Psycho House, and they used to have like the filming locations for the original Dracula and Frankenstein. And I heard they just recently tore those down for the same reason, unfortunately. And that is really and they tore down the studio that was built for the original silent Phantom of the Opera. I mean, that had been around since the 20s, and they just recently tore it down. Yeah, it's like all these studios are just going through this big old major overhaul, and they're getting rid of all these historical landmarks. I know they're not real buildings, but still. The Phantom of the Opera Opera House was real. They did build that for that movie. I don't know if you know the history, but they built an entire opera house for that movie to shoot it in.
Really? Cool.
The original Silent with Lon Chaney, where she rips off the mask.
Lon Chaney, yeah, I remember that. Oh, yeah, that's a famous scene. Yeah.
Yeah, they actually built an entire opera house for that movie.
Damn.
Just recently tore it down.
Well, it's like no fucking respect for history, Pop? It's like screw that,
Pretty much, yeah.
But I gotta say, like it's the same in the real world because. I mean, my hometown in the '60s was like Mayberry. It was so perfect, right? It was like not a small town. It was more like a small city because we did have around 24,000 people.
What are they doing? Sorry, go ahead.
It was a small city, but it was like a city. And
hey, what's up, guys and gals? My name is Rick 9G. Thank you so much for.
What the hell?
Well, yeah, but it's a search engine. Keep pulling all this shit. Anyway, sorry about that, guys. Go ahead.
Your video player had a mind of its own there. Maybe it's possessed. No, I was just gonna say I can remember like there used to be there's a chain in Canada called the Hudson's Bay Company, which has been around since like the fur trading years, like over 100 years easily. And we used to have a gigantic Hudson's Bay building in the center of my hometown. Like it was like 3 stories. It was enormous, right? It took up the whole street corner. And I remember in the late 70s, they finally decided, F this, we're going to tear the damn building down. And they tore it down. And I'll never forget, like, it was just like, they tore the damn building, such a historic building. It probably been there from, the 50s before I was alive. And they tore the sucker down. I'll never forget. I actually went with my film camera and filmed a bit of it. I think I got a film around somewhere. I filmed a
Super
couple
8.
minutes. Yeah, Super 8 of them tearing the building down. And of course, then they tore the shit down and they put a bunch of crappy, I don't know, buildings up, offices and whatnot. And then they moved the Hudson's Bay out to the local mall, right? Which was never the same, really. But it's like they do that. They just tear your town down. I mean, I bet if I went back to my hometown now, I haven't been there in about 6 or
Yeah, it would
7
look
years.
different.
There'd be even less that I recognize around, right?
Yes.
There'd be more torn down. So it's just the way. I guess it's just the way the world is, right? They
Right
tear
now,
down our
this
past.
is right.
Well,
This
real
is
estate's expensive.
They tear our past down,
Yeah.
though. They really
when
do.
someone's going to come and offer money. Of course, they don't give a shit. They're going to tear it down.
Yeah.
Here's 2 more of those houses that we were just looking at previously that are now currently under deconstruction. So here's that green one. Here's the white one that we were debating if it was the Christmas vacation house or not. But it looks like here it does have a driveway to the right. So I don't know. Let me go through these pictures.
If it had the garage doors, I'd be convinced it was from Christmas. But if it doesn't have the Christmas Vacation, I believe had the opening garage, where the door goes up.
We might see that again, and also they redressed them.
I mean, it could be, but I'm not convinced. Oh,
I wish I could
more
remember.
like it. That's the
That
kind of
could
garage
be.
door I'm talking about.
Right, that might be. I think that's Leave It to Beaver house. The more I look at it, and from Marcus Welby, MD.
Oh wow.
There's the Bewitched house before they start tearing it down.
Cool.
See how the windows over to the right? There's like 3 panel windows.
You got the 3, yeah.
And in the old series, it was like 2. So it had been modified. From what I heard, one of the last things shot there. Let me get a close up. There we go. One of the last things shot was that horrible Disney Plus show, Agatha, or no, what is it? Black Widow, whatever the hell that shit was. I heard that was one of the last things they shot there.
Well, we don't really need to discuss anything about Disney anymore, do we?
Right. And see that big skyscraper behind it obviously wasn't there when they filmed the show.
It's like instead of discussing Disney, just put like the poop emoji in the chat.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And this church facade was in many TV shows and movies.
No, they're tearing down a church. That's sacrilegious.
Facade. Right. Facade. It's just the front.
I'm just making a joke.
And I think that's the Partridge Family house, if I remember right. The yellow reminds me.
I used to watch that show.
Yep. Same here.
I like the Partridge Family. I used to have a 1 or 2 of the Partridge Family albums. Actually, I used to like their music. They had a good theme on that show too.
The Kravitz house.
Oh yeah. Oh,
The neighbors. The Jimmy Genie house.
I love Mrs. Kravitz, but they had 2 Mrs. Kravitzes, didn't they? Because the first
Well,
one
she died. Yeah,
away.
Sandra Gould died after the first season.
Yeah. Mrs. Kravitz was funny though.
There's a house we were looking at where I told you I couldn't remember.
Oh, that's cool. Nice brickwork, I gotta say.
And this is on some new, relatively modern show. I don't remember, but also being torn apart.
Yeah, I don't recognize that at all.
No, yeah, because we don't watch the modern stuff. You see how it looks like a regular neighborhood. You would never know. If
It
you were walking
really
down the
does.
street.
It really
And
does.
they're all fake. None of them have a lock on the door. You go and open the door, and you can walk in about 2 foot as a wall.
That's nuts. Actually, I would love to have done that. That would be really trippy to just open the door and see there's nothing there. Like that would have been really kind of mind-boggling in a way, actually.
Well, most people know they're fake.
Well, I know, but you know what I'm saying? I would just like to experience it firsthand and just open the door and go, oh shit, there's nothing here. It's kind of like when you start dating a woman and you realize there's nothing there. Oh, I'm being cynical. Sorry.
See, here they're going into some of them.
Oh, that's cool. I'd like to see a little bit of that if it's.
Now, I know some of there they are next to the Bewitched house, but some of them I know they said that they did turn into offices because it shows the guys walk in, and the inside was converted to a small. What is this? What is YouTube doing? Damn it!
YouTube's been doing some weird shit lately, I gotta say. YouTube was doing the spinny white circle of death on my anytime I put any video on for like the last 3 weeks, it would do the spinny circle of death for like 15 seconds before the damn video would play. And it
Mine
finally
might do
fixed
that
itself.
too.
It finally fixed itself last night though, and I was able to go through my playlist and just listen to the music. Actually, I should probably publish that later tonight as public because I think I've pretty much got the 50 songs on the first playlist pretty much in the order that I want because I like to have music flow, if you know what I mean.
Oh, you're gonna publish it? Is that what you say? You're gonna put them out on
Yeah,
YouTube?
I'm ready to make it public. I think I just got to listen to the last few tracks to make sure it all fits together. But yeah, I'll probably publish it after we get off the stream later.
Well,
You know, I really, in my heart, if I had had the life I wanted to live, I would have been a music DJ on a radio station because I think I would have been
That'd be
really
fun.
good at that. Oh, but
So
I
what
never
you
got
say,
the
Gorilla?
chance.
oh, the reason YouTube's probably been messing up so bad is because they've been adding that. Yeah, you have an ad blocker going. Turn it off.
Oh, I never noticed that.
Oh, I've been getting that too. It's a bunch of bullshit. Oh yeah, and this swimming pool was used in many, many TV shows and movies. I can imagine how several episodes where cars would drive in it. They had a fence around it. At one point, a lot of Bewitched episodes were filmed at this pool.
Hmm.
It's out of the way.
Looks like they're taking pretty
Do it
good
this
care
way.
of it too, actually.
Yeah, you probably jump right in if it was a nice day.
It looks chlorinated and everything. Yeah. Was
Oh,
that
who
in the?
gets
wa-
chlorine?
Was that in Caddyshack? Remember that famous pool scene with the Hershey bar or whatever floating in the pool?
I think that was an actual big public pool because it had diving boards and
Oh, okay.
everything.
Oh, okay. Just came to mind because I love
Were you say
Caddyshack.
Gorilla?
Caddyshack's so good.
Yeah, that's the Bewitched house. Were we going to say Gorilla?
I said, "Oh, who needs chlorine? You should see the lakes I swim in around here."
Don't you got chiggers and shit like that there, or no?
Well, you just gotta know where to swim.
No thanks.
Yeah, you don't want to get covered in parasites, Gorilla.
Because
Well, they got water moccasins and all that crazy shit in the south. It's like, no, thank you. I'll stay at home
Oh.
on shore.
Oh fuck! I'm glad. I'm not a swimmer anyway because
I am, but I'm not going to go into the water with chiggers and water moccasins.
the chiggers are. There's only one lake that I know of that has them, and they pretty much stay on the east or on the west side there along one beach.
Do they have signs, or is it everybody just knows it?
Well, they'll put out a warning if they find them. They'll put out a chigger warning for certain beaches.
How about water moccasins? Do you have those?
What are those?
They're
Snakes,
like
the ones that
snakes.
can glide along the top of the water and bite your
Yeah,
ass.
they're like water
Oh
snakes.
no, yep, those are farther south.
Good, yeah. No, because I was when I was in the south, they had them, and I said, "Oh, you'll be fine. Don't worry." No. Oh, thanks.
That's one. The only bonus living up north here in Canada is we don't have to worry about that kind of shit, right?
Yeah, it's too. Minnesota has too cold of the climate. For
It's too
fog.
cold. We don't have all that shit up here.
Yeah,
well-
for me, California, Arizona, the worst thing we have is rattlesnakes, and you're not going to be out there walking in the desert anyway. So yeah.
Oh, we got rattlesnakes here, but they're probably miles out of town, like because I'm in the city, right? So
I stepped on one. I almost stepped on one once. I was
Holy shit.
hiking. I was hiking, and there was one laying across the trail. It was crossing the trail, and I saw it like out the corner of my eye. I thought it was a stick.
Oh.
I thought it was a stick, and I was getting ready to stomp on it, and I
That was a
stopped
sick
like
move.
an inch. Right, I stopped like an inch right before I my shoe landed on it.
Scary. I actually stopped at an outlook, I guess you'd call it, where you could pull off the highway a few miles outside of my hometown. I actually stopped there one time and got out of the car, and I'll never forget this. This huge rattlesnake, like it must have been like 7 or 8 feet, big sucker, like really big sucker, right? And I noticed it, thank God, crawling along, like it was like maybe a couple 100 feet from me, and I was like, "Oh my good Lord!" I think I'll get back in my car and leave. It's pretty freaky to actually see one in real life because they are pretty scary for sure.
One thing that when I was a kid, we used to live up in the mountains in California, and I feel very lucky that I was able to see, and that was a roadrunner. I saw a couple of them.
Cool.
Hey, welcome Bush 18.
Hey,
Hello, Bush 18. Welcome. Good to see you.
Hey, Bush 18. Glad to have you here.
And thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad you could join us. I hope you enjoy yourself. Hopefully, we're talking about some interesting stuff. We kind of got off the bad stuff earlier. Thank goodness.
Yeah, we kind of got in a negative space for a while there, but oh well, that's life. It's not all. It's not all roses and champagne, is it?
No, and it would have been my choice. So I would have started off on a different topic.
Wait,
so.
you can afford champagne?
Not on my budget. I'm pretty much broke for the next couple of days till I get a bit of money in the bank on Monday. So,
Do they sell it in the box like wines? Get it so you can get it cheap or no?
I'm not a big wine drinker. Actually,
Well, they got $5 champagne, but
isn't that as far as alcohol content? Isn't it really weak?
yeah.
I think beer is stronger than champagne, probably, right? Like Budweiser, probably better than stronger or whatever. I don't know.
Well, it's probably stronger than Bud Light, but it's probably weaker than like some of your 7.5 beers.
Gotcha. I don't know. I guess I could stomach champagne. I've had it before, but wine to me it tastes sour, and I'll end up puking every time. I don't know with wine.
I almost never. The only time I'll drink wine is if I'm at a party, and that's the only option the host, will offer. And I might have like one glass of wine just to be sociable, but I generally hate the taste of the stuff. Wine gives me.
Does it taste bitter to you?
Well, it's not just bitter; it gives me indigestion, in my gut. Right? I just can't drink this shit. It's just like
Yeah. Let me guess. You had like
red or purple or whatever the hell.
Oh, red wine. Yeah. See, I like the pinks and the Moscatos.
Pink wine? I don't know if I've tried that.
I think that's rosé. I think girls talking about rosé wine is kind of pinkish.
Why is it sweeter?
Yeah,
I had one of my boss's Halloween party a week ago, and it was okay, but it's like I'm just not into wine. I just don't like wine. Basically, I'd rather just have a beer or have some rye or rum or some eggnog. Yeah. I'm holding off on the eggnog though because I can't afford it at the moment. It's too damn expensive, and it's very fattening too. So I'm trying not to indulge until probably a month from now.
You missed your opportunity. You go out in and scooped up all the change out of your couch. You got
everybody bought the damn stuff up for $1.99.
Yeah,
there was nothing left.
You could have gotten a rain check.
I know, and that's why I'm kicking myself to this day. I forgot to ask for a rain check.
Well, do you want me to come over there and help you kick yourself?
Sure. If you can find a way to get over here tonight and put your foot up my ass, that would be fine.
Make it snappy.
Because I know you won't be able to. So
I'll fire up the old jet.
Oh God! Fire up the helicopter, right, Gorilla?
And Gorilla, I was going to tell you for your movies tomorrow, show whatever you want. Don't listen to what other people say. Yeah, show whatever you want to see that you enjoy.
I just don't know what I want to watch because I wasn't planning on it this 5 weeks.
I watched 2 really, really, really horrible movies in the last 2 days. I need to cleanse out my palate, I guess. I listen to recommendations. They're modern movies, and I'm very, very, very careful. And I listen to recommendations. Oh, it's good. You got to check it out. It's really, really good. No, it's not. And every single time, I've got to stop the movie before it's even done because it is so bad. I can barely sit through it. And I'm like forcing myself minute after minute to trudge through it. And it's like, oh my God, modern day movies, they're just shit. I mean, they are shit. I don't know any other way to describe it.
Yeah,
especially horror movies.
I don't want to watch any film where I have to force myself minute by minute. The last one I remember that bad was Star Trek Into Darkness. And I had the great misfortune of going to the actual theater and saw it on the big screen with
Oh
my cousin.
no.
And he actually was kind of getting into it. And after about half an hour, I spent most of the movie looking at my watch, going, "Please, God, let this crap go!
Yeah.
I can't stand this."
A
It was
terrible
just
movie.
bad. It was just bad from the very first scene. I was just like, "This is not Star Trek. This is shit." I just hated it. Oh,
Hey,
ugh.
hey, PvP, if you want, I can show you a few things that'll make Star Trek Into Darkness look like a masterpiece of Star Trek.
I think I'll pass politely, Gorilla.
You're talking about you're talking about that. What do you call it? Like Lower Decks and Discovery and all that garbage.
Oh no, Lower Decks. I really liked it at Discovery. No. We just over there. We just watched that an episode of that Robin Hood, and my God, they misnamed that show. They should have called it Robin in
Who the hell's watching that? You watch that?
Was that Teague?
That's that one with a woman. That's the one where a black woman plays Robin Hood. Who? I have to ask you, why would you watch something like that? Is my first question.
We're just seeing how bad it was.
I think Teague did a live stream.
How bad it is, you don't have to watch it to see how bad it is. That's like eating a dog shit just to prove to yourself it's dog shit.
Won't be the first time.
Who the hell watches? I don't know. I don't want to judge anybody, but the fact that somebody would intentionally watch that.
Well,
God,
the thing is, Robin Hood was an English man.
No, I know that, but that's what I'm saying is this whole thing. It's a race and gender swap, and it's a black woman. I mean, it's just. I don't know. I don't understand the logic behind watching it, and I don't know.
That's my point, though, Pop. It's like, okay, you take an English man, a folklore character from English legend, and he's obviously a white man because there weren't black women back then in England, as far as I'm aware. So it's like for one thing, it's total bullshit fantasy. And for another thing, it's just like you said, it's just like the old gender race swap bullshit that they've been doing for like a decade now.
No, the problem is that it wasn't exactly a story of Robin Hood there.
It's Rob Yin Hood. Rob Yin Hood. Remember, there's a Y in there instead of I. It's Rob Yin. Go ahead.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah. No, basically they just took the name Robin Hood because the character's name was Robin, and it should have just been Robin in the Hood. And they took the worst part about it is they took every single stereotype you could think of to put into that movie.
Of course, because that's all they think about when they sit around those tables, right? I don't know. Like I said, it's mind-boggling that somebody would watch that, knowing what it is going in there. That's what I just don't understand.
Well, we had a lot of fun bashing it.
There's a lot of other things that I could bash that I could enjoy watching while I bash. I'm not gonna watch something that I don't enjoy because there's no joy bashing it. I guess I don't know. My God, the thought of watching that. That's like siphoning up a sewer with a straw. I just couldn't do it.
Ouch! Ooh, that doesn't taste good. No, but what I don't get is why even use the Robin with the Y name? Just if you want to have a black woman doing the Robin Hood
for a namesake,
just change the name. It's just like.
No,
it's that extra little dig for all you fans out there. Is what it is. Extra little twist to the knife in the heart.
No, they want Robin Hood fans are going to watch that crap, right? It's like
they want the name recognition.
It won't even last one season, of course. It's like the rest of the shit.
Because the Robin Hood fans will watch one episode and they'll probably turn it off halfway through and never watch any of the shit again, right? So
if they're stupid enough to watch it one episode.
It makes no sense.
You could see you don't even have to see the trailer. You could see an image from the show and know that it's not something that a Robin Hood fan's going to watch.
Well, that's it. Like, I know they're trying to deconstruct and destroy our cultural heritage. I get that, but they're certainly not catering to an audience because there is no audience basically for this shit.
It's the same audience that Disney has, which is why their stock is tanking.
Yeah, there
is no audience, right?
There might be a few 100,000, woke idiots out there that'll watch this crap and love it, but Most of us won't. So it's like
Nope.
it makes no sense at all. Hey,
Nope.
speaking of Robin Hood, you guys remember the 1950s black and white Robin Hood series?
TV series or movies?
It was a TV show back
I know
in the
Errol Flynn
50s.
played the. I know Errol Flynn was the theaters. I don't know about
I think it
the
was a
50s. I'm
British.
not sure.
I think it was a British show. Actually, I think I might have a DVD on the shelf somewhere, but it was really good. Actually, I'm just gonna look it up here.
Sorry, my memory goes back as far as the 60s. That's when I was a kid. I wasn't
I'm
born in
just
the
gonna,
50s
I'm
yet.
just gonna, I'm just gonna see if I can find it on Wikipedia or someplace.
Because there, I mean, if it was the 50s, there wasn't that many televisions in the households at the
It
time.
was the 50s, and I think it was a British show.
Well, that would
But
be
anyway,
fitting.
go ahead and talk because it might take me a few minutes to find this.
When I think about it, the only 50s show that I'm familiar with, that's only because it's the only one that seems to have been preserved, and that's the Honeymooners. Everything else is
Oh, I love the
non-existent. They don't,
Honeymooners.
yeah, they don't show anything from the 50s here anymore. A lot of the stuff was subpar. It was live, like your show shows. So it wasn't actually recorded and documented, unfortunately.
Oh, I just found it. The Adventures of Robin Hood TV series is a British television series comprising 143 half-hour black and white episodes. It was really a great show. Between 1955 and 1959 on ITV, it starred Richard Green as the outlaw Robin Hood and Alan Wheatley as his nemesis, the Sheriff of Nottingham. It was a
Cool.
really great show because I'm pretty sure I had some of them on DVD somewhere. I'm just gonna put this in the private chat for your enjoyment, guys, if you want to check it out because it's
Okay.
a really fun show. It really is really good. Even though it's old,
And
it's
that was,
black and white, it's still fun.
but considering it was the 50s and it was a half-hour show, that means the shows were probably like 58 minutes, right? And 2 minutes of commercials.
I think it was like I think it was like a 30-minute show, so it's probably like maybe.
Well, whatever. Yeah, if it was 30, then it was like 28 minutes. But now a 30-minute show is like what, 20 minutes and 10-minute commercials.
Probably.
Almost 15 minutes of commercials now.
Yes,
24
I can't.
24
Yeah, I
minutes.
can't sit through commercials now. It's just like too much.
No,
Especially when it's all women and feminine hygiene products and shit like that. I mean, even the commercials are fucking woke and feminists.
Yeah, some of them have been lately, haven't they? Come
Yeah,
to think of it.
I mean, okay, sure. Show feminine hygiene pads if you're going to show a commercial about jock itch, right? Of course not.
Yeah, I don't really need to be reminded of feminine hygiene, to be honest. But
No, but it's like and they wonder why men don't watch TV anymore. At
what
least
was
most
that
men.
one?
I know I don't.
Was there some ad recently, a couple months back, where they just basically insulted like all men in some commercial?
Several. Are you talking about the Gillette one, or because
That's
there's been
probably
many?
it. I know there was a couple that were like,
Yeah,
really
Gillette lost $12 billion on that, and I'm glad. Good riddance.
good.
And guess what? Gillette, if you're out there listening, I still won't buy your products, and I never will again until I'm dead. How about that? You can use a Gillette razor to scrape my corpse. How's that? No,
Use a
once
Gillette
like
Gillette
Bud Light,
razor.
I'm never ever gonna buy a Bud Light again, regardless of what they do or say or pull or whatever. No, screw that.
I always thought Bud Light was shit anyway. I never drank that crap. So
Well, I wouldn't go out and my way and look for it, but after what they did, forget it. Even if it was the last beer on earth, I wouldn't drink it.
well, that's one great thing about being a Canadian up here is BC has tons of microbreweries with all kinds of great beers, and I actually have a few in the fridge. I should go get one soon. I have a Bowen Island brew in the fridge, chilling, which is quite awesome, and it was on sale, like a 6-pack for $7.99 Canadian. So I can't bitch at that price.
Hey, PvP, watch
Yo.
this after the stream. It's the best commercial ever for razors.
Oh God.
No, it's like
Yeah,
I was looking.
I'm cheap. I just buy the lowest cost dollar store razors, and generally they work really well. To be honest, guys. Like
But this is just fun. This is the best commercial. It's basically making it takes several stabs at Gillette and stuff.
Oh, that's good.
It's
I'll have to watch
German
that.
razors from the Daily Wire.
Okay, I'll try and take a look at that towards the end of the stream. Thanks, Gorilla.
Yeah.
Yeah, when those companies go woke, I never give them a penny of my money.
Oh yeah, Dirty
Yeah.
Razors was like right on the bar with Gillette there. He launched the razor company there. They made this as it was all started out as a joke, but
Well,
they
then
ended
some guy came out with a beer too. That's something that it was in, excuse me, contrast to Bud Light's crap. And the guy's been very successful. I just don't remember the name of the beer, but it was basically like a non-woke beer of some kind.
ultra right.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
They have a limited. They had a limited can there called Revenge beer after the
Revenge. Oh,
yeah
wow,
it
that's the name.
it's something to do with all the indictment stuff. But then Hershey they're doing that
Oh, M&M's.
no with their candy bar they made like a special wrapping for National Women's Day.
Well,
So
yeah, but they made gay
Oh, God.
M&M's too. So yeah, Hershey's they're not new at this.
yeah no but anyhow they came out with the same guy that did the razors he came out with his own chocolate bars. They're expensive as hell, but he goes
God.
but he calls them him and her bars, and we don't have to tell you which one. These bars aren't for you if you can't tell which one has nuts.
You know, that was a long build up to that joke, Gorilla, but it was very, very good.
No. I'll find that one too for you.
No, what he's saying is real.
That's very funny. I love it. Oh my God! Seems like nuts are out of fashion, though, right? It's like they want to just castrate every guy that is still a Captain
Right.
Kirk type
Well,
of man.
it's all
You know?
when you think about it, everything revolves around one thing. They're trying to cut down the population, so they want less people to have kids. So by doing that, they want less masculine men. So that's why they want it where the women rule the household, and everybody's getting sex changes.
It's kind of like actually, I just want to bring up Jill's stream yesterday morning. We were very sad that you couldn't join us, Pop, because we realized you probably weren't feeling good.
Yeah, I was
But
just waking up as it was ending. I felt terrible. I just caught what everybody was saying goodbye.
oh, I think you did put that in the chat, didn't you? Come to think of it
I
now,
was
yeah.
like, oh, but I did go back and I watched some of it. I'm gonna try to go back and watch the whole thing.
Yeah, we were on like over 3 hours talking about the John Carpenter film that They Live, and oh my God, that was such fun. We had a great time actually talking about it, and
Yeah, it
I
helps when
think
you watch something that's good, right?
yeah, I think it's one of Jill's
Something you
best streams
enjoy.
ever. Well, you know what, Pop? I loved it so much. I watched it for the first time ever on Wednesday night, and I was blown away how good it was. And I loved it so much.
Incredible you hadn't seen it before.
I know. Well, I'm bad at that. Like I have films for decades on my watch list that I never get around to. I
Well,
know
then I have to
it's
ask:
stupid.
Have you seen Big Trouble in Little China?
I have not.
Well, then I definitely because they're both John Carpenter, both made around the same time, both in the same vein. So you've got to watch it. I'm telling you now.
And that's Kurt Russell too, isn't it? Starring in that one.
Right? Yeah, that's what you should do tomorrow, Gorilla.
We
That'd be
already
good for Halloween.
we just watched it not too long ago.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit. But
Yeah.
I loved the film so much. I watched it, 2 days in a row, and both times it was fantastic. And I was just blown away by Roddy Piper's performance in that film. Like,
Yeah, considering that was his one and only acting gig, pretty much. Well, he did a couple low budget things after that.
I looked up on Wikipedia, and he probably did 5 or 6 other films. Pop
After
actually.
that, yeah. No, what I'm saying is that was his first, I think, but it may have been his first. Was it or no?
I think it might have been his first, but it was probably maybe one of his best too. Because
and then he made a couple B things after that, like forgettable stuff.
I actually mentioned it to Jill when we were doing the stream. I said, Jill, I've seen Academy Award winning. Oh fuck, I can't talk. Academy Award winning performances that were nowhere near as good as Piper's performance in this film. And she was like, yeah, she basically agreed. It's like, yeah, he's that good, right? He's just his performance in the film is pretty much perfect. I just love, like, I wasn't expecting anything. I always go into any film expecting nothing, right? Because it's like, okay, impress me. Show me what you got. Show me you got a good movie here. And after about 5 minutes watching, Rowdy Roddy, I was just like totally hooked into the character. I was like, oh, this character is fantastic. He's down to earth. He's relatable. He's real.
Yep.
And I think that came out of his background, as a wrestler and as a person, because, you know, I actually read a lot, did a lot of backstory about him before I went on Joe's stream. And I never realized he was a Canadian born in Saskatoon, right?
Oh,
And
interesting.
and he had a falling out with his father when he was an early teenager, and he actually moved out of the family home and lived in youth hostels for some years, picking up odd jobs just to survive, right? And eventually, a couple of wrestling guys hired him to just basically do errands for them, and I think that's how he got introduced to the wrestling world, and that's probably what saved his life. I'm guessing, right? Because
Very
then he
cool.
found a career, right?
Yeah, and he died tragically. And he wasn't that old, was he?
Well, he died at 54 from hypertension, which is basically another word for high blood
High
pressure.
blood pressure. Yeah.
Yeah, very sad. Because he seemed like a very sweet, honest, decent man.
He did.
From
Yeah,
everything.
he seemed sincere.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Yeah.
one thing I loved about They Live is what made his character so good in the movie. And I love the name of the character too, Nada, which Jill told me in
Yes.
Spanish means nothing, right? And I thought
Yes.
he is kind of nothing in the film because he's just like this low. He's like low in the social order, and he's just surviving day by day. And it totally made sense that Carpenter put that name on him. But he was so genuine, so real, warm. He just has that great smile. I just love the character so much. Anyway, I can't really add much. I just thought it was his performance made the movie, but the rest of the film was fantastic as well.
And still to this day, it's very topical. I mean, I can see that. It's almost like we're living that right now. They talk about
Well,
1984,
yeah,
and a lot of what they bring up in that movie is what we're going through as well.
actually, it was 1988 when the film came out. Pop.
No, I meant the book 1984. A lot of people talk about
Oh,
1984.
George Orwell. Got
Right,
it.
right. But it's like if you see this movie, this is also reflects a lot of modern society.
We actually did discuss that during the stream, and it was like it's even worse now. It's more.
Yes.
The film talks about all the evils of consumerism, culture, mass manipulation, mind control, and it's like here we are in 2023, and it's even much worse. So,
Yes, we have less control than we did there then, right?
oh God, yeah, it's really scary actually when you think about it. Yeah.
Yep.
But
I
we
think
had
the biggest scourge we have right now is the media. All the propaganda we're being fed.
That's why I never put the TV on anymore. I just don't.
I don't even have a TV.
I'm like, fuck that. I don't need that garbage because I know it's all bullshit, right? So
right, what are
that's
you gonna
why
watch?
I hang out here.
Right, what are you gonna watch? Like propaganda or these bad woke TV shows and movies? It's like no, there is seriously nothing left. It's like I said, that's why all I watch is Bewitched. I'm even watching. I'm going back right now watching the Lucy show, and here's Lucy. It's like no, I seriously stick to only old stuff, and I'm much happier for it.
Yeah, well, there's something to be said for the vintage media because it's really damn good, right?
Well,
back in the day when quality ruled the airwaves.
Back then, they actually had to compete for ratings, because there was only a few networks. So everybody was scrambling to have the top shows. And now they just produce, quote, content. They don't give a shit if it's good or bad.
Yeah, pretty much, eh? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's why Star Trek died, right? Because season 3, the ratings were so. Well, NBC was trying to kill the show even in season 2, as far as I can remember.
The only reason why there was an issue with ratings, they kept bouncing around a bad time slot to bad time slot. Well, but the letter writing campaign proved that there were people out there watching it.
That's why I got a third season, and then of course NBC in their great wisdom put it on the Friday night death slot, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like they say, well, we really don't care about it anyway. Let's just go ahead and kill it.
It's like
it's almost like out of spite. It's like out of spite, like they were mad.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was like, thank you, fans, for your intense letter writing campaign to show how much you love this show. And now we're going to put it on Friday night and give you a big fuck you with the middle
Yeah,
finger.
screw you. That'll teach you. Well, that'll show all that effort you went through, right?
Can you imagine working your ass off writing letters and then the first episode you get to see is Spock's brain?
Yeah, I know, right?
Even though I do love that episode.
I guess it's like
now.
they were in a hurry. It was like, well, they were all thought they were being canceled. They all went home and everybody thought they were fired. And they, at the last minute, oh, no, there's a third season. Quick, hurry and write some episodes.
Oh, God. You know, one thing, though, is I've grown to actually really enjoy Spock's brain over the years, though I used to hate
I don't
the
mind it.
fucking
There's,
thing.
I know a lot of people bring that one up, but I don't mind it. I mean, compared to Way of Eden, there's work, and it's even better than
God.
Elena Troy's, whatever that last one we did. It's even better than that one.
I liked Alana Troyes, actually.
Yeah.
I thought that was a
I
great
know.
episode.
I saw how people voted, but I guess okay. And I know this is kind of superficial, but it's like now these days I'm around women like that all the time, so I like that episode now even less than when I used to. Usually, when I rewatch Trek TOS, I like it better than before. But I would say that was the one episode where I disliked it more than before.
So you
Because now because she was a Karen, she was a 1960s Karen.
Yeah.
And it's like now I see that everywhere, and I can't stomach it anymore.
Oh, she was definitely a bitch, that's for sure.
Welcome, Jim. Welcome.
Hey, Jim, good to see you, sir.
Hey, Jim. Hello. Thank you for popping into the chat, man. I guess the reason
Jim. Hope you're doing well there.
I guess the reason I like Ellen Troyes, though, is because it was the first, I believe it was the very first episode where we saw the D7 Klingon battle cruisers.
I guess. But everything's overshadowed by bitchy woman. You know, at least Kirk slapped her back. I mean, at least that's one thing.
Oh, that's what I love, too. Kirk was taking no bullshit from her, right?
Right. So, I like that, but I don't know. I guess in the love potion plot, I'm tired of it. I don't know.
The tears thing. Okay, yeah. Well, I don't know. I guess I mean,
it's still better than modern Trek. So it's
I can totally agree and disagree, but I think that's one of my. It's not the best season 3 episode, but I put it in the top 10 somewhere. So
I mean, even as a kid, I hated her. I was like, oh,
because there's so many god awful season 3 episodes, to be honest.
Well, what's funny is for years that's the only thing the actress Frances Nguyen, that's the only thing I'd ever seen her in. And I eventually years later I saw her in I Spy, and obviously right because she was married to Robert Culp. When I saw her in I Spy, obviously she was a different character, and it was different for me to see her in a different light. So I do understand that was the actress and not the. I mean, that was the character, not the actor.
The character, yeah. I loved I Spy. Like, I know it's tainted with the whole Bill Cosby, pervert thing or whatever. Now, but I love that show. Like, I think I Spy is, one of the great, the spy craze. It's like Man from U.N.C.L.E., right? The spy craze is huge in the 60s. And I actually have the DVDs on the shelf. I love I Spy.
For me, growing up, they didn't show I Spy in syndication. My first exposure to him was The Greatest American Hero.
Okay.
But I do like him, and then I went back later and watched I Spy. So
I Spy, I think, is another thing I like too. I think I Spy, they actually did film some of the episodes on location, which is pretty cool back in the 60s. So
I wonder if it was Desilu. It seemed like Desilu produced a lot of stuff back then.
It might have been. I'm not sure about the production company, but I just thought, Robert Culp and Bill Cosby, they really, I mean, as a couple of actors working on a series, the way they played their respective characters, I always thought it was really a good chemistry between the two of them. Like I love a good banter between characters, right? Just like Star Trek, when you get good banter between Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, it just boosts an episode up, in my opinion, in the ratings. And I always found I Spy to be that way because, the two of them would always just like go on some great banter, and it wasn't always serious, like life and death. I mean, of course it was life and death because they were spies and people were shooting at them and all that crap. But there was a lot of fun parts in those shows too.
Yeah. One show that I could watch over and over and over from the '60s, and that's Get Smart.
Oh, I love Get Smart. I love the opening scenes to Get Smart. You know, with all the doors.
Oh yes,
Da, 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 da. It's
and
so
you saw
funny.
Get Smart again, right? The movie was in the '90s, like
I
1999 or
did, and
'98.
I was like ambivalent towards that. It was like it was okay, but I still like the
It was
original
better than the
series.
Naked Gun or the Naked Nude Bomb. So at least
Nude
for a
Bomb, yeah.
remake, yeah, at least for Get Smart again, they brought back the original writers, directors, Leonard Stern, producer, and stuff like that. So it was closer in vein to the original series.
I thought it was okay, but I still prefer the original series
Well,
overall.
of course,
To
nothing
be
can
honest,
right. No, well, nothing's gonna be better than that. But
is Barbara Feldon still alive? I think she is, isn't she?
I don't know now. I did when
She's
I
in her
bought the
90s.
DVD. Yeah, when I got the DVD set about somewhere around the year 2000, they came out with a nice DVD set, and she did a lot of the narration, behind the scenes and scenes. I can't remember, in
Oh my
trivia
God!
and all that.
I just looked it up on Wikipedia, and she's still alive at the age of 90.
God bless her.
I love Barbara Feldon. Talk about one of the sexiest, hottest women of 1960s TV. I put Barbara at
Yep,
the top of my list.
and
She's
her voice, my
babe,
goodness.
totally babe material for sure. God
Well, it was
damn.
the trifecta. It was her, Barbara Eden, and Elizabeth Montgomery, right?
Oh Jesus! Can you imagine a threesome with them or foursome
Yeah,
or
I know,
whatever?
right? Yeah, but I'd have to say, and if I had to narrow it down, which I don't like doing, but I would have to say for me, it's very close on the fence. If I had to pick which one's hotter, it would be the two Barbaras, and then I have to maybe, if I was forced with a gun to my head, say maybe Barbara Eden. But it's hard. I don't know. They're both so hot.
I would have a hard time choosing. And I don't mean hard as in a joke, but it's like, damn, I wouldn't really care if any one of them wanted to have a little bit of fun with me any night of the week. I wouldn't say no. So you know,
I know.
trouble is that's just fantasy material, and it's long gone. They're all past their gorgeous years, and they're all
Hey,
getting older.
right? I don't know if you remember this or if you realize or not, but Barbara Felton was taller than Don Adams, right? So she always had to scrunch down.
I remember reading sometimes they'd put Dawn on like they'd
Apple
put her on
box, right? They
a
called it an
box.
apple crate, right? Or they would show her slouch. She would slouch when she stood next to him, and she said sometimes she had to do it for so long it would hurt her back.
Oh, that's not good. I can think of a much better way to hurt Barbara's back, actually.
Yeah, she had. Remember, she was doing commercials and stuff. She had a great voice.
Oh God, she was a very, very sexy, beautiful lady. Well, she still is. Fuck.
Am
I,
I?
I, I hate it when I forget that the people are still alive when I talk in the past tense. It's like,
And
oh
you're talking
shit.
about a 90-year-old lady.
Yeah, but I mean, still.
I know. And here's a link to Jim's got a video called Broken Captain Video. And Jim says, "Hail pop culture, Gorilla and PvP. Gorilla,
Yeah,
you
Hell,
still with
Jim.
us? Yeah, Gorilla's there.
that
He made
captain was pretty funny.
I gotta say, that's a very personal question, but I'm willing to answer it. I have no need for pills. I am still fully functional, as
I
David
just
would
popped
say.
one
I'm still fully
oxycodone.
I'm still fully functional in my later years, and
It's good.
trouble is I don't have any ladies to prove it to. That's the problem.
Oh, that's not good. You need to put an ad in Craigslist or something.
I should, but I'm not that
Yeah.
attractive, so.
Craigslist shut down their personnel because of new law.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Prostitution.
Oh,
No,
shit.
no. Well, that's part of the problem, but that they could get held accountable for the personal ads on there because there's one guy. He actually, part of his punishment was he was banned from the internet for 30 days there because he got pissed with his neighbor there, so he put an ad there on Craigslist, and some guy showed up to the neighbor's house naked with just a church on.
And I know we had a few Craigslist killers
Oh,
where they lured
fuck.
people into their houses and then killed them. I know there was a couple of those.
Well,
Yeah.
that's why I'm really reluctant to the online dating thing because you never know. You might meet some really crazy
Well,
bitch.
that's why you say public place. Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
meet you in a bar or something like
a
that.
Yeah, I did
Police
it.
coffee shop,
station. Or
I
coffee.
police
did.
station.
No,
I did it. It
yeah,
cost me
police
100
station. That'd be a good idea.
PvP. I did it. It cost me $100 a month,
Holy shit!
or
Well,
not a
they
month.
do. Well, PvP. If you don't mind, if you have lots and lots of patience and lots of caffeine, they say church is a good place to meet women.
The only
No,
trouble with church is that those will be religious women. I'm
no,
not into religion. That's the
no,
problem, Bob.
no.
Yeah,
You
that's
go.
the problem. Is you got to swallow all that while you're there. Yeah.
That's the
No,
problem. Yeah, you got to swallow all the bullshit, right?
no. What you got to do is go bump into the lady's shopping cart there at the supermarket.
Oh, and then tell her how cute you are. Yeah, yeah. There you go. By the way, you're cute.
I got the feeling if I did that, I'd just get a dirty look more than a positive response. Actually, though.
Or you don't even have to bump the car. Just wait till they come out and say, "Oh, I accidentally bumped it, but it doesn't look like there's any damage." Well, why you're cute.
No,
By the
not
way,
the car.
I like your walker.
Not the car. The cart.
The
Yeah, I
cart.
know the cart.
Oh no,
I got
yeah, but
the
even
cart.
the cart you can't take a chance because they'll say, "Oh my God, you damaged my car. What's your? I want your insurance." So I would
No,
wait.
no, no,
I
no,
would
no,
wait till they came out and say, "Oh, I accidentally bumped it."
no, no, not the car. The like when you go
Cart,
down the
yeah,
highway.
shopping cart,
You're
shopping
Yeah,
cart.
talking
shopping cart.
CART, right, Gorilla?
Yeah.
Yeah, so am I. That's what I'm saying. Is if you where I'm at, even if you bump it with a paper box, they're going to complain and want your insurance. Is what I'm saying.
You know, the only
So what I
problem.
would say is I'd say, oh, I accidentally bumped against your car while you were in the store, but I don't see any damage because I've learned in California they sue for everything.
Oh.
I don't know if
Oh,
Arizona. I'm sure Arizona's not as bad, but where I'm from, they sue for everything. You would never admit to doing something like that ever, ever. Even
oh
with
no.
cardboard box, I don't care if it's a paper airplane. No, they're going to want to sue you.
No, no, that's only funny. Like when you put the notes on the windshield, there, and go. Sorry, I accidentally bumped you there. I hope you don't mind, or dinged your car, or ran into your vehicle there. I hope you don't mind. And just sit in a couple rows back and just watch them when they come out. Sit there looking for the damage.
They would. They'd be walking around it for an hour. No, what I do is I put a note saying, "I'm sorry, I accidentally pissed in your open window."
No, 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 no. That's so fun. Just go. Hey, I accidentally bumped your vehicle. I didn't see nothing. Nothing. I apologize. And they'll sit there looking around for a good 15 minutes. Circle the vehicle, look for damage. They're calling underneath, see if they can find any cracks or anything. It's the funniest thing.
I was in a parking lot eating lunch, San Francisco, in the Fillmore district. I remember I was eating lunch, and I was watching YouTube videos, and I had the windows down because the weather was nice. And it was a video about cats, like cats with cucumbers and just stupid where cats do stupid stuff. Anyway, and I listened to it on the obviously the radio in my car with the Bluetooth, and it was turned up, and I'm listening. I'm eating lunch, and they're playing these cat videos, and they play a video of a cat meowing, like just meow, meow. You should have seen all the hags and the ears that perked up in the parking lot. Everybody
God.
started panicking, looking everywhere, like, "Oh my God, oh goodness, where's this?" And then they all looking towards my car, like, "What is that horrible man doing to a cat?"
Oh God. So they thought you were torturing a cat?
Yes, and it was just something playing on the radio. It's just that
That's
they're that
wow.
intrusive in California. They will
That's
make it their
weird.
business. Doesn't matter where you are, they're going to make it their business. They've got the right.
You should have played the one with the cat playing the piano. That would have probably
See, this is
thrown
where
them off.
I'm glad I can think real fast on my feet, and I can fuck with people so bad. And they
How's
want
that?
Well, if they can try to make your business there, you can just really fuck with them there. Think
I remember you're surrounded by hundreds of thousands. It's like the invasion of the body snatchers, which took place where? San Francisco in the 1978 version.
wait, you mean they how did they not get sick from all the shit they're stepping on?
Well, because they're eating it, so they're alert. They built up immunity.
No, there probably wasn't as much shit on the streets back then when the movie was made, though, right, guys?
No, correct. There was not, and that reminds me, we do need to show that movie eventually because we showed the original, and that remake is a good one.
Actually, come to think of it, I went to San Francisco with a couple of art school buddies in 1991 after we finished our studies. Well, actually, before it was spring break, and you know what spring break is like. You're supposed to study for like 10 days or whatever, and you go,
No, you're supposed to
"Fuck
get laid. We're talking about spring break.
yeah, you go, fuck that. I'm going to go on a road trip with my buddies. And that's exactly what the three of us did.
Get drunk and party, right?
Oh, yeah. Lots of booze, cigarettes, good music in the car, playing our cassette tapes back in those days, right?
Oh,
And
yes.
like, oh my God.
Hey, I got a question. What's a cassette?
Go look it up on Google.
It's that little thing, right? It's that little thing you wind with a pencil.
That's that thing with two hubs where you put the tape rolls through it while you listen to it, girl.
Yeah.
Anyway, we had the greatest time. I can't believe my shitty little Pontiac Acadian. I drove all the way down to San Francisco from Vancouver. It was like 3.5 days before we got there. We had a hell of a great time, though. By the way, the Oregon coast, if you guys have never seen it, you got to go there. It's
nice.
beautiful.
All the way up California, Oregon used to be really
Oh
nice.
my
Yeah, Pacific
God,
Coast Highway, all that.
We got out of the car and we ran around in the sand and got our shoes all wet, but it was worth it because it was so fucking awesome. Love the Oregon coast. It's gorgeous.
Yep.
Anyway, we finally got down to San Fran, and we went basically because we were big art school geeks at the time, and we wanted to go to the Museum of Fine Art down in San Francisco, which we did, which was fantastic because they had all kinds of great paintings on the walls. But don't forget, this is like 3 months after that huge earthquake hit.
Well, yeah, the Loma Prieta.
Yeah, and a lot of people died in that because they got crushed.
Yeah. Right, that's where the Nimitz Freeway collapsed down on the one below it. Yeah, and all that stuff.
Like was pretty sick, really, to think about. But yeah. Anyway, I'll never forget we went into the Museum of Fine Arts in San Francisco. We walked up the stairs, and there were cracks in the fucking walls so big. I actually put my arm in one because it was that big a crack. It was like probably 5 or 6 inches wide, right? I was like, holy shit, this is really a real thing, right? When you see it firsthand, it's like, it's not like a newscast. It's like, you realize how bad this thing was, right?
Well, it's built on unstable, water and soil, and I mean it's not even a stable bedrock where that whole city's built. So they're just asking for it. That's why they had that new tower called the Millennium Tower, which they obviously built around the year 2000, and it's leaning and sinking.
Shit. That's not
so they build it on shit, and then they go and scratch their heads later. And by the way, it's like, okay, yeah, they upgraded their standards for earthquakes for buildings, obviously, but all they did is make them more rubber-like. So basically, now if there's an earthquake, they can sway without the cracking. The problem is what they don't want to talk about is what happens to the glass in all those skyscrapers.
Oh yeah, no, that's the same in Vancouver. They've started designing buildings that'll sway in an earthquake because Vancouver is on the west coast. So
right, but glass can't bend, so the glass is going to be shattering it down to all the people below.
Oh God, yeah. One of these days, Vancouver's going to get hit hard with a big one, which I hope doesn't happen in my lifetime, but I'm sure it's going to happen eventually. And it's going to be a lot of pain and suffering for sure, Pop.
No, the big one's going to come along that fault line that's along the Mississippi there. It's supposedly a little bit overdue, but the last time it really went off was 150 years ago, and it actually reversed the flow of the Mississippi.
Holy shit. That's pretty freaky.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's going to be a lot worse than anything in California because, California has the swaying things with the windows breaking, but with the areas it's going to hit, it's all brick and mortar.
Well, no, but my point is the reason why they've designed the buildings like that is because glass is cheaper to replace. It's like there could be a major earthquake, buildings are fine, just replace the glass and we're ready to go. Screw all those people that are dead.
Yeah, no, but the brick and mortar buildings will collapse.
Well,
around
yeah,
here.
right, but if it's a fault line that they're expecting something to happen, and if they're just sitting around their asses not doing something about it, then I guess they're going to get what they deserve, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem is here is like Vancouver is on what they call the Ring of Fire, right? Which is like a volcanic, earthquake zone that goes around, the Pacific region. So we're the same as like California, basically.
Yeah.
Like when they get an well, we do have earthquakes actually off the coast many times during the year, like probably 3 or 4 times a year. There'll be an earthquake, off the coast on one of the islands we have out here,
So,
right?
what do you
But
guys get, like high waves or like surfing or what?
it's
Yes.
usually not that bad. It's usually just like, just little seismic tremors. And I haven't heard of any real bad stuff happening for many years. There was one earthquake in the 50s, I believe, in northern BC that really wrecked a town. And some people might have died. It was really bad, but
But
I'd have to look it up.
Are you sure that's not the one that was right off the coast of Alaska in I think '69?
It might be, yeah.
That was
It
a
might be.
There's one right off the coast of Alaska that was the largest earthquake ever, measuring 9.6.
There was a bad one. Yeah, I'll have to look it up, girl. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
it was
could be right, man.
Yeah, it's 9.6. It was a 9.6 in the middle in the ocean too.
Could be.
Oh yeah, it was really bad.
Yeah.
Like people, I'm pretty sure people did die in that one. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well 9.6. You'll feel that for thousands of miles.
Oh yeah, it was a major one. Yeah.
Not good when people end up dying. Like that, you heard about Guatemala or whatever, or yeah, Mexico got that big old ass hurricane the other day.
Yeah. Wait, I didn't hear the other day. I didn't hear about that one.
Yeah, just last week, big old hurricane hit. They weren't expecting Guadalajara. That's it. They weren't expecting it. They just thought it was gonna be a storm, and then boom, it just like took down a whole bunch of shit.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh.
That's the only thing about those tropical areas. They get hit by those typhoons and hurricanes and shit.
Hey, I'd rather get hit by a hurricane than a tornado.
That's okay. I'd rather get hit by an earthquake than either of those.
Well, with a hurricane, at least you got a week. They tell you got a week to pack your shit and get out.
Well, no, that's what they thought there, but no, because they thought it was just a mild storm. So even a hurricane can surprise you sometimes. But yeah, I know those tornadoes are horrible. I was in the South through a couple seasons of that, and I said I'd never do it again.
Yeah, it's one reason I'm glad to live in this part of the world.
Yeah, there was a freeway. Was it I-40? I can't remember. It went like tornadoes go like either east to west or north and south. There's one trajectory they always stay on. I don't remember which one it is.
No, a lot of ours go southeast, go northeast.
That could be it. But there was a major freeway artery that goes all through the states, and I think it was the 40. I don't remember, but I would hear about how that tornado would just follow along on that freeway and just knock out all the cars.
There's one just last year in it's either Arkansas or Mississippi. There, that I was watching the weather forecast. He was talking about there's a circulation. They're watching the tornado form on the radar there, and he just started praying right there on air.
Oh,
Well,
shit.
they're all yeah, but I have to admit, okay, Arkansas is where I was when I went through this. What I'm talking about, and they are way over the top religious fanatics too. That is the Bible Belt for a reason. That's why they call it that.
Yeah. No, but this was an F5 going to tear through a town.
I know, but I saw people break it out, in a prayer every time they would take a shit.
Yeah.
It is the Bible Belt, so they go way overboard when it comes to, and not only that, their churches look like casinos. I mean, they are huge, and they have all the flashing lights and billboards. They look exactly like you're in Vegas. Oh, and another reason about the South is another thing is the racism. You'll see a white church next to a black church next to a gay church. I'm not kidding. I'm not exaggerating.
So much for religion bringing people together, right?
Right. Well, I always tease them and say, "What if when I die, I accidentally walk through the wrong door? What do I do?" And they're like, I don't know.
We need a straight male church, maybe.
So BS. Right. Bullshit.
Well, that's why I'm
Pass
not
the collection,
religious.
and it all
That's
ends
why.
with pass the collection plate. Just remember that.
You
All
know,
you got
it's
to do is
really
pass the
scary. I
collection plate.
just looked up earthquakes in BC, and I got like more than BC. I got well, I got some other stuff, but most of it's BC. But oh my God, there's like 40 or 50 of them over the years. So I really can't remember that bad one. I can't find it, but we are definitely in an earthquake zone for sure.
Well, they always say that day's going to happen. It
Yeah.
seems like Gorilla where he's at and where I was at and where you're at. It seems like no matter where you're at, there's like, oh, there's going to be one of these days where it's going to catch up to us.
Well, ours is
Yeah, the last one I see is 2018, so it's been a while.
yeah. Well, where ours is it's not an earthquake zone, and you don't get that. We don't get that many, or actually any earthquakes. There might be small tremors that nobody feels, but it's what they call a mid-continental fault line, where it's
Right.
there's a fault line right along the middle of the tectonic plate.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, but when those tectonic plates shift, I mean, it feels like an earthquake, right?
Yeah, but it happens like every 150, 200 years.
And very subtle, I guess. Very little at a time.
Ours
Yeah.
is more
last-
active. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll look it up here. When was that?
I gotta say, I'm looking at the Wikipedia from 16. It goes back to 1663, which is kind of amazing. That's Quebec, though. So I'm gonna go back. 1700 in the Pacific Northwest was the first one I'm saying. So from 1700 to 2018, there's probably been at least like 20 or 30 earthquake experiences here. So we are in an active zone in the so-called Ring of Fire for sure.
Oh, okay. The one that
Wish
struck.
I could find that legendary one though. I can't find it. Damn.
What's that,
I know.
Gorilla?
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Gorilla.
the
Sorry.
earthquake I was talking about happened in 1812.
Oh, the Alaskan? You're
7.5.
talking about the Alaskan one or
No,
what?
nope. The one that happened in Missouri that
Okay.
reversed the flow of the
Oh,
Mississippi. There,
gotcha.
that's the New Madrid fault line is what they I think it was it's called. Yeah,
Sounds like you need a new lighter.
me.
Yeah, you having to flick your Bic like 10 times.
I don't even have my pick even on my desk.
Oh, I bet I heard somebody flicking a Bic.
No, I don't have my pick.
I don't smoke, so it ain't me. So
Yeah, same here. My lungs are. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't.
yeah, my lungs are too fucked up. So it is.
So PvP, do you remember the old flick your Bic commercials?
I think I do, but I can't remember them verbatim because it's been.
Oh,
so
I
long.
do. I remember there was one because they would never show it now, and it shows a little tiny rowboat with these two men sitting in the back of it. It's a rowboat, and these two men.
God.
It's on an ocean, and this big, huge woman is at front, flicking her Bic. She's holding it out and extending it, and they're in the fog, and they see, keep flicking your Bic, Martha. There's bound to be a ship within at least 1,000 miles.
Oh God.
Yeah, I was thinking, I don't think they'd show that commercial these days.
That sounds pretty silly, to be honest.
Well, that's what they were. They were advertising that you could flick your Bic, and it was always, I don't know, the best lighter. You can only have to flick it once or twice, and it would light compared to the crack lighters, I guess.
Hey, the cracklers are fun, especially when you turn them all the way up there. That's what I
You can do that, right? You can't turn them into a torch, yes.
Oh yeah, we crank those things all the way up because I always have people ask me to borrow my lighter. Then I get to that one. Oh my God, I don't know how many people's hair getting singed I'm responsible for over the years. I always get called an asshole for that.
I'm still trying to figure out earthquakes in British Columbia, but I'm not having much chance. But apparently, One of the first one recorded was in 1700, which kind of blows my mind. I'm not sure how they even have that stat. Uh, I'm just looking though. The 1946 one. I don't think I'm getting any of the ones I'm trying to find because I think there was one that was really, really bad, but I'm not seeing them.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to give up because I know there was one where people died, but these all say no fatalities. So I think I'm
Well,
going to
that's
say,
good then.
yeah, I think I'm going to say F it though and give up on
Well, is there
my,
really
my
anybody?
earthquake search.
Well, is there really anybody located in those areas?
What's that, Gorilla?
It sounds
Is
like
there?
they're populated. Hello, Ella Gray. Good to see you. Glad you could join us. Welcome.
Hey,
Oh
it's the
yeah, yeah,
OG.
yeah. There was one in the northern. I think it was somewhere up the north coast in BC, which is a fairly populated community, and the earthquake basically, just tore the shit out of the town. Just basically, just ripped the hell out of all the infrastructure, and people are like homeless, and it was bad. And I'm still trying. I wish I could remember what year that was because it was. It's kind of legendary here that it was really bad, and I'm pretty sure people did die in that one. It was really pretty god awful. That was a bad one. Yeah, I
Ola
can't
Gray
find
says
it though.
hello. Ola Gray says hello, everyone, and he says cheers.
Hey, Elder Greg,
And he
have a
says
good
I'm
one,
watching
man.
horror movies all weekend, but I wanted to say hi. Well, that's fantastic, Ola Gray. Anything good you can recommend? I've been watching horror movies too. That's what I was telling the guys earlier. But I've watched two stinkers the last couple of days, so I've got
Oh
to be
shit.
real cautious. Hail, Ola Gregg, says Jim.
Well, me, I was their PvP probably had more fun listening to the commentary they did on the movie that we watched there last week with Loon Lake.
Yeah, Loon Lake was. I had actually
What
enjoyed
do
your
you so? What
back.
do you think, PvP? Now that you watched it, you've had a week to think about it. What do you think about Moonlight?
I actually enjoyed Gorilla's backstory about his local area where he lives, which made the film more interesting. I thought the film was kind of crap, actually.
Well, you
There
got through
wasn't
the
much.
whole thing. I couldn't make it through the whole thing,
There
so I give you
wasn't
credit for
much
that.
to. There wasn't much to the film, to be honest. But Gorilla added so much backstory as to where the locations were and the local, urban legends about the witch and all that crap. And that's kind of what made it fun for me is just listening to
Too bad all
actually
that
listen.
wasn't in the movie.
Yeah, exactly. Well, listening to Gorilla was probably 10 times as more interesting than the movie itself. So
Huh. Well, good
I'm
thing he
still
was
glad
there
I
to help.
watched it though.
Yeah, good thing he was there to help explain it. I
Oh,
watched
I
the
never.
movie Cold Turkey
I,
without Gorilla.
yeah, I'll never watch it again. I thought it was like a grade, maybe a grade C minus kind of movie at best. But Gorilla made it worthwhile, so it was fun.
Well,
Yeah.
that's good as long as you guys enjoy yourself.
Well, it's
We
just
had a
something
good time.
like Pop's been all these famous filming locations. Well, this is the only filming location I can go to that I know of. That's close
That's
by.
okay. That's okay. It
Oh, the
was a
one
false
thing.
start. I don't like. I don't like. Like I've said it before, where you think the plot's actually moving ahead. You're saying, "Oh, finally something's happening." Oh no, it was just a dream. And then again, oh, finally something's happening. Oh no, it was just a dream. No, no, I can't do that anymore.
Are you talking about the flashbacks?
Yes, yes, there were numerous,
There were a
Well,
and I
lot of
had to go through the same
flashbacks. I
thing.
gotta say.
Yeah, and I had to go through the same thing in these two movies this weekend. It's like, oh my god, I can't do it.
well,
Or or the old little girl going through trauma because her childhood. It's like, no, I can't do it anymore. I just can't do it.
my problem with it is they're doing the flashbacks in backward, reverse chronological order than they should have. That it's like trying to make sense of that.
Well, it's just that, like I've said before, it's two steps forward, or it's one step forward, two steps back, because you think, oh my god, the plot's finally moving. Thank goodness, because you're bored as hell, and you think, oh, something's finally happening, but then no, it's just a dream, and they're back to where it was before, and you're like, oh no, so nothing really progressed, nothing really advanced in the movie. Oh no, and then they do it again and again and again in the same movie. It's like, no, I can't do it anymore. Can't do it because the whole point of anybody who knows horror movies, like The Thing is a good example. I'm going to use that because that's the one we covered most recently. Is you build the tension gradually towards a climax towards the end. You don't build a little bit and go back, build a little bit, go back, build a little bit, go back, to where there is no tension throughout the entire movie building up. That's, there's so many no's, and I took filmmaking. I know what I'm talking about. There are so many things they do wrong in these modern movies that is wrong. I mean, you've got to build up. Watch an Alfred Hitchcock movie, damn it, for all these people. You've got to build up suspense. You've got to build up dread. You've got to build up to a climax. You've got to keep the plot moving. You don't start the plot moving and then stop it and go back, and then stop it and go back and stop it. You don't do that. You just don't do that. But the people that write these modern day movies, they don't know any better. All they know is what they've seen on Firefly and Serenity and shit like that. So they don't know how to write a good movie. They're incapable of it. I did watch one good movie, but it was not necessarily a horror movie, and that's called Candyland. I do recommend that for you guys if you get a chance to watch it. Candy Space Land. It's not the one I was talking about last week. The one I was talking about last week was Feed Me, which is intensely gory. But Candyland is kind of like it's a murder mystery kind of thing that takes place at a truck stop with prostitutes. I know that sounds terrible, but it's a relatively good movie, and I'll say it was a breath of fresh air. It's not all the things that I just said, and it's a fairly recent movie. It's like 2022, 2023, or something like that. So. I mean, every now and then a movie might stand out that's worth watching. That's why I do go through it. These movies, it's like going in. I know it's going to stink. I'm telling myself, I know it's going to stink. I can tell by just the poster. But it's like, I'm going to give it a try. But, 8 times out of 10, I have to end up stopping it. Like halfway, 3/4 of the way through, because I just can't do it anymore. I can't. Because, the movie's going nowhere, and I'm not going to force myself to go all the way to the end. So for those people that say, well, you got to watch the whole thing to appreciate it, to give it a true opinion or a review. No, I don't. I know if a movie's going to stink 5 minutes in, but I will keep saying, no, I'll give it a little more. I'll give it a chance. I'll watch it a little bit more. I'll try. And the whole movie is me looking at my watch saying, no, I'm going to try. And then finally I say, fuck them. Screw them.
That sounds like Into Darkness for my movie experience. That was the only movie I ever walked out of. I almost felt like grabbing the manager and going, give me my fucking money back, you asshole.
For me, that was Generations. I'm not only physically ill, but I was mad because my friend wouldn't leave. Well, let's just maybe look at better. And I finally said, fuck this. I'll wait for you out in the car.
Yeah, that was the sad thing. My cousin was my cousin's generally an awesome guy, but we're more like brothers and cousins, but for some fucking reason, he was kind of enjoying, Into Darkness, which I'll never understand.
So I guess he's not a true Star Trek. He's not a true Star Trek fan, right? Like TOS fan.
Yeah, he actually is a huge Star Trek fan. Like him and I grew up on TOS, and we both love it. And he knows TOS as much as I do, right? So he's a huge Trekkie, but for some reason that movie had him.
All the bells and whistles and the flashing lights, I guess.
Yeah, bells and whistles, I think, right? Pop, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I survived somehow, but oh fuck,
when I watched out of Generations, and that was the last time I ever went to a theater to see a Star Trek movie, and I'm proud of that. So proud of it. And especially knowing like with TNG, even the TNG fans say most of the movies sucked. So it's like I missed nothing. Like I'm gonna go watch Insurrection and whatever crap. It's like I don't have to. Even the TNG fans will tell you how bad that shit is. So I'm so glad I spared myself.
What pisses me off about Next Generation is there's a huge majority of fans that are younger than we are, Pop, who basically discovered Trek through the Next Generation.
Yes.
And they love it. They worship it.
That's all they know, right? That's all they know.
Yeah. They think Picard is, the coolest guy ever. When we know better.
Hey, it's Cisco. That's the coolest guy ever.
I was going to say, debating on the age, right? Some people it was DS9.
Hey, right. I like Cisco much better. For me, it's like.
Oh, I'll even admit that I didn't like DS9, but I'll admit at least he had a pair, unlike Picard.
Yes. And I liked how Cisco, he was not afraid to kick ass when he had to, because
Oh, Picard needed therapy
remind,
every time he was confronted with anything.
Cisco reminded me of Kirk though, because he was often like really tough. He'd say, "Fuck this, I'm going to kick some ass." Picard was a pussy. I think
He
it's like,
was. Who do you
oh,
think he was?
we have an issue. Let's go to my ready room and have a conference for like half an hour.
All right, and then don't forget when we're done with that, I got to talk to the bartender first too. Don't forget that.
Yeah, and then he
Who
has
magically has the answers for everything.
I had to go to Guinan
Yeah.
with her horrible
Oh.
hats and get
Oh,
advice.
with Guinan there on that new Picard there in when they had her show up there, they actually had Whoopi Goldberg make a cameo appearance
Right,
there.
500-pound Whoopi Goldberg, who's like 80
Well, I'm
years
glad
old. Right?
I'm glad I didn't watch that.
They put her in the worst outfit they could have put her in. That just showed how like big she
What
is.
was that? What you got something against couch covers?
That's season 3 of Picard, I'm guessing. I got
Now
5 episodes
remember,
in,
like
I gave
Data,
up.
she's supposed to be an alien that doesn't age. I like how the TNG fans are just stumbling over themselves to come up with excuses for how it's okay that Data and Whoopi or whatever the fuck her name is aged. I love it. They're all the excuses they're coming up with.
Hey, I didn't defend nothing on it.
Hey, well, maybe the character didn't age, but the actress certainly fucking did, right?
Of course, horribly. I think about this. Think about this. The guy that plays Data, when he aged worse than the other actors did.
Oh, it's like just
Come on, people.
When I think of actors past their prime trying to reprise their golden years, I'm just thinking, give it the fuck up. Just don't even do it, right? Just don't do it. You're gonna look old. You're gonna look shitty.
Right.
It's like,
At least the TOS cast never got so desperate, but they put on the old suits again and got on the old TOS bridge for another adventure. They never got that desperate.
Well,
yeah, I'm glad it ended with Star Trek 6. Yeah,
or do like what the guy that played Scotty did.
Jimmy Doohan?
Jimmy Doohan did. He made a cameo appearance in TNG as a
I know.
that was a good one though. That was a great episode.
Yeah, that's what they should do.
Well, remember, the only thing that made that episode good is because he was in it. As far as writing, if you look back, all it was one big member berry, and it was written by the same people that wrote the rest of the TNG episodes.
Oh, I'm not saying it was a great episode, but just seeing Jimmy.
It was just good to see him again, right? That was the only good thing about it.
On the bridge of the original Enterprise in that scene, that almost brought tears to my eyes. It was so good, right?
Yeah, and I admit I like that scene too.
Yeah, I just thought it was nice that they brought him back, and paid him a little bit of bucks, and
I agree.
Gave him a little bit of love, in his later years. Like, damn,
wasn't that his last turn as Scotty, wasn't it?
It probably was. Yeah, he probably died. Like, I don't know, what year was that?
Yeah, I think that was after Star Trek 6, wasn't it? Or no?
2008.
Oh, it must have been.
I think Jimmy Doohan was 2008.
But was that before or after Star Trek 6?
I thought he was dead.
Was that like his last turn as Scotty, or no? Do you guys remember?
It must have been. I'm guessing.
I don't know. Star Trek 6 was in the 90s.
Yeah, and so was TNG was in the 90s too.
Yeah,
so.
they were both kind of, so I'm not sure which one was the last
just looking up James Doohan, Canadian actor. Let me see here. You know what I love too? He was born in Vancouver, British Columbia. Yes.
Good old Scotty.
Oh, he's only born 400 miles away from here.
Too bad his son's an asshole.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah, flaming liberal.
Well, it's just like Roddenberry's son is a complete.
Oh yeah,
fuck up
same thing.
He sold the whole franchise out for bucks, and now it's shit, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I can see anything here. Give me a minute. Television. Ah, shit.
But I'm hard pressed. I've said it before and I'll say it again. But even the people who played in TNG are terrible actors. I mean, no range. Not one of them had a range. I'll give you an example, like the doctor who played what's her face. I don't remember. Pesley's mother, whatever. All she did was play the same character in every episode. You never saw her show that nearly the range that DeForest Kelly showed. I mean, she had bad acting. She was like part of the wall behind her. The whole cast was bad acting. Troy, Counselor Troy, my God.
Oh God, Troy, Jesus.
Riker, one
Uh,
note. Riker was just Riker, and he plays Riker, and he acts like Riker. It's like
yeah, I just,
none of them had a
yeah.
range, not one of them.
You know, weird thing was, Pop, I actually enjoyed Next Generation when it was first airing in syndication way back in the day. Because I guess, it was new, right? And I guess I was hungry for a new Star Trek, so I didn't mind it. But I'll tell you, when I look back now and think about the episodes
Oh,
and think, think about even watching them, I think like it's cringe land. Like what you're saying is like Troy Riker. It's like, bleh. I
yeah.
can't stand those
Hey,
characters.
I got it wrong. It was 2005.
Which was
Jimmy Doohan's death.
passing. Got
Yeah.
it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just looking it up here.
Yeah, I think it was like maybe 2000. I'm guessing
Well,
12 or 13, or no, 14 or 15 when the boy went. I think.
he did Undiscovered Country in 1991.
Okay.
I'm looking for TV here. Give me a second. I got to.
Yeah, he's done video games too. The Star Trek video games.
Yeah, a few of those he voiced. Judgment
give me
Rights. I think I had
gotta
one of those.
scroll. Oh, he did. He did the
Relics.
Next Generation episode in Relics, which I love that episode in 1992. So that's cool.
So that was his last turn as Scotty. Then was in Relics.
Hey,
No, I just looked. He's actually did a Deep Space Nine episode in 1996 called Trials and Tribulations, which was kind of a
No, that was just them showing scenes of him from the
that was
dribbles.
That was old footage. So I totally agree.
I don't know how I don't know exactly how they did it, but they just filmed over old cast and integrated the crew.
Well, that was easy. It was an easy. Yeah, it was the lineup where Kirk was chewing them out, and because it's easy to overlay the the actors over the older ones.
Okay, because there's also like the scenes where they had like the actresses integrating with them, and like they also had like that. The Cisco one, they must have just did it that one right over
the girl
actor there.
Oh yeah. I actually really liked that episode because it was so seamless the way they put it all together. I thought that was a fun episode. I mean, maybe it's kind of silly, but I thought it was fun.
Yeah, so that one doesn't. I don't know if that really could count as a Star Trek acting spot there.
No, it's not. It's definitely not his last appearance because it's like just a repeat of his earlier.
Right. It's right. It's not even. Yeah, he wasn't even involved in it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I see he was in one episode of MacGyver.
Who was?
MacGyver.
Scott, or Jimmy here.
Oh, we're good for him.
He was in Fantastic Voyage in 1966.
Really? Fantastic.
Must have been a small role, maybe as a technician or something.
You talking the film?
Yeah, the one with Raquel Welch.
Fantastic Dr. Sawyer. Hypothermia technician, uncredited.
He was one of the technicians in the background there before they injected the guy.
That's cool. I love Fantastic Voyage. I saw that the drive-in when I was a kid in the 60s with my parents, and I was like, totally. That's probably one of the early sci-fi experiences when I love science fiction, because that's a great film. I never realized he was one of the scientists.
Here's one you'll really appreciate. The Man from U.N.C.L.E. 2 episodes.
Not surprised he was in Twilight Zone.
I did see that. Yeah, I did see.
Yeah, 1 episode of Bewitched. I'm going by shows I recognize here.
Gotcha.
Because, I don't know nothing about Willie McBean and his magic machine.
Neither do I. Don't feel bad.
Right. I don't remember either, thank goodness.
I have no idea what the hell that is.
Yeah, so 2 episodes of Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea.
There's been a couple episodes of Bonanza, a Twilight Zone episode. Like, holy shit.
1 episode of Outer Limits. Cool. Oh, yeah, because we were talking about that earlier with us. We're recognizing the one guy, but we couldn't couldn't like figure out where to hit it, but I see some of them. I was like, okay, that's where I recognize the voice. I recognize that voice, But where did I actually see him? Actually, he looks because I don't know actors' names. Unless it's something that's been pounded in my head over and over again, like the main actors of the
Oh,
Star Trek. There, like
I
I can name your Star Trek actors pretty good, or Babylon 5. I can name the actors pretty good. But you tell me, oh, this guy here. I was like, who? Then they show he was in this. And then they show me a picture. Oh, that asshole. Okay, I got you.
okay. I have to mention this. I think I'm in trouble. All right, let me get caught up. I watched two pretty good horror movies: The Breach from 2022. And by the way, suitable pleasure order rig. I just high seed it today and obtained it because I know that it was going to be directed by Stuart Gordon. And I read the history that it's based on an H.P. Lovecraft story, Order Greg. So I am planning on watching that tonight. Even I was planning on watching that maybe tonight after the stream, or first thing tomorrow. And Oleg Greg says, don't read anything about them. Just watch them blindly. They are better that way. I totally agree. Yes. And Oleg Greg says, okay, I got to go. Y'all have fun tonight and happy Halloween. Likewise, Oleg Greg, thank you for stopping by. I really do appreciate it. Now, Clark, I don't mean to piss you off, Clark, but I meant my opinion. And I didn't say Patrick Stewart. I was talking about the other people on TNG. Patrick Stewart, he's a better actor. I've seen some of his Shakespeare. Right. I would say if I had to classify Patrick Stewart, yes, he's a better actor than the rest. I just didn't like his portrayal as I don't think that he was good fit in the role as a captain of the Enterprise. But I'm not
Yeah,
doubting his acting range because I will admit, I mean the guy's got experience on stage and with Shakespeare and all of the
yeah.
crap. It's just that I get tired of seeing him break down and crying like a little girl is all. But I'm just saying, Clark, that is just my opinion. I know there's other people out there that have different opinions, so I don't mean to upset you.
No, I
Jim
agree.
Landscape says,
I
bye,
agree.
Oleg Greg. Sorry, go
I,
ahead.
I agree. Like I thought Patrick Stewart basically an excellent actor, right? Because
Other
all
than
the Shakespeare and all the rest of it.
Okay.
He's a damn good actor, but I think the Picard character kind of saddled him after a while into like a one note wonder,
Well, yeah,
basically.
but if you look at his IMDb before that, he wasn't exactly working every day. So it did make him a household name. It did make him a lot of money.
That's true. Yeah, true.
Right. It still brought him the fame that he never would have had without it, right?
Oh yeah, I can't blame the man for going for it for 7 years, raking the cash in. Like, wouldn't
Right.
we all? If
He was making, and
I do
plus
it.
plus the residuals, right? And
Oh,
all the
that too. Like,
merchandising and everything else.
I imagine he's got multi millions in the bank by now. But I
Yeah.
remember him before in like the movie Excalibur by John Borman, which is
Life
one of my
Force,
favorite one of my
I
favorite fantasy
Claudius,
films.
right?
Oh,
I
I
Claudius.
Claudius. Yeah,
You know
he
what?
was great. I love that show. Damn, I wish somebody would actually, do a critique of I Claudius, the TV show, because that's a
Well,
great
I don't
show.
know if I could stay awake long enough. I remember my good friend Sean tried to get me to
It's a
sit down
good
and watch it.
show.
I'm sure it is. My good friend Sean wanted to try to get me to watch it, but it's like, nah, I can't.
Well, it's like BBC. It's slow paced, but it is a damn good
I know,
show.
and I don't know. I know this is going to sound crazy, and this is why it took me such a long. In fact, this is why I never got into Doctor Who because the damn BBC, everything they were doing was videotape, and it made it. I mean, if it wasn't low budget in the first place, when they shot on videotape, it made it look even worse. And for me, that was hard to stomach. At least, and I still remember. At least I remember that I could stomach Monty Python and Benny Hill and all that stuff because at least that was shot on film. But that horrible, blurry, low definition videotape, like especially the original black and white Doctor Who's, I couldn't stomach it. I just couldn't do it. It looked like a high school play.
Yeah, I've watched a number of the black and white Doctor Who's, and I actually didn't. I actually enjoyed them, but
I know a lot of people don't mind, but for me, I don't know why. I was just a fanatic for film quality ever since I was a kid,
well,
and I couldn't do
I
it. I don't know why.
I gotta say I do agree in some extent with you, Pop, because I'm a huge the Avengers fan from the 1960s
Which
British
was
show.
film, right?
No, 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 no. Season one
well,
is
yeah, some of the original episodes. Yeah, you're talking about for
season
originally.
one. I think there's only 3.5 remaining episodes. The rest of them were on. Well, there's always on videotape in season one, and they wiped most of them clean. Good old BBC, gotta love them, eh?
I
They thought,
know.
well, nobody's ever going to watch this shit again,
Well,
so
you
they wiped the
remember,
tapes.
right? You remember back in the day when they had the old videotape, the era we're talking about, like let's say '60s, for example. Now we're talking about TV shows and let's say game shows. Do you
Right?
remember how the white and the black, how it had trouble contrasting, and they always burned the Vidicon tube whenever it would pass by something bright? You know, all the streaks on the camera and the screen. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think I do actually.
Yeah, it was just I don't know. I don't know why, because at the time I knew that film was available because they were also making stuff shot on film. And I remember even as a little kid, I'm thinking, wow, that's cheap. Why can't they shoot it on film? Why can't it be on film?
It was
Because video
budget.
made it look even worse.
They were cheap bastards, basically. I think, Pop.
It was.
Right?
Well, like the Twilight Zone, that one season they decided to, well, let's try to do it on videotape. And
I
they
think
realized after they only saved an actual few dollars that they should have just shot the whole thing on
I
film.
yeah, I remember Twilight Zone. I think they only did like 6 episodes on videotape, and then they
Yes,
realized that like, oh, we fucked up bad, and we're going back
they
to film.
did. Right. They said not only does this look like crap, but we're not really saving that much money to make it worth
You
it.
know, you know what really pisses me off about that, Pop, is one of my favorite Christmas episodes of all time with Art Carney from the Honeymooners,
Oh yeah.
playing Santa Claus is fucking on videotape, and it looks like shit, but
Yes.
I
Yes.
still love it anyway. I still watch it every Christmas because
Well,
I
yeah, well,
adore
because
that
the
episode.
writing was still there. It was still Twilight Zone. It still had
Oh,
the
and
Twilight Zone
the act,
writing and the production.
Art Carney. I mean,
The
god
meat
damn
shilling
that
hair.
man!
Right? It's the
That man
meat.
was a
Only the meat.
fantastic actor.
He was a serious actor, not only comedian, but a serious actor.
Exactly. Yes.
Same with Jackie Gleason. Interesting, and those two hated each other, right? And they couldn't get along at all. But they did long enough to shoot the Honeymooners.
Yeah, well, it's a classic 39 of the Honeymooners, right? And then there's other ones I've seen, other of different time limits. Like there's some
Right.
shorter, some longer. Yeah.
Did you see the one where Jackie Gleason broke his leg and crawled off stage?
I don't think I did. Oh shit! I'll have to try
Yeah.
and find that one.
Yeah, in true fashion, they continued shooting, and it's still in the episode.
Oh my god! Well, they were troopers back then, right? They were
Yeah, they sure
dedicated
were.
to-
That's where they had the entire script memorized before 1 foot of film or videotape or whatever would roll. They had the entire script memorized. They didn't need cue cards and all this shit like they do now.
Yeah, they were true talent back then. I remember the Christmas one though when they at the end of the episode they closed the curtains and the audience is applauding and Jackie he basically waves the curtains off and he brings the whole cast out to thank the audience
Val
for
and
watching.
everything, yeah.
And I just thought that's one of the most special moments in TV. I wish TV was that genuine, honest, and real.
Funny.
And funny, yeah. God damn, those are good.
I mean, yeah, because you know how you can tell because they could film in front of a live audience and get real laughs. Now they have to use canned laughter and prompt signs that say laugh, 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 please laugh.
Yeah, I love those old episodes where they go film before a live audience. I'm thinking, well, thank God it wasn't a dead audience.
I know it, right? And you can tell too because, like with Lucy, Married with Children, you can hear people shout things out, and you could tell it was a real audience. And sometimes you can hear the same person in different episodes.
Yep. Yeah. Damn.
By the way, for any of you fans out there of classic TV, if you go back and watch Lucy, and I'm talking I Love Lucy, the Lucy Show, and Here's Lucy, her mother was at every taping. So if you go back and watch those episodes, her mother is the one that does every time Lucy gets stuck in a spot. Her mother would be the one to hear her say
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, she always had her. When she hit it famous, first thing she did was fly her mother out from New York, and her mother was there at every taping, filming, whatever you want to call it.
That's cool. Wow.
And there's Gorilla for a second. Are you back, Gorilla?
Yeah.
Gorilla, how familiar are you with Lucy, like I Love Lucy or any of her stuff, her work. Besides Star Trek, I'm saying I know you know about her in Star Trek, but
Yeah.
how much do you know about Lucy?
Lucy, you got some explaining to do.
You nasty bitch. No, I'm just kidding.
I have to like, the extent I know of it. Like I know that they stuffed a bunch of chocolates down her shirt.
Oh, but oh wait, so you only remember like glimpses of it, you don't remember like entire episodes?
No.
Well, if you ever get a chance, I recommend it. It's still funny.
Oh, I recommend the episode where Lucy's on the assembly line. When are they trying to like?
That's what he's talking about with the chocolate, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, how about
That
her
is a
stomping the
classic.
grapes? That's another good one. Her and the grapes.
Oh, there's a lot of good ones. Yeah.
She learned a lot of her humor from the Marx Brothers and Buster Keaton, so it shows. That's why a lot of slapstick and physical humor. So she was smart for. She wasn't stupid. She learned from the masters.
Well, yeah. Back then, it was classic comedy, right? Like there wasn't any of the garbage back then.
Right. Yeah, but at least she didn't have the ego where she thought nobody needs to teach me anything. I already know everything. No, she knew to go to the smart people, the masters of comedy, and learn. And that's what and it paid off. Because remember, she started as a showgirl. Who'd ever thought some showgirl would end up being what she became? Normally you would think that they're not very smart, but no, she was very extremely smart.
I think Lucy was very, very smart, like very intelligent lady, and I mean her and Ricardo, like they were a
Desi
great
Arnaz.
team, right? Or Desi. Okay, I'm
They
thinking
were.
the character name.
Yeah, because basically, when it comes down to it, she had the comedic genius to make people laugh and to draw in that audience. He had the technical genius. He created the 3-camera system, the editing, and all that kind of stuff. So he was the business end, she was the funny end, which was a
Yeah,
perfect match.
they were a perfect team. Like as you say, she was the comedy end and he was the business end, and as a couple, they worked so well. You know what made me sad though in the later years when they fell out uh, and got divorced or whatever. That kind of made me sad.
Twice. Yeah, they got divorced and then separated and then got together again and then separated again.
Yeah, it
He
kind of
just kept
sucks.
cheating on her, right? She kept coming home and finding him surrounded by a bunch of women and booze.
Bastard.
Yeah, it sounds
Yeah.
like Blake Shelton there. Miranda Lambert, I think it was, that was married to Blake Shelton. Yeah, she got pissed because she came home and he was drunk off his ass in his underwear, and there was like 8 different women in the room with him.
8 different
Who?
women. Holy crap.
Sorry, who's that?
That was Blake Shelton,
Who's that? I'm sorry.
country singer.
Oh, okay.
I have no idea who that is.
I think Big Red, Long. No, it wasn't.
Did she divorce him and take him for a bunch of money and all that? Or
I don't know how much she took him for, but she did divorce him.
well, good, because I give her credit for that. Because sometimes they're like, "Oh, now that's a bad thing he did, but I need that man because that's all my money." So sometimes the women are afraid to leave their gold. Let's say their golden goose. But no, I love it. Like Hillary, I'm talking to you. But yeah, when they're smart enough, I love it when I hear that the woman says, "Forget this, screw this," leaves the man, and then sues him for alimony. I love it because the guy deserves to be sued and have all that money taken away. So I'm all for that. One thing though about Lucy and Desi is they still loved each other until the very end, even after they divorced.
Yeah,
Because they would still see each other at family functions. And Desi would always poke fun at her. Her new husband or her replacement was named Gary Morton. And Desi would always joke with the kids saying, "Oh, that man's still living in your house, right?" And he kept making fun of his name like he could never remember his name. But even even long after their divorce, when she was doing like the Lucy show and Here's Lucy, he was a producer on a lot of those. And he would come out and they would hug. And people say they would talk as if they were still married. So they still loved each other to the very end. They just knew they weren't compatible.
They just couldn't live together.
Right. And there's an interview with, I think it's David Letterman, with Desi Arnaz on. He's old with white hair. And he's talking about all the regrets that he regrets all the things he did to Lucy. Wish he never would have done that. She was the love of his life and all that stuff.
It must be kind of sad to lose connection with the love of your life. I guess maybe I've had some great girlfriends over the years, but I never found the love of my life, which makes me
Same
sad.
here.
But
Same
I
here. I
also
never
think,
had the opportunity.
Yeah, I also think maybe I'm blessed because I can't lose the love of my life, if that makes any sense
Maybe
at
she
all.
hasn't came along yet. What about you, Gorilla? Have you had the love of your life?
Well, I've
Uh,
got 2 kids, so I hope so.
Yeah, no offense to your ex-wife or whatever, Gorilla.
Go
I'm,
for it, Gorilla. I'm sorry.
yeah,
I'm being an ass.
I just don't want to talk about it.
Oh,
For you, it's for Gorilla, it's still recent. He's a young guy.
I
For us,
think
it's
we.
like years and decades in the past.
Oh God, yeah, too many years. Yeah, fuck
Yeah.
me. Oh, sorry to hear that, Gorilla. We didn't mean to hit a sensitive
No,
spot.
no. The good news is, Gorilla, you've got two beautiful kids. I don't have kids,
Yes,
so
I'll
I would
never
trade
have
Gorilla.
kids.
I would trade Gorilla any day for that.
Well, let's face it. At my age, I'd have to meet a woman half my age that was wanting to bang the hell out of me to have a kid at this point. So that
Yeah.
ain't going to happen.
Hey, you just need to get the sugar daddy note status.
I
I
always
don't
thought
have
about that. I should try to be a gigolo, right?
I
Maybe
don't have the kind of cash in the bank to be a sugar daddy to any girl. Sorry.
sugar daddy. God,
I guess
I
I
mean,
could always
you got to
lie,
have a
but
six-figure income to be a sugar daddy
oh
these
fuck
days.
yeah.
I mean, it's not just right. It's not just buy me that ring, and now it's buy me that plastic surgery.
I'm way too poor. Yeah.
And they're ugly, like because you guys know I came from California. The more of that plastic and surgery they get, the uglier they get. And nobody wants to tell them the truth. Nobody wants to tell them, "My God, you look wretched. You look terrible." Oh no, it's you, wonderful. Oh my God, you don't look a day over 20.
You know what's
Nobody wants
sad
to tell them the truth.
is you get people like Cher and Dolly Parton, and it's like they think they look
Yes,
great, and we look at them now and we're like, "Ugh, I want to puke."
exactly. Madonna, yeah.
Oh my god. Well, Madonna should have hung it up years ago, actually, because I actually never. She's got a couple of good hits, but to be honest, I never liked her music.
No, but she's the 80-year-old lady that's walking down the street dressing like a 12-year-old.
Yeah,
That's the problem is, it's your image that you need to act like your age and not act like a 12-year-old whore.
I always go for basic black myself. I was like basic black pants, shirt, because that's kind of a classic,
Well, I
conservative
say
look,
dress
right?
your age. I mean, like even Kevin Smith looks ridiculous. He's trying to dress like he's 12 years old riding a skateboard.
I agree. I agree totally. It's like I don't get people who want to dress like they're 40 years younger than they are. It's like,
Well,
wow.
because they're trying to grasp onto the past. They don't want to accept the future and the
I think they're
present.
basically delusional.
They are. They absolutely are. In
Oh
fact, I
well.
went to I had to go Friday. What's today? Saturday. If my days are all mixed. Sorry, guys.
I mean, it is Saturday
Yesterday.
night as far as I know.
All right. So every couple of weeks, I have to go to the doctor to get a blood where they take blood and they run tests, whatever.
Right.
Yesterday, I went in the doctor's office. I went in there, and there's a lady like in her she had to be 70s or 80s, stilettos, high heels, all the makeup. I mean, seriously, dressed like she's 20. I almost
God.
puked. I wanted to say something so badly. It's like, my God. In a doctor's office. Click clack, those high heels walking around. Click clack, click clack, click clack. It's like,
Yeah,
oh my God,
some people
Grandma.
some people have no concept of reality, Pop. It's just the way
No,
it is.
right, worn out boobs hanging out. It was nasty.
That sounds pretty bad, I gotta say, yeah.
Right.
You
It's
know,
like,
there,
come on, if you're desperate, save that for another time.
well, I don't mind an older woman that dresses her age, right, with some, basically conservative, decent looking clothes. But when I see a woman that age with high heels and the whole 9 yards, it's like,
Right, bleached hair with the black roots. Isn't that lovely? Don't you love that
yeah,
style? My favorite style of all, the bleached hair with the black roots. It's just so beautiful. Such a turn on for men, isn't it?
yeah. It's like, what the fuck are they thinking, right?
Yeah, I'm wondering who came up with that hairstyle. I remember when I used to go back, I used to get my hair cut, like at I don't know, like not barber. Sometimes when I couldn't get a barber shop, I go into a styling, whatever the hell that was called. And I can't remember how many times I'd see women walk. They would pay to get their hair butchered to where it had that blonde, bleached look with the black roots. And they'd walk out, and then I would say, "I can't believe," and I would say to the women, I can't believe they pay to look like that. I can't believe they pay to look like that.
You're thinking of a salon.
It's a salon, but I don't know what the style is called. Where it's, you guys know what I'm talking about, where it's all bleached with black roots.
I just
Oh,
don't. I just don't get why women want to bleach their hair at all. Because I actually think I'm more attracted to brunettes than blondes, to be honest.
Well, I don't. The colors, that's fine. I don't care if they're brunette. I don't care if they're blonde, whatever, redhead, whatever. But what I'm talking about specifically is that color where they bleach it, and it's like a cardboard color, like a tan, and the black roots are very pronounced. But I don't know what it's called, but it's hideous. My God, it's ugly.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure, but yeah, I just think women should just leave their fucking hair alone the way it is. Because I don't give a shit what a woman's hair color is if I find her good looking. It's like,
Well,
you know,
we know
if
that.
you're,
Us guys, no, we know that. But I mean, come
well, you
on,
know,
women start taking the makeup on at an early age because they feel
on
they've always.
another thing that drives me nuts, guys, is women who think they need to get big boob jobs and make their boobs look like,
I know.
basketballs or beach balls on the beach. It's like I don't really like big titties like that. I'd
That's what
rather
I was
have a
saying about
woman.
the. That's what I mean about the women in California. That's exactly what they do because they don't realize that the more they do that, the uglier they actually get.
Oh God, I cannot look at a woman with big tits like boob fake titties. I'm saying. I mean, give me a good looking a girl next door with nice
Natural.
small perky tits. That's the girl I'll go for every time. I like
Well, now
small
I
perky
think
tits.
Perky they might have to be a little young for that, but I do get your
Well, you
point.
know what I mean. I'm sure there's still girls, later you'll still have perky, but what the
Right?
fuck.
Yeah, I
I
was
guess
watching.
I am attracted to young women too much, though. I know. I'm past my prime. It's like, oh fuck.
So if you were the boss and you had a secretary, you'd be the guy chasing around after your secretary.
Oh, I'd chase her around if she had perky boobs and a nice bump. I gotta say too, there's something nice about a round female butt that is very, very attractive.
Well, that'd keep you fit. That'd be some good exercise, I suppose.
God damn. Yes. I guess we're programmed. We must be programmed from caveman days, right, to have these certain things that attract us to females.
Well, I'm sure there's certain things about us, hopefully, that attracts women to us.
Shit, I've never. Unfortunately, I don't think any women. Well, there's been a few, but
Well, if I had it, I'm sure I lost it at some point.
I don't think
Ola
I've ever
Greg,
had enough money to be attractive.
Ola Greg says I'm watching uh, Totally Killer. That's another one I was looking up actually. Okay, anyway, 2023. A woke modern girl. Oh, that's right, where she goes back in time. Yes, I was just reading about that today, Ola Greg. I'm watching Totally Killer 2023. A woke modern girl gets sent back to the 80s to fight a serial killer, and woke don't work in the 80s. That's why I think it's like a comedy horror. And I was just reading about that today, Orla Greg. Orla Greg, have you heard of? I'm going to pull up a. This is for Orla Greg out there, and everybody else might be interested.
Is
I'm
there
gonna
a
I'm gonna
link?
show you this guy where I heard about these sites from. This guy's pretty good, and he recommends. He actually has a channel, and all year long he talks about movies. But then when it comes to Halloween, every day of October he talks about the best movies of the year. And I'm going to show that right now. Ola Greg, it sounds like Ola Greg may have already heard of him, but I don't know. But here it is. And here it is. I've mentioned him before on my channel, but his name is ML Miller Writes. I highly recommend you check out his channel, everybody, and sub to him. He tends to be overly kind on movies because he does like the woke stuff. Like I said, those two woke movies that I suffered through this weekend that I couldn't stand, he gave them fairly positive reviews. So you've got
Oh,
to take his reviews with kind of a grain of salt and kind of just listen to the reviews and make a judgment for yourself before you watch the movies.
mm,
But overall, I do recommend him. He's a nice guy. And he actually, by the way, one thing that's different is he responds to all the chats. So like I put a chat, I don't know, yesterday or day before on one of his movies saying, I disagree. I can't remember what I said, the reason why. And he responded back. And a lot of times they don't even bother doing that.
yeah, I
So
do
it's a
like
good
his
channel.
channels that do that. There's a few channels I sub to that actually do always respond. You know, the weird thing is there's one channel that comes to mind where I could post a comment like a year after the video was posted, and the guy will actually respond and say
Very
something
cool.
back. Yeah, well, he's a very cool guy. So, yeah,
Well, I know,
it's
like
pretty
like my channel, my Star Trek bloopers went viral, and they're going on like several thousands of views, and I'm still responding to every reply,
wow.
every comment I'm replying to.
That's a lot. Holy crap.
I don't remember the exact number, but there's a lot of people watching it. I
That's
just don't
great
remember the
though.
number.
Oh,
Thousands. That's really cool.
oh, Pop, you know how you came on Walters the other day? You're like, I will play clips like this. I will have gotten struck. I'm still waiting on
Oh
them
yeah,
to copyright it.
the Waltons. Yeah, because because your scenes were like 5 seconds long, and I've gotten so paranoid. You've seen mine. I'm afraid to show 3 seconds. It seems like I get stricken for everything. But now that I know it's that damn little redneck station in Louisiana, I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna message YouTube and say, look, you guys need to look into this because it's not right.
But it is weird.
Because the other stuff I'm not having any problems with. Lost in
That's very
Space,
weird.
no problem. Even my horror movies, like I just checked today, and no problem on the thing. And I was showing clips from the thing. So I mean, come on, if you can show the thing and all this other stuff with no problem, yeah, and then you get copyright claims because of stills from Gilligan's Island, then there's something wrong here. So yeah,
That's
I'm gonna
very,
definitely go.
yeah, that's very fucked up actually. Because I remember on the thing stream, it was awesome, but you were showing plenty more stuff than you do on Gilligan. Like, fuck,
Yeah, it's exactly it, right? They want to shut me up so I don't do Gilligan's Island at all.
very weird.
Exactly what
It's
they
very
want,
weird.
right?
There must be some fucking goofy asshole at that TV station that just
That's what I'm
just
wondering
think,
because well, that's what I'm okay. Here's what I'm wondering is we've heard that they hire AIs or they hire bots, but I'm thinking one station in Louisiana. Do you think they can afford that? Do you think they go the effort, or do you think it's one person there that's just being a dick?
it's got to be a dick. I'd guess.
Yeah, but either way, I'm gonna tell. Like I said, in fact, I've been meaning to get around to it. I've been uh, doing stuff, but I'm gonna message YouTube and say, look, this is bullshit. You guys need to check into this instead of just letting all this automated garbage take over.
Yeah, that's why I do the 10-second thing, and you notice how I sometimes read the lines there, but sometimes I just talk about what's in the scene there, just to give them less things to try to do there.
Right. This is what I'm talking about. This guy here does the best in horror countdown. And I think this was today's right here, if I remember right. So, like, this is what the thumbnail looks like. It's called Best in Horror Countdown. And he counts down. He has one stream every day during the month of October talking about his movies, his best movies for the year. And right here you can see today's was about The Menu, which I think I'll check out. I've been a little hesitant on The Menu. And the second one, where it says worth noting, is Saw X. He recommends it. I don't know if I want to watch it. I got a little tired of it after I think the second or third. But I do recommend this guy and his channel. I will shout out good channels when I see them.
Can you put the channel in the chat or the private chat?
Private chat, sure. Which is this right here, I guess.
Somewhere, because I'd like to have a link to.
And what's good, right? Because it gives you something new to at least look at. Like I said, it may not be good, may not be bad, or good or bad, but it'll give you at least something new because they're so hard to get something good. Where is private chat? There it is. Okay, I had to look it up.
Yeah, my problem is I got almost 200 people I'm sub to, which is nuts. I know, but
I've got more than that.
Yeah, I'm kind of the outgoing, gregarious kind of person. So, the thing is, the sad thing is,
I will check him out, says Ola Greg. Very cool. I subbed to him.
I
Nice.
just subbed.
Yeah, Ola Greg. And he's been on for several years, Ola Greg. So there's a lot for you to go back and check on.
Problem is, I sub to so many channels. I probably 80% of them I never get to watch because I'm watching my favorites all the time.
What I do is I set the alerts for the ones that I do want to check out every video they have. There's some that it's like, I do like their channels, and I want to watch every video, so I'll set the alerts on. And then the rest of them that I'm sub to, I'll just, when there's nothing else, I'll go back and I'll go through my subscriptions and watch the stuff that they've made lately. So
Yeah,
I usually, one way or another, I catch everything.
I just scroll through most of them from time to time, kind of thing.
There's certain channels that I have to, I'm addicted to, and some of them for years, like gas station encounters. I don't know why that comes to mind, but every time they come out with a video, I've got to watch it. Have you seen that one?
I don't think I have. Gas station encounters?
Yes, it's where they catch people stealing.
That sounds pretty weird, actually.
It's actually hilarious.
It sounds good. It sounds good, I gotta say, yeah.
But it's because it's at these. Here it is. At these gas stations, they have cameras all over the stores, and anybody that comes in thinking they get away with it are wrong. These people can see from all these different angles, and the narrator is hilarious. The guy who does the narrating. So he'll say, "All right, you guys," and then he'll say, "Look at the sucker coming through the door now." And then the people, they always get the shifty-eyed look, and they look over the register, make sure nobody's looking, shuffle around your pockets. He'll it's like almost like a sports announcer. He'll announce everything they're doing, all the usual predictable movements, stuffing something in their pocket, then going to the bathroom. But it's kind of hard to explain. I recommend this. That's the one I'm showing now, guys. Check it out. It's been on for several years. Same here. That's what makes it to me so funny. Is I worked convenience store. I worked register and all that stuff. So that's why I find this channel particularly hilarious.
That sounds good. But I got to say, my experiences were not good.
I was robbed 4 times. So
I still remember the kid that walked in the gas station. He didn't buy anything. He went in the bathroom. I thought he was going to take a leak. He ended up puking in the sink. And so I was there with paper towels cleaning up his puke and putting it in the toilet for like 20 minutes. That was not a great night.
I would get Friday and Saturday night the high school kids, and the guys, I don't know why the guys always would trash the bathroom, clog the toilet. Once the toilet was clogged, they would shit in the sink. I mean, they would do everything. They would sling it around the room, all that. And it was always the guys. I don't know why.
Yeah, I can relate. Well, we only had one bathroom where I worked, but yeah, it's pretty fucked up. People can be assholes, right? Pop is like.
I eventually started locking the bathrooms, and they come in. Can you unlock the door? Nope. No.
I still remember the time.
They would go with the girls, and I'd lock the girls.
I still remember the time some asshole bought $20 worth of gas. Instead of just handing it to me, he wadded it up in like a ball, and threw it in my face, and it bounced off my forehead. I'll never forget that. As long as I live, it's like, you fucking cocksucker.
I remember the attitude of the people with credit cards, where they would come in and they could be bothered to stand in line. So there'd be a line of like 10 people. They would come in and just plop their card on the counter and walk out. And I would ignore it. I'd be going about doing my business. And like 10 minutes later, they'd come in, did you ring up my credit card? I said, no, you didn't stand in line like everyone else.
That's the one thing I like about my present job, even though I'm bored to tears, is so repetitious, is I'm on the phone and I don't have to deal with any of these assholes face to face. So that makes it okay. I can kind of manage, week to week doing that shit. But oh my God, dealing with the general public face to face, you wish you had a license to kill like James Bond.
Yeah, it'd be nice, right? Especially horrible customers. I'm gonna since we're just shooting the breeze, I'm gonna highlight a few of these channels that I sub to.
All right,
Now
I'm gonna head to bed here real quick.
All right. Well, thank you for spending time with us, Grill. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock, and I have absolutely no idea what time she's gonna be up.
No, it's getting late. There is a Gorilla. Yeah, shit.
All right. Well, Gorilla, try to keep in touch. By the way, I'll try to stop by your movie tomorrow.
All right. I still don't know what I'll do, but I'll pick something.
Flip a coin.
Well, have a good sleep there, Gorilla.
All right.
Yeah. Have a great night.
Now,
this channel here, this is Rick 9G, and this guy, I would say if I had to describe his channel, it's closer to my own. What he does is now he's doing a few episodes. Like here, he's talking about the movie The Blob, which is fine. He's doing Halloween stuff. But normally, what his channel is based on is classic TV, like I do. As you can see, he has got years worth of videos of Gilligan's Island alone. He does Gilligan's Island. He does I Love Lucy, The Addams Family, Three's Company, and all this stuff. And he'll do like behind the scenes of stuff you didn't know, or trivia that you didn't know about. This is how I found out about, like you see, I'm pointing with my arrow, about them tearing down Blondie Street on the Warner Brother Ranch.
Okay. Oh, I
But
see
he's
Vincent Price there too. That's cool.
Yes, he does classic movies. He hasn't done TOS yet. People have asked him and say, "Are you going to do TOS?" And he's like, "Well, I'm not really sure yet." A lot of what he mostly does is, come on, close this stupid thing. I don't. Oh, fucking YouTube! I don't like that damn mini player when it does something I don't want. But as you can see there, he does I Love Lucy is one of his big ones. I mean, like I said, years of videos on these right here where he'll point out bloopers and all this behind the scenes trivia. He's got Hogan's Heroes. There's I Dream of Jeannie, Gilligan's Island. Like I said, he's got a whole entire playlist, years worth of I Love Lucy alone.
Oh.
So this is another channel I recommend because this guy knows his stuff. And he knows, and especially if you've never been on his channel, that'll keep you busy a long time. He's got a lot of trivia. There's like Batman, the series trivia on that. But he's a nice guy. Oh, by the way, he lives down in LA, and he's got a lot of videos of him shooting famous locations as well. He actually has a video where he shot where they had the lagoon from Gilligan's Island, for example, where the lagoon, now it's like, of course, office buildings. But he's got a lot more videos. That's where I kind of mine were like modeled after him. So I'm giving him the credit. He's got videos where he's like scouting around the original Desilu Studios and all that kind of stuff.
Cool.
Also does live streams. Usually when he does live stream, I'll try to get on there and say hello. But he's got like a whole shitload of subs. So I'm nowhere near as good as or as big as his channel. Ola Greg says, tomorrow I will be streaming in Germany, Cub, and Greg's 4th annual excellent Halloween special with Basil Broketail. I think he means Basil Battle Dragon, unless there's two Basils.
Broke tail. That's my old ass feels like a broke tail at some days.
Very cool. And Ola Greg, are you on our? There's a link right there. Ola Greg, are you on our StreamYards link? I'm not StreamYards, but X, formerly known as Twitter. I have a group there where people post their live streams. Are you on there, Ola Greg? If you are, please post that on there so that'll remind me tomorrow to watch it. If you're not in there, let me know. I'm going to put my Twitter handle in the chat. And if you and I have not connected on X, let's do so I can add you to my streaming link. And that way we can follow these and help promote your channel. And Ola Greg says, Rick has great behind-the-scenes knowledge of Old Tilt. There he is. Yeah, so Ola Greg knows him. Okay, cool. And he's right. He does. He has great behind-the-scenes knowledge of old. Yeah, and he's been at it a lot longer than I have. So that's why I'm going to give credit where credit is due, and he deserves it. Ola Greg says, I don't do Twitter, and I don't blame you, Ola Greg. That's fine. And, okay, good. Caught up on that. Yeah, Twitter is God, it's a cesspool. Jeez, the people on there.
You know, the worst part about Twitter is I go onto the homepage and I see so much garbage people are posting, which I just ignore it and I just go to the.
Well, I know Berta Prey has told me it's a waste of time, but I go on there and I'm block, and I know it's a waste of time, but I can't help myself.
I just go to the stream posting group and yourself and Jill and whoever else I like to talk to, and I'll just send a tweet, to you guys. It's like
right now, everything you're talking about is Gaza and Hamas and all that, and it's like it's depressing. I just don't want to.
I ignore all that crap. Well, some of it's really stupid too. It's like, I don't know, tweets about ducks or something stupid, right?
Oh, they do have ducks, cats, dogs.
Yeah, cats, dog, whatever. It's like, I don't fucking need to know this shit.
No, I'd say the worst part is like 16-year-old showing their asses saying, "How do I look? You know, how do they like my new dress?" And those are the ones that I dislike and hate the most.
I should probably respond. Your ass is too fat.
Oh, I do every time. I do every time. I say, "You must have a lot of. You must be full of STDs." I do. I call them right on it.
Yeah, I just ignore that shit.
Yeah,
To
when
be
you see
honest.
women who need the internet as encouragement to tell them that they're beautiful, they've got massive mental issues.
Oh, exactly. Like I just don't get how people need the internet for anything. Really. I mean,
A
it's like,
public forum like Twitter to tell you, yeah, you're a good girl, you're a beautiful girl. Bullshit.
well, the only thing I like about internet is being on here doing live streams. Pop. With yourself and other folks. It's like because we can just like shoot the shit and have a good time. It's like I don't need
Right.
any.
Right.
The only
And I
the
don't
only
need your encouragement to tell me how wonderful I am. Right.
yeah. But it's like I don't need all that crap about stroking my ego. I mean, I wouldn't mind a nice lady that would stroke something, but not my ego.
Right. And then you're not going to have that on Twitter.
Oh God, I
Oler
got nothing
says,
but that on
Oler
Twitter.
Greg said, the broken tail allowed Basil to fight with the extra tail sword. Okay, very cool.
Oh, that was a good beer.
Oh, I was looking. It's it's stupid. Is all the doctors say no beer, no alcohol, no tobacco, no fun, no this, no that. Bullshit. And then I see the sales every week. Oh, that beer is on sale. Oh, that beer is on sale. And I was telling my roommate just yesterday or the day before. I said I'm so tempted to just go and get some beer. And he goes, "Well, I've got a couple in the fridge." I said, "No. I mean, I want to get like a 12 pack. I just want to get fucking sloshed,
Well, I bought a
fucking
six pack.
doctors."
I bought a 6 pack. It's called Bowen Island beer, which is a local BC island, West Coast lager, and it's pretty good shit. I gotta say.
Yeah. I told you my problem is I do what the doctors say, which means laying in bed all night long with these horrible after effects from the chemo, where, like I said, it feels like bugs are crawling all over me and people are stabbing
Uh,
me in the feet with needles. It's
oh
like,
crap!
no, I'd rather just get drunk, wouldn't you? Fuck the doctors. I'm tired of listening to them and suffering. They're probably laughing about it. It's like, no. Like I
I,
said,
I
yeah,
I
I'm going through this a week every month. I can't do it anymore.
I can't argue with the "fuck the doctors" comment there, Pop.
Seriously, it's weird. It feels like there's bugs crawling all over you,
That's
and then like
horrible.
at the same time, somebody's stabbing you in the feet with needles.
That's really bad shit.
It is,
I
and you can't. Like I said, that's the only reason why I miss Jill's stream is because you're laying in bed all night thinking, "My God, can I just go to sleep?" So I'm thinking maybe if I drink, at least I can pass out from the alcohol or something. Maybe
uh,
screw the beer. Maybe I should just go get like whiskey or brandy or something and drink it straight.
yeah, I think that's why I tend to drink more than I should. I know I have a drinking issue. I do drink too much some days,
Well,
but
I'll trade you. Right now, I'm drinking not enough.
it does help me fall asleep though. That's a good comment, Pop. It's like I don't think I have necessarily restless leg syndrome, but I do lie down some nights and my legs just don't
Well,
settle down. They just
well,
keep
right. I
going.
know what restless legs is, but that's something different. This is directly from the chemo, unfortunately.
Yeah. It may be a different thing, but it still is a pain in the ass trying to fall asleep, is what I'm saying.
It is. It's driving, and I'm not exaggerating. It's driving me crazy because it's all
Tell me.
night long. You're laying in bed until you can see the sun come up in the window in the morning, and it's like, oh my God.
That is really bad. Yeah. I gotta give you that one. That was pretty bad, dude.
That's what I'm going to tell the doctor. In fact, I
Shit.
have an appointment. I'm going to tell her, yeah, I'm drinking thanks to you.
Oh my god. That does suck. Like holy shit. I usually doze off after an hour or two, but oh my god,
Oh,
it's
not
that
me.
fun.
No, normally, with no outside interference, when I get tired, I lay down, and
Oh.
within 5 minutes, I'm out. So it's no problem. No, it's only since I started this treatment.
Hmm.
And like
Yeah,
I
it's
said, it
gonna.
lasts about a week. It lasts about a week. I get the treatment. I got it on Monday, and today is the first day where I'm feeling better. So it lasts
It's,
about a week.
yeah, it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? Kind of thing.
Right. And I'm going to tell the doctor, I'm going to say, screw you. I'm going to start drinking because I can't do it. Do that or go crazy. Besides, she's probably on Valium or some other happy drug anyway. So fuck her.
By the
Basil
way,
says, hello, Basil. Good to see you. Look out. The dragon is here.
hey Basil, nice
Good
to
to see you,
have
Basil.
somebody here.
Glad you could stop by. I know there's not a lot of people here. And Oleg Greg says, I agree. You need a buzz now and then to keep your sanity. Yeah, and I can't smoke because I've got
Yeah.
lung cancer. If I try to smoke pot, I even have pot. I still have pot left over from when I was in California. But
It
I'd be
says that,
coughing it all out. So,
it says we got 6 watching now, so that's not bad.
oh, well, it's better than before. Yeah, I never know. StreamYard is not very reliable.
Hit that
And
thumbs up.
yes, hit the thumbs up, everybody, if you're so inclined. Order Greg says, hail, Basil. And Basil says, hi, guys. And hello, Lemon Pie. Hello, Lemon Pie. Glad you're here. Lemon Pie says, hello, gentlemen.
Oh my
Did some
goodness,
stream
Lemon is
just
here.
in? I'm wondering, did a stream just in recently? Maybe everybody's coming from somewhere.
I'm
And
expecting an eggnog joke anytime now.
Basil has restless tail syndrome, says Oleg Greg. And Basil says, all good. We all need a good time, a good take from time to time. Yeah. And I wouldn't do
Yeah.
it unless it's absolutely necessary, like I said. But a week, and think about this is every night for a week because I get the chemo on Monday, and then by Wednesday, the steroids that relieve a lot of symptoms wear off. So Thursday, Friday, no, is it Wednesday, Thursday, Friday night? It's what I was talking about. It's the itching and crawling. Something's all over my skin, and something stabbing me in the feet. That's for like 3 or 4 nights in a row. And Jim says, "Hail Basil Battle Dragon, hail Lemon Pie." And Basil says, "Lemon, welcome." And Ola Greg says, "Hey, Lemon and Jim." And Ola Greg says, "Cheers, everybody," with a bunch of booze, which I wish I had right now. And Basil says, "Hi, Jim." And Stream Elements shows a link for Gorilla's channel. All right. Yeah, I always say I'm going to do it. 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 And now I'm
I'll
thinking,
be,
okay, Monday I'm going to get some booze and I'm going to get drunk when we talk about Lost in Space. But it's like, nah,
ooh, I
I
still
know
need to
I won't
watch.
do it.
I need to watch. We're almost to the end of season 1, aren't we, Pop? It's like
We're
we
getting
got
there. Yeah, I haven't watched it
like
either.
4 episodes or something.
Right? Yeah, the episode with the prisoner. I need to watch it too. What is this Saturday night? Well, I'll probably watch it tomorrow.
I have told Joe though, like, be prepared. Season 2, when it goes to color, is not quite as much sci-fi.
Right, but don't discourage her from watching it.
Oh no, she's still keen to watch it. Like,
Okay.
Joe, she's like totally into, like, giving everything a chance, right? So she's still cool. But I did tell her though we still have Dr. Smith, the robot, and we also is all good. It's all good fun still.
Right. Ola Greg says, "Don't tell the doctor about drinking." I know. I was kidding. Right. But if I do drink, yeah, I definitely won't tell the doctor because then they're going to use it as some excuse to torture me even more. Lemon Pie says, "Hello, BB. Hello,
Hey,
Pop.
Lemon.
BBP. Basil, Order, and Jim." All right, everybody's starting to come out. Hail, Order Greg again, says Jim. And Order Greg says, "Try the gummies." I had some last week. That's true. That's in fact, I'm over 30 something miles away from the nearest dispensary that sells anything like that.
Really?
So right now, even if I decide I want gummies, I have no way to get there. I'm in a small
Holy
town,
crap.
conservative, right? So all I'm stuck with is a Safeway. Even if I want to get booze, I have to get it from a Safeway. So it's like,
Wow. You are in a conservative town because I can think of 3 or 4 dispensaries selling pot.
yeah, it's legal in this state too. Yeah, just not in this city.
Well, it's been legal in Canada for like 5 years now. There's no criminal record or nothing. The cops don't even give a shit about that
Same in
anymore.
California, yeah, and you
Right.
could dispense you on every corner, and cops don't care. But of
So
course, California, they're
yeah.
legalizing fentanyl and everything else too. So
Oh fuck yeah, it's probably happening here too. But I could go get gummies at any marijuana dispensary if I wanted to. But
yeah,
I just
no,
never got. I've never got around to it. No, actually, so fuck
They're
it.
good for mellowing you out. They're expensive. They're pricey for what you get, but
They might be pricey.
you need
That's
to
the
mellow
thing.
out. They help, yeah. And PvP says, "Hey, Lemon, there you go." Ola Greg says, "Delta extract is legal mail ordered gummies." I didn't know that. I need to check that out. Basil says, "Oh yeah, the gummies are great. The dragon speaks from experience. I had severe sunburns on my feet this summer, and the gummies were a lifesaver. It really helped me to relax and sleep without pain."
No, I gotta remember when
Delta
I was in
extract.
college.
Delta
When I
extract.
was in college, getting stoned, it definitely did relax you. Yeah, but that was back old school when you were smoking. It had a few tokes, right? So
Oh, so
things.
you remember how when you're relatively young smoking, you get that one night where you get that phase of paranoia, and there's another one where you get the giggles where you can't stop laughing.
Probably. Well,
You don't
it's been
remember
too
how
long.
I do.
It's been like 30 years, so yeah. It's like,
And thank you for the recommendation on the Delta extracts. I'm on their website now.
you know what I really love though is when I graduated from art school, college, we had our graduation night and all that shit, and it was a big party that night in the painting building, and we all got dressed up, of course. And oh fuck, I look so cool. God damn, I got a picture somewhere. I gotta find. I was like a really cool looking, sexy dude back in the day.
Young,
Uh,
cool, sexy PvP. Yeah, you need to share it with us.
yeah, I was a young, sexy dude, and I have no idea where the hell that photo is, but but I'll never forget. We actually drank a lot of beer, way too many beers, and we snorted a certain substance, which I will not talk about. But
I think we could tell. I think the code word is snort. I think we could tell.
yeah, we snorted a certain substance, and I was high as a frickin' kite, which was great because I had a great time partying with my friends. And then, of course, we went to one of the friends' houses and continued to party there. And it was a memorable evening.
Those are good old
Uh,
days, right?
Goddamn rights. You know, the sad thing was though, I actually went upstairs and fell asleep on one of the beds. And I woke up the next morning when everybody had left long ago, and my hosts were like, "Wow, you're still alive."
Wow, you made it, huh?
Yeah, so I just ended up like walking home for like I don't know, like 4 miles or something. I walked home. I'll never forget it, but it's like when you're 30, you don't mind walking 4 miles, right? So,
Oh yeah, it's nothing. I'd have to be that'd be like 300 miles.
oh god,
And
it
Lemon
was a
Pie says
good
sexy
night.
PvP. Sexy PvP.
Sassy.
Sexy? PvP would snort powdered eggnog back then. Well,
Well,
that's an idea. I hadn't thought
possibly,
about that one.
possibly. Never
Dehydrate
know.
it first.
Never thought of that.
I'm gonna grab a soda.
Sounds good. Okay, I'll go grab a beer. What the fuck?
And there we go. By the way, there is a link. Oh, I forgot. Of course, I put a link in the chat, and then that stupid motherfucking heart was in the way because I wanted to wait for the chat to go up a little bit. I was going to pin the message, and then I forgot. I hate that heart. How I need to figure out how to get rid of that stupid ass thing. So let me put this again. If anybody's out there interested, I'm going to drop a link to the chat. Feel free to join us if you'd like. If not, if you want to continue listening, I'm sorry, join us on the panel. But if you want to continue hanging out in the chat, of course, that's totally fine as well. There, I dropped the link to the panel once again, and I'm going to try to pin that, but that damn stupid heart is in the way. If anybody knows how to get rid of it, tell me now. So let me cover this. Lemon Pie says, I had wine earlier, and I feel like my body is saying, water, you fool. Yeah, Lemon, I was mentioning earlier that I had bad luck with wine. I don't know why. It really turned my stomach. I ended up puking.
Yeah, that could
And
never be a wino. Never.
yeah, Basil says, agreed, and the bullshit banner in the middle of the page. Oh, God, yes. You're right about that, Basil. Yeah, when I was in the Air Force, okay, we were in the barracks, or they called them dorms, because they wanted to sound modern. I don't know, screw it. But there were 2 3-story dorms or barracks, and they had where obviously they had these main doors where you can go in on the ground floor, and a staircase that would go up in the center of the building. You had a staircase that would go up to the second floor and then the third floor. Okay. Also on the either side, on the outside of the buildings, on either side of the building, they had staircases. So like if you were closer to the end of the building, it was a long building. And if you were closer to the end of the building, you could just go out the door at the end where it had the exit sign, and then you could go down the staircase on the outside of the building. Well, one night we decided, okay, we were always trying something new. Like one night we would drink whiskey, another night we would drink Jim Beam, and so on. One night we decided to drink wine, and we bought it. We bought ourselves. I don't remember the brand, but it was like a gallon bottle, and it was red wine, purple. I don't know, red or purple. It was dark. So we're partying and doing the usual screwing around, and we're on the third floor, and I was one of my good buddies, and we're drinking, and we're sitting there. I think we're playing cards or playing quarters or something, and I could feel it, that wine, and I drinking most of the gallon, and I could just feel it's like, oh my God, I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna puke. I'm gonna puke. And I walk out. I run out his door, and we're like 2 doors down from the staircase on the outside of the building, not from the inside, not on the inside. So I run out there, and I remember I'm on the third floor, and I immediately, it's like, oh my God, there's 3 flights down, but my stomach, I don't know if I could do it. And I'm starting to run down the stairs, and I don't make it. Of course, I only make it a few steps.
Oh, shit.
And I puke all on the side of the building. And it just pours all that purple wine all the way down the building to the ground. 3 stories. That was the last time I drank wine, now that I think about it. And that stain was there. I'm glad I didn't get caught, my goodness, because like I said, I was on base in the military. That would have came out of my hide. And I'm so glad nobody saw it. But yeah, that stain was there for a while before they had to paint it over.
Yeah, I have to agree. I actually fucking detest wine. Give me hard stuff. Give me beer. I can drink even cider. I can drink that shit, even though it's not a personal favorite. But wine, I have more than 1 or 2 glasses of wine, and I feel like upchucking too, to be honest, Bob.
Well, and maybe it's like a Gorilla was saying earlier. Is I need to find something that's not bitter. I don't know, but every time I had wine, it's been bitter or sour. Lemon Pie says cheap wine can make you feel awful for sure. That might have been that because like I did say, Lemon Pie, you're right. It was a cheap bottle of a gallon, so I probably didn't even spend $10 for it. Lemon Pie says that would turn me off wine too. And I still remember that night too. It's like, okay, Basil Battle Dragon says, hey, Order. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? And it's not like I didn't get sick before, because there were a couple times I got sick. Actually, not very often. I'm usually pretty good tolerating my booze. But it was that wine was that was the pinnacle. I just said, no.
Well, the only thing I can't drink other than wine is tequila. I'll never forget when I was in my early 20s, I went to a party. And for some reason that night, I was drinking tequila. And oh my good Lord, did I ever get sick? Oh, never
something you
again.
remember, isn't it?
Well, the thing is, I got hammered on my mind at the party because it was a great party. And then, of course, my friends, took me home in the car, dumped my ass on the front steps of my parents' home, where I proceeded to puke my guts out all over everything.
Oh, how nice.
So it was not a good memory. Let's put it that way.
No, I'm sure that I had to look and smell wonderful the next morning.
Oh, tequila! Never again. I've never touched tequila since that night, and I never will. It was not good.
I've had it before, but I don't remember having too bad of a reaction. But then, of course, I try not to overdo it when I don't have to. There, I remember
Yeah,
to pin the message this time.
I just don't like tequila. My drink of choice, if I can afford it, is bourbon actually, because I love bourbon. And Canadian whiskey is okay too, but bourbon is my favorite drink
I'm
if
thinking
I
right
have the
now,
money.
I'm thinking right now, if I was to go buy hard liquor, it would probably be like Jim Beam or Jack Daniels, something like that, I guess.
Mm.
Southern Comfort's got a sweet taste to it. Maybe I would get some Fireball.
I generally don't do Southern Comfort, but I just usually go for the regular, bourbon, whatever brand.
Right.
Oh, I think the Evan Williams is probably the best tasting, and it's usually fairly affordable too when they put
I
it
don't
on
know if
sale.
I've had that. I missed. Did you guys ever make Jungle Juice? That's what I missed. Where it's so delicious. It tastes so delicious. You can't taste the alcohol, but then you get shit faced because it's really strong.
I think I missed out.
Oh God, yeah. We used to make big old punch bowls of that in the military, and it was
Oh shit!
like I said, it tastes like drinking a wine punch. So you wouldn't know. So it's really really good and sweet, but it's got a lot of alcohol, so you really get fucked up. Basil says, "Hey, Oler, that sounds familiar, doesn't it?" And Lemon Pie says, "Yeah, if you find a lower tannin wine, maybe." Oh, so it's tannin. Thank you, Lemon Pie. That makes sense. And Gorilla still with us. He says, "Ask Bird. He can tell you." Oh, that's right. Bird worked for a distillery, but I know Bird says he doesn't drink. So the question is, would Bird know? Basil Battle Dragon says, "Try Wild Turkey whiskey." Oh my God, that stuff will tear your gut to shreds.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's probably
I thank you for
probably
the warning. I appreciate that.
it's probably beyond my budget actually because I think that's expensive. So.
Well, with me, my gut can't handle that right now. So
I usually just
you
buy the
know,
cheapest shit on sale. Like
lemon pie
I'm
says
not.
gin makes me ill. Yeah, I bet I had gin
Oh,
once, lemon pie, and I said never again. I was in the Air Force. I had just turned 21, and I went into a bar, and they said, "What do you have?" And I thought, well, I always saw on TV where people order martinis, and I go, "Oh my God, I ordered a martini. It was the worst thing I ever had. It was like shit." So it's like,
yeah,
yeah, gin, yeah, no, not for me.
gin's horrible. I remember
The
when
bitter, I'll never forget that bitter taste.
oh god, it's get this pop. My friends and I used when we were like drunken teenagers with no brains. Sometimes we would get we get a homeless guy to bootleg for us like every Friday night, of course.
Of course.
And we for some reason for many months we were into getting a bottle of lemon gin. I'm talking lemon gin, if
Wait,
that makes it
lemon
any better.
flavored gin?
Yes,
Lemon flavored
lemon
gin?
flavored gin.
Interesting.
So
I've
we get a poor helpless homeless man to buy us this shit, and then we would pass it amongst ourselves, buddy to buddy. There'd be like three or four of us, and we would consume this shit like straight out of the fucking bottle. And oh god, even the thought of it now makes me want to throw up. It's like I can't. Yeah, you're young, crazy, and insane when you're in your teenage years.
of
And
course.
you can actually drink that shit and enjoy it,
Absolutely.
which we did. And oh my god, did we ever get loaded? It was like, I mean, it was god awful tasting. It makes you cringe to even think about what we were drinking, but we did have good times. I gotta say.
Basil does say tequila is not meant to be drinking straight. It needs to be mixed with something like in a margarita, which and I do. Oh, I love margaritas. I could drink those all night long. So that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, maybe. I just don't ever want to drink tequila ever again.
Basil says no. Evan Williams sucks. So now we
It's
have
not.
Basil's opinion on the
No,
matter.
it's good. It's good. It's cheap, good cheap bourbon. I disagree.
Well, that's what we're all here for: is to agree to disagree. And I wouldn't know because I've never even heard of Evan Williams.
No, when they put it on sale for like $22.99, it's not bad.
Is that cheap?
Fuck yeah, it's cheap here. Most of the bourbon is like so expensive. I
Now,
don't even think about it.
what size is that? I'm not. They call them what fifths quarts. I don't know
That's
what
750 milliliters is
milliliter. Okay,
average size for booze.
I'll just talk of booze, and I wish I had some. Damn it!
Well, I'm drinking a beer. I'm drinking a beer for you there.
And I appreciate that. Thank you. It's a thought that counts. Basil says Jack Daniels, Jim Beam, and Canadian whiskey. It's all good. And Basil says Canadians make some smooth, tasty whiskey. Gorilla says Asbird on heart. I'm a bit behind on the stream. No, thank you, Gorilla. I appreciate that. I will next time I'm on one of his streams. And Basil says I've had lemon flavored vodka. It was good, but yep, it got my ass plastered. Lemon pie says a good clean vodka I can do. And the same here. I can too. And with the lemon flavor, by the way, I like lemonade. I like lemon pie. Lemon pie. There's certain lemon. I like lemon, like those lemon gumdrops, those candy. So there's certain things with lemon that I really enjoy, but there are certain things I don't know why that I my stomach just rejects. Like I can't do lemon chicken. I can't do lemon. I can do lemon on like tacos, but there's certain foods that I just cannot do lemon on. It ruins everything. I don't know why. There's just certain things that it's like plugging negative into positive. But generally, I do like lemon flavored stuff. And my favorite pie is lemon meringue. So there you go, lemon pie.
Now, lemon meringue is pretty good pie. I gotta agree.
Yeah, my mom used to make some really good homemade lemon meringue pie. I miss
Oh,
the good old days.
I miss my mom's cooking. Damn, I wish she was still
Yeah, I
alive.
know. Back in the, I know you never appreciate it till it's gone, right? I mean, you appreciate it, but
Oh yeah.
nothing like after it's gone.
You know what I
Lemon
really
pie. What's
what
that?
I really regret is I never treated her as well as I should have the last few years she was around, and I was just like that dumb, ignorant son that took her for granted, and
Yeah,
then
you
one
didn't
day
know.
she was gone. I was like, oh fuck.
Yep, exactly.
That's why I
Lemon
was
pie says I can do I can do brandy sometimes.
brandy can be good. Brandy can be good. Yeah,
Yeah, I agree. I can do it sometimes.
I like brandy. Yeah, yeah.
Lemon pie says I don't love bourbon. That caramel sweet taste I don't love. Ooh, I
Hmm.
love caramel. I didn't know about that. I might try. And Basil says I've had lemon flavored vodka before. I hit it straight. I put it in the freezer to get chilled before I tried it. Wow, talk about plaster. Woohoo! Now, if I remember right, it is easier to swig it when it's chilled, like from the freezer, isn't it? Than like room temperature. If I remember right, I think so, but I don't. It's been such a long time. Lemon pie says, but if you do bourbon PvP, try Woodford Reserve.
It's probably too expensive.
Woodford Reserve. I don't know. It sounds
Some of the
expensive.
bourbons here are like
Fancy name.
insane expensive, like big bucks that I can't afford, right?
I had this friend that would make his own apple cider. I know it takes patience, like what a few months, but it sounds cheaper than having to buy it. And Basil says we all do that at times. Well, that naturally that makes sense. But I don't know. Like right now, I'm in Arizona, and this is apple season, according to my roommate. Now would have been a good time to invest in making homemade apple cider, I suppose.
Yeah, we're probably getting to the end of apple season because we're getting close to winter now, right? So
Yes, all the everything, all the good produce and vegetables, strawberries, and all that aren't going to be on sale anymore.
yeah, I'm thinking it's like weeks away from gray, cloudy, depressing valley skies where
Every
I
day.
live for the next 4 or 5 months. And it's like, oh fuck me.
And I know here, this is going to be my first winter here, but I hear it's going to snow over, and I don't know how well I'll be able to get around town. I hope I'm not stuck inside the house for like days and weeks on end.
That's the one thing I like working from home for the last 9 weeks, Bob. Because I mean, the last year driving on winter roads with my old car it was a nightmare. I thought I thought I was gonna die, but quite honestly, with those crappy, snowy roads, and I don't have to think about that.
Nope.
This
Plus save on
winter,
gas.
oh, $1,000 a year, I'm thinking. Yeah, totally. Gas is expensive here. So I'm like, damn, I can just, if we get a shitty heavy snow, I can just stay at home and
Hunker down.
hunker down. That's the
Stock
word.
up on the food, right?
Exactly. Just stock up on food, booze, whatever I need, and just hunker down.
Ooh, this sounds actually very yummy. Lemon pie says I like pear cider.
A
I like
pear cider.
pears.
Yeah.
Pears, peaches. I love all that kind of stuff. That would definitely be willing to try that. I don't know if they have anything peach or not, but I would
I've
try
had
pear
pear.
cider.
I've had pear and apple cider, and it's actually quite tasty. But
I've got a sweet tooth, so yeah. If it's sweet, I'll do it.
we have a big, we used to be famous for our orchards years ago, and we still do have a lot of orchards and tree fruits. It's the last 20 years has moved more into wineries though. They've gotten rid of a lot of the tree fruits and moved into wineries because there's more money, I guess. But we still do have stuff like pear cider and all that, which is really cool.
Sounds like it. Yeah, I could drink that. Like I said, peach too. I like all that stuff. My
It's very
favorite
tasty.
fruit is
Very
my
tasty.
favorite fruit is pineapple, but I don't know if they do anything in pineapple with alcohol or not.
I don't think we have pineapple.
It's a shame. It's my favorite.
You might have to check out Hawaii or something for that.
Oh yeah, that's true. Or just make a mixed drink with pineapple in it, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think we have a lot of pineapples around here, to be honest. So
Too bad. Like I said, it's my favorite.
yeah, pineapple is tasty. Yeah.
It is, and when it's on sale, of course, now it's going to be going up because of winter, like we said. But
Yeah. Well, everything's going up. It seems no matter what time of year, right? So
God, all of our governments are in cahoots to screw us over.
I think it's the grocery chains that are fucking us big time.
It starts at the top. It starts at the top because basically what it is the obviously inflation, the price have risen, or the price we're being gouged from the top. The people who run our countries, but what they do with restaurants, groceries, fast food, and everything, what they do is they tell them, okay, we're raising your prices 30%. So in turn, what they do is they charge us an extra 50%. So they're always charging us higher than whatever inflation is.
Oh
So
yeah,
they're all guilty.
yeah. I kind of figured that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like bend over and enjoy it.
Yeah. And of course, to make it worse, to double screw us over, make the packaging smaller and smaller and
Oh
smaller.
God, yeah. Actually, I bought.
Assholes.
I actually bought the 2 liter eggnog on sale because I noticed the 1 liter was not 1 liter anymore. It was 946 mils.
Of course, and higher priced.
Yeah, it's like fuck that. I'll just buy the 2 liter because the 2 liter was actually still 2 liters. So I thought, fuck it.
Well, not only that though, but have you ever noticed that the larger the package, the cheaper it is, you're getting more because you're paying for packaging. That's why I try to not buy things in small packages because you're paying a lot more. People don't realize it because they think it's convenient. But like, I'll give you an example. Like I drink Pepsi. I'm having one now, and they've got I don't know the 6 ounce cans, 8 ounce cans, some bullshit like that. And you look at it, you're paying almost double you are than if you bought like a 2 liter of Pepsi because you're paying for the packaging.
All right.
So yeah, I try to buy in bulk when I can.
Yeah, it's just kind of nuts. I mean, that's one thing that pisses me off too is how they'll downsize the amount in a package and they'll charge you even more
And
to
raise the
get it.
price. Yep.
Yeah.
Basil
It's
says,
such
"Has
bullshit.
anyone tried schnapps? The peach flavor is really good." Yes, I have tried. That's right, peppermint and a couple other flavors. So yeah, good idea. That reminds you, it's been a while, Basil. That's what I should go
Hmm.
buy at the store.
I don't think I've tried schnapps, but I probably should.
Yeah, it almost. If I remember, like it's almost like candy syrup, but of course, it'll get you wasted. Lemon Pie says, "I've never tried schnapps," and Basil says, "We have to dump sleepy Grandpa Joe Biden, the cock snorting child molester. The insane prices we have today are directly his fault." Well, remember, it's the people that voted him into office. It's the entire Democratic Party. So that one dementia-ridden. The guy has no brain. He doesn't know what's going on. Actually, he doesn't. He can't even. He shits his pants. He doesn't even know how to wipe his ass. So it's the Democratic Party that's actually running the country. It's not that one old man at the top. It's the people behind the curtains, unfortunately. Basil Battle Dragon says too many bullshit regulations and the bullshit ban on oil drilling. Yes, of course. Well, they did that so that we'd have to ship our oil in from other countries, so we'd have to pay more. He has to go. He's destroying this country, right? And you're now we're not even talking about what he's done at the borders, right? They've destroyed this country from so many different angles. I don't know how it's ever going to recover. I mean, even if we had a different political party suddenly in charge starting tomorrow, the damage is already done. What are they going to do, right? So I honestly, I don't think there's any, especially with our borders the way they've been. I mean, what are they going to do?
Just gonna pop off for a second there, Pop.
Sounds good. And Battle says V. And let me see. Basil also says schnapps is a sweet liqueur. It's best sipped and not not guzzled. You'll enjoy it more. And that's funny, Basil, because when you were mentioning the peach schnapps, I was picturing myself guzzling it. I'm so starved for alcohol right now. It's not that I'm an alcoholic. It's just that all these stupid side effects from this medicine and shit they're giving me. It's like anything that can stop it. I mean, they're giving me these pills that are supposed to alleviate and help, but they really don't. Like I said, I could pop all these pills and I still have trouble sleeping. So any kind of booze to guzzle sounds good right now, just to numb my nerves, I guess they could say, or as they say. And Basil says we have to start drilling for oil. That will help. Yes, it will. But we're gonna have to wait until we get somebody else in charge. Not, it's not only the oil, but they shut down. Like I'm from California, they shut down a lot of our coal processing plants. They shut down a brand new nuclear plant that we built, and now because of that, California is paying the highest taxes for highest money, the highest for on taxes and costs for the electrical grid. They have the highest electrical bills, and they get the shitty rolling blackouts because obviously solar and wind power is not enough to power the entire economy of California, and they know that. But and of course at the same time they're telling people they need to start driving electrical cars. And then Vice says, anyone tried chartreuse? I have not. I have heard of it. I have not tried it. But at this point right now, at this juncture in my life, anything sounds good. Lemon Pie says, Pop, I'm sorry you're going through that. That's all right, Lemon Pie. I don't have a choice. What are you going to do, right? So at least I assume I'm in good hands with my doctors. Do I trust them completely? I don't know. Probably not. But I'll just say I wouldn't wish it on anybody. But I am going to say screw it and get drunk at least one of these nights because right now the effects are wearing off. But when I go back to the next treatment, it's going to knock me out again for another week, which it always does, 4 or 5 days at least. And during that period, I think I will get drunk. And I won't tell the doctor, I promise. It's these stupid side effects. They're no fun. And Jim says, I am in bed. All right, Jim. Jim sounds like Jim's relaxing, and he's probably going to be knocking out relatively soon. He probably had a long day at work, too. I don't know if he works on Saturdays or not, but it sounds like he's always a busy man.
Oh, I had a long day at work. God, that sucks.
Got to pay those bills, unfortunately.
Yeah, got the rent to pay, but I got enough in the bank. Yeah, at the end of the month, it should come out in a few days. Oh, fuck.
Excellent.
Hey, Pop, you said you were going to get really drunk. When are you planning to do that? Because I will join that stream.
Well, I'll try not to offend people because that's just it. I've got a certain image I try to withhold. I know it's a weak, lousy one, Shem, but I've tried to maybe not offend people on one of my main streams because honestly, I was thinking because I wrote this whole week out feeling like shit. I was thinking I want to get drunk as soon as possible. So I was thinking tomorrow or Monday for Lost in Space, but I can't do that out of respect for everybody. So maybe I should wait until I get chemo again.
Yeah, I'll probably be out of booze by Monday in Austin Space for sure. I don't think I'll be drinking at all, so I'll probably be a sober boy on Monday.
Well, if I did during Lost in Space, it would just be if I did, which I probably won't. It'd be just a few beers. I don't know why, but I feel it's just like with the language thing. When I show Lost in Space in Gilligan's
Mm.
Island, I don't want to get drunk on a stream where I know kids might be getting on there and
That
watching.
that's a good point. Yeah, yeah. I don't generally get wasted on the Lost in Space or the Gilligan streams either.
Yeah,
I
I'm
might have a
hoping.
few beers, but that's about it, right? So
Yeah, my whole point with those streams are to hopefully to some kids will tune in and appreciate what they see, and they'll tune into Gilligan's Island and Lost in Space
mm,
because I'd rather have them watching that stuff than this new garbage.
exactly. Yeah.
So maybe introduce it to a new generation. Jim says I've been editing all day. Well, that does
Crap.
add up. It Jim, I'm sure you could probably tired.
By the way,
Uh,
I did post my songs around 3 minutes or less playlist one. I actually made it public a little while ago.
About time, nice. I need to check that out.
Yeah, so hopefully somebody will see it. I made it public, so hopefully it'll show up. So
That'll give me something to listen to tomorrow. I'm going to be
I
working on that
put 50.
room trying to organize.
I put 50 songs because I figured 50 is a good number, right? Because
Oh yeah,
even
that'll last a while.
even at 3 minutes, it's like that's got to be like 2.5 hours, right? So it's like, fuck.
No, that's great. That's a great start. Lemon Pie says get buzzed on PBB's favorite place, the private chat. I don't have a DJ voice, but I should probably mutilated that. And I apologize if that's the case. But okay, so BBP, don't forget if you get a chance, please between now and Tuesday try to watch Hatchet.
Yeah, I should try it too. Well, I got to watch that and the Lost in Space episode tomorrow too. So
Yeah, and that goes for all you guys in the chat. Anybody listening, try to watch Hatchet on my channel in the community tab. There's a link where you can watch it without commercials, unedited, which I highly
I
recommend.
I do have the link. I'm just wondering, is it really gory? Like, it's not my kind of cup of tea to have really
I'm sure
gory.
you've seen worse.
Okay.
The thing is on my Tuesday horror stream. Now remember, it's horror sci-fi, and so far it's been baby steps.
Hmm.
So I do want to eventually start getting into the meat of the really good horror, and
Oh shit.
and eventually I want to get into the classic. I want to get into like the Hammer stuff with like Peter Christian, Christopher Lee,
Oh
and all that
yeah,
good stuff.
I'd love to do those. Yeah, those would be great.
Right. Well, some of those would be considered gory, right?
Yeah, the Hammer's kind of, well, it's I don't know. I watched a lot of those films. I know there's a lot of blood and shit, but I never for them too that gory really.
Yeah, but if you remember right, if you go look at the old movie posters, some of those movies were considered rated X when they came out to theaters.
Yeah, but that was the '60s, right, Bob?
Yeah.
Everything was rated X back then in those days. You couldn't
No,
breathe
right,
without being
right.
rated X.
Now, for anybody listening, they were not porno. So when we mentioned this, these movies we're talking about, they were not porno. It's just that they had a lot of gratuitous blood, cleavage, not nudity, cleavage, and gratuitous like blood squirting here and there. But they would, as part of the marketing campaign, they would put it as rated X to lure people in there, which it worked. People would go to the
Actually,
drive-in
yeah,
to
you know,
see the
I gotta
movies.
say that might be a good idea because if I thought I was going to see an X-rated movie, I'd probably pay the dollar to go and get a ticket, right?
Right, because right now you look at the posters and it says rated X, and you think you're going to see nudity and all this other stuff, but no, that's not how they were. The movies were it just cleavage. The most we ever got was cleavage. We never saw nudity.
There was some very nice cleavage, so I got to
Very
remember.
nice cleavage, right? The way they dress those women like
I
wenches and
do
everything.
enjoy good cleavage. I think I made a sex joke earlier in the stream about cleavage.
Same here. I totally agree.
I
when
love
women
the
were
ha-
women,
I,
right? When
I love
men were
the
men and
Hammer
women were
horror
women.
film. The Hammer horror films are fucking fantastic, though. God, those are good movies.
They are the meat and potatoes of horror. That's why I can't believe I haven't covered them yet.
Well, hopefully we'll get to them not too far in the future.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah, I know there's. Go ahead.
another one I keep banging on is the Roger Corman Poe films, which I totally adore, and I think those are pretty much horror, for the most part. So I
Well,
love Vincent
have you
Price.
considered doing a stream with them, like kind of like I do mine?
Yeah, I need to. I know I need to. Yeah. Yeah.
I can help you put it together.
Yes, I am anticipating doing that soon, actually. But I do love Corman's. What do you like 6 or 7 Poe films? Like, and a lot of them were with Vincent Price, which
Vincent Price,
I
Boris
don't have. I
Karloff.
don't even have to mention how much I adore Vincent Price as an actress. Like, he's so good. He will always be one of my favorite actors of all time because
I thought about because how like Gorilla will do like themed months, like like Robin Williams month and all that kind of stuff. I thought
right,
about doing
right,
like
right,
I thought about
right.
doing like a Vincent Price month.
Yep, yep.
It's just I don't know people in the viewers want that. John Carpenter month would be nice, that kind of stuff. But I figure I
Yeah.
think people are happier if I mix it up.
Yeah, well, you just never know what people want, right? It's like, oh, fuck.
No, that's why I'm always gonna, like I said on my last stream, I'm gonna start having where, like with Hatchet, I'm gonna recommend movies and say this is what we are going to watch, but I'm still gonna keep the voting process, and that way people feel like there's interaction, and that they have a voice. So I still will keep the votes.
Yeah, I would say definitely continue with the votes because if you're just gonna pick the films and show the films you want to watch, you're probably gonna lose audience. I would
Possible.
guess.
Well, that's why the ones I do pick them, I'm gonna make sure they are entertaining. The last thing I want to do is start picking bad movies, just because where I say, "Oh, this is so bad," you're gonna find it funny, ha ha ha. Well, I don't know your humor. It might be different than mine, so I won't pick movies like that. I'm only gonna pick movies that I know are good, or at least generally received as good. Lemon Pie says Hatchet, story of a Canadian man wild on eggnog on a murder spree. Wait, that's just PvP in October.
Oh God, God,
Or
I've
lack of
never.
eggnog. Lack of eggnog. Yeah.
I
Oh no,
just,
the store's out of eggnog. Oh my god.
I just have to say I do continue to enjoy Lemon's eggnog jokes because I haven't had eggnog in like 2 or 3 weeks, but
Well,
I
for me,
do
it's been
continue to
decades, and
enjoy
it
it.
actually sounds good right now. I wish I had some with
I
some
I I
brandy.
I I love the way he's keeping that joke alive. So, Lemon, bless you, buddy. I love you, man.
Well, maybe between now and Christmas, you'll find some on sale again. Maybe
Oh
a
fuck
little stroke
yeah,
of
I'm
luck.
sure I will. I'll probably be drinking my ass off one of these days on eggnog, but it might not be for a while. A while.
May not be for a while. I do like the taste of it, though. Maybe a little bit of cinnamon and
I
some
do love
brandy.
eggnog.
Do you
Trouble
drink
is,
it cold or do you warm it up?
oh, I put it in the fridge.
Okay, gotcha. I know I've had it both ways. When I was a kid, my mom would give it to us warm. And then I remember she'd give us a little bit of brandy with it, and I thought that was cool. But
I
just one,
prefer,
1 cup, not enough to get us drunk, obviously.
yeah, I prefer it when it's cold, but I'm too broke. I got a couple days. I'll get some more money in the bank, probably Monday at midnight. So I'm pretty poor till then. So
Well, that is the first of the month, so that's how it is for everybody.
yeah, but I hate the end of the month when you got rent and all that shit.
I know. Well, for
Not
mine, it's
fun.
the first. For mine, it's the first. So yeah, I get paid on the first as well, and then I pay get all the bills out of the way, so I don't have to worry about it all month without it being on the back of my mind. So
Yeah,
that's kind of good.
I get a housing supplement from the BC government as a senior once a
That's
month.
it helps pay rent.
Yeah, at the end of the month, I get like $170
Nice.
in my account. So until
Yeah, that's
then,
great.
I got like $10 over my rent. So I'm like, I ain't even buying toilet paper for the next couple of days.
Oh no, no, you got to make that stretch. Then the price is. I've had bourbon and eggnog, but I think brandy is better. So I've had brandy. I've never tried bourbon with eggnog, but so
I like
I
brandy.
have to say brandy.
Brandy's tasty. I
I
wouldn't
think
mind
I
having a
think
girlfriend named Brandy because that would be very tasty.
if she's a fine girl, brandy, you're
Oh
a fine
God,
girl.
I'm dreaming about hot women. Fuck, I need to slap myself in the face and wake up to
Well, at
reality.
our age, and all it is now is a dream, right?
I ain't gonna get any hot girlfriends anytime soon.
Not me. Believe me, I guarantee you, you look better than I do.
Oh, you could be very wrong.
Yeah, well, no. What I'm saying is because it's undescribable what this treatment has done to my appearance.
Oh,
I look
that's
at
not good.
myself, I don't even recognize myself. I'll put it that way.
So you look in the mirror and you go, "Oh shit."
Did you watch the Poltergeist movies with Gorilla?
I did.
Did you watch Poltergeist 2?
I did.
Well, I'm not exaggerating. I look like the old man that came up to the door saying, God is in his holy temple. That's how I look right now. I'm not
Uh,
exaggerating. I look exactly like that. I was just looking at, because I moved to Arizona, they took a new picture for my driver's license. And just before the stream tonight, I was looking at it thinking, my God, that's not even me. I don't even recognize that person.
that
And I look probably in my 80s, 90s.
shit.
I've lost so much weight that I look like a skeleton. I mean, the eyes sunk back in the head, the whole. That's why I won't turn the camera on. It's just that's why I think about what this treatment has done to me, and I'm wondering, is it worse? I mean, what's worse, the cancer or the treatment? That's why I'm seriously
Yeah.
having the doubt about continuing it. What it's done to me, and then I find out. I asked the doctors. I'll give you an example, like the extreme tingling and numbing with fingers and toes and all this other stuff. I asked them. I said, "This is permanent, isn't it?" Oh well, and they don't want to answer the question, which means yes. And of course, they didn't tell me any of that going into it. So it's not like these symptoms are just during treatment. No, these are going to be for the rest of my life if I pull through.
That does sound very bad. I gotta say, Pop.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's undescribable. Like I said, the picture. I saw the picture. In fact, I have to say this. They sent me in. I went in for an MRI or a CT scan, whatever it is. I don't know. All I know is that they lay you on the table, and then the table. It's not the X-ray machine where you stand in front of an X-ray, for example, but you're on a table, and then it's got that big centrifuge, that round thing that's got a magnet that
It's
spins.
probably a CT scan. Actually, I got a couple of those scheduled next Friday. I got one on my face because I got this large. I think it's a benign tumor, but I got this large facial.
Well, you definitely want that checked out, yeah.
No, I've had it for over 30 years, so I know it's not cancerous.
Well,
It's
here's
just
what they
benign.
did. They wanted a CT scan, and you know what that is? It's like in layman's terms, it's almost like an X-ray. They want to see something on the inside of your body, right?
Right.
Okay. She tells me, take off my shirt and my hat. I usually try to keep the baseball hat on because of what the cancer's done. She tells me to take off my shirt, and there was an audible gasp in the room because of what I looked like because I've lost so much weight.
Oh,
She went and got a camera and started taking pictures of me. And I'm
wow.
thinking, what is the camera for? I thought they wanted an
What?
MRI or a CT or whatever.
That seems kind of weird.
I know. But it's like that's because that's how much weight I've lost. I usually average about 165, 170. And I'm down to like one low 30s now. And it's seriously, it's like a skeleton, and it's embarrassing to say
Shit.
that. But this treatment, I swear they're killing me. That's all I keep thinking about. Is I'm thinking they must be doing this on purpose. They know what this stuff does to people, and that's why I keep thinking, is it worth it? Anyway, I'm not talking about that garbage. You guys don't need to
Well,
hear that shit.
I think they mean well, but maybe they're not. They mean well, but maybe they're fucked up. If that makes any sense.
Well, let me put it this way: they might mean well on the surface, but I'm sure they're thinking, "I'm glad that's not me," right?
Could be.
Lemon Pie says, "Can you get a hold of some cheese for some serious calories, Pop?"
Hey,
Uh,
I haven't been at cheese in the fridge. Yeah, I should make grilled cheese tonight before I pass out. That's a good plan.
you're right about that. I try to buy lemon pie. I try to buy cheese when it's on sale. It's so expensive here. And
The
usually when I
one
do buy it, it's by the slice, and then I'll use it for like on a sandwich, or if I fry like a burger, I'll put a slice on top.
cheese is
But
so
I
expensive.
can't like I can't afford to buy cheese where I could like eat it like by the chunk. I couldn't afford it. Yeah, cheese is it's too expensive here to do that.
It's nuts. Yeah, I used to buy. Well, the cheese I buy is like at the local. Well, it's not Safeway cheese, but it's Safeco still has it. And I used to be able to get like a big block of cheese for like $5.99. Now they want $10.99. The fuckers.
Oh yes.
But I always look for the big thing. Is that's nice is you can find a bigger block if you go through and you really look.
What I
And
need to do is buy a big old fucking chunk of Velveeta, melt it, and just drink it straight from a cup. Something that's got
well,
a lot of fat in it. It's mostly
I
fat. That's Velveeta and Cheese Whiz and stuff like that. Cheese in a can.
I haven't had Velveeta in a long time, but
I haven't had it since
anyway,
I was a kid, but I know it's fattening as hell and it's all garbage.
the thing about the cheese I'm talking about is it's really good cheese, and I can leave that shit in my fridge for a month, and it never goes moldy, right? And any other block of cheese I buy, after 3 or 4 weeks, it turns green, and I gotta toss it, right? So there's something about this cheese is magical, and it tastes fantastic too.
Interesting. The last cheese I bought was pepper jack, and it did mold before I could even get halfway through the slices.
Mm.
I don't know.
And that's the thing with the Safeway cheese. I can leave it in the fridge for like 4 or 5 weeks, and it's still good. It doesn't go. It never goes moldy. That's the weird thing. They
Can
probably
you
get some
freeze
kind of
cheese?
weird.
Can you freeze it? Maybe that's what I should start doing is freezing it.
They probably got some kind of weird, concoction in it that is probably bad. But it's like, what the fuck?
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe I should start freezing my stuff.
Yeah, I
And
should
I
probably
what I did
figure.
buy lemon pie. What I did buy. I know this is a stupid way to do it, and it's not necessarily the best thing to do. But they were on sale. I went and bought like 4 chocolate cake mixes and frosting. So I thought maybe if I start eating a bunch of cake, maybe I'll gain weight really super fast.
Well, chocolate might help.
Oh, it will. But I was looking it up, and it's not good. But when I looked at my medication, all the do's and don'ts of things you're supposed to eat and not eat, of course, chocolate's in there. And I said, "Fuck you! I'm going to eat chocolate. Screw you."
Well, I think you get to a certain point. It's like fuck everything. I'm gonna live my life, the way I want to live it, right?
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, come on. Why torture me until I'm in the grave? At least try to
Yeah,
have a little bit of enjoyment.
exactly. It's like I totally. Well, fuck. I'm not the only person. Well, sadly, we're the only persons here tonight, Pop, and I'm so glad I could keep you company. And I would never miss a rumblings because I love the rumblings on a Saturday night. Because otherwise, I'd be sitting here with my finger on my butt doing nothing, right? Well,
I
I'd
right,
probably
and I'd be
find
tossing and turning in bed with bugs crawling all over me. Right. So yeah, this is
that.
definitely
Yeah,
good for a change.
I'd probably find something to do, but you know what I mean, right? It's like
Yeah.
there's nothing worse than a Saturday night when you're alone and you have no friends and you're thinking, "What the fuck am I doing on a Saturday night?" You know what I mean. Sorry for the coughing, but
I've been thinking I need to find some channels of people that stream in the middle of the night because a lot of us are on pretty much generally the same schedule. So, like for example, a lot of us don't stream after midnight, and I'm sitting there tossing and turning in bed all night, and I can't sleep, and I think I need to find somebody that streams late at night, so it gives me something to listen to. Right now, I don't have anything. So find somebody on the other side of of the earth, I guess. I don't listen to Captain Infinity anymore, so find somebody else, I guess, who streams on from the other side of the globe. But I do think that I'm going to be wrapping it up here relatively soon because it's getting time where I got to take my dogs out to go potty. I always feed them right before the stream starts, and as of now, that was 4 hours and 10 minutes ago, and they know it. It's almost. I think they can tell time. Can you guys still hear me? PvP is still there. Hello, PvP. You still with me, sir? I know it's late.
Oh shit! Can you hear me?
There you are.
I have myself muted.
That's okay. No, there you are.
So you gotta go walk the doggies and soon.
Walk the dogs, and I still haven't figured out what I'm gonna. Okay. Guilty pleasure. You guys are gonna another example, or I'm gonna give you guys another excuse to think that I'm crazy. But since I wasn't feeling well the last few days, I don't eat that much, hardly at all. In fact, next to nil. So I'm barely get started and get my appetite back. So today, for a munch to eat something because I was a little hungry earlier, and I didn't want to really get into cooking something. So I had one of my old standby favorites since I was a kid, and that is, believe it or not, and you're gonna think I'm crazy, but a big extra sour dill pickle and a Pepsi. I don't know why, but I've always loved those ever since I saw that David Cronenberg movie, Slithers. Yeah, but it's good, and it's good for the digestive system. I know it sounds crazy, but I love dill pickles. I can eat them straight. I literally do, and it's one of those big ones. So I had one of those and some Pepsi today, and that kind of helped curb my appetite there a little bit. But tonight I need to actually physically cook something for dinner. So, and it'll be something relatively simple. I don't know, maybe mac and cheese, ramen noodles, or something like that.
Well, I have no pickles, but I'm sure, hopefully, I'll find something before I pass out. So.
I was lucky. I found a gallon. It's a gallon jar, and it's the big ones. And I have one of them left. And they're as far as I know this it sounds crazy, guys, but it's actually healthy eating pickles. It's good for your system. It clears your system out. It's good for your kidneys. It clears out your digestive system, and to put it mildly, it keeps you regular. I'll put it that way.
Damn.
One of the things they told me when I started this treatment, they said, "Now you may experience constipation." And when they said that, I thought, well, I'll just keep eating my pickles. That'll help avoid that matter.
There you go. Pickle mania.
Lemon Pie says pickles actually are good for the stomach since they are fermented. Yes, that is true. And you can get 2 uses out of them. Basically, if I have a gallon of, I'm not talking about these are the sour. None of this kosher, no bread and butter, none of that crap. So, like I have a gallon, and after I finish the last pickle, what I'll do is I'll take and then I'll boil a bunch of eggs and then cook those in there a little bit and then put them in the refrigerator and those turn into pickled eggs. So I get 2 uses out of the pickle juice. So enough with my extraordinary diet. But when I can eat a pickle, I know my appetite's coming back. So that's one thing indication that makes me feel better. When I'm not feeling well, I can't really stomach them. But like I said today, the fact that I was craving one, it's like, okay, good. I know I'm feeling better. So there we go. And with Pepsi, you got to have something to drink with it. Otherwise, you're going to get dehydrated and you'll be drinking water like crazy. So that's why the Pepsi seems to balance it out. Sorry, go ahead.
We need a new superhero called Pickle Man.
Well, there's Pickle Rick, whatever that is from that Morton Ricky. Well, hold on. Mord and it doesn't matter. Fuck it. I used to watch that show and I stopped watching it. Yeah, it stinks now. So yeah, whatever it was.
Yeah, I'd say Pickle Man, Pickle Man, Pickle Man. That could be fun.
Lemon Pie says, Are the eggs hard boiled first, then pickled? Yes, I hard boil, peel them, hard boil, peel them, and I hard boil so they don't dissolve easily.
Shit, I got a lot
Peel
of eggs
them
in
and
it.
then put them in the pickle juice. Cook them for about 15 or 20 minutes. Not just very low. Don't even boil. And then cool, and then in the refrigerator, and then they pickle, and then they're delicious. It's just like buying pickled eggs. I don't like pickled pig's feet. My mother used to eat those, but
Oh God, pig's feet. Ugh.
yes,
Can never.
exactly.
I
And
can never
maybe
eat
it
that.
tastes good. I don't know. But I'm not even gonna eat them unless I have to. But
I
no.
don't mind bacon, but that's where I draw the line at pig stuff.
Same here. Yeah, no thanks. No thanks. Like cow, I like beef. I'm not gonna eat tongue or any other crazy shit. And lemon pie says that sounds good. Pickled eggs. They are. They're great with a snack. They're great. Like if you have a sandwich, have a couple pickled eggs and maybe some chips on the side. I don't know. I've always liked sour. I like sweet and sour, but I really like sour. But yeah, but PvP, you saw Slithers by David Cronenberg, right?
Which one?
Slithers?
Is that the one with Marilyn Chambers?
No, that's Rabbit. Slithers are in the apartment complex, and those things look like worms go into their stomach, and then it controls how they do. It's almost like a zombie
Oh
movie.
yeah, I've seen that one, but wasn't Marilyn wasn't in that one? Okay,
No, she was in Rabbit.
that's a good one too. Like it's a sexual transmitted disease, right?
Right. Or anything, David Cronenberg.
It's basically body horror, and yeah, that was a really good one. Yeah, I love that one.
Yeah, I think the only if I was to say my least favorite David Cronenberg movie was probably Dead Ringer with Jeremy Irons.
Mm.
I mean, it was okay, but it just didn't seem to because it wasn't a horror movie. I guess it wasn't didn't have that scary edge that
I
his other movies
actually,
have.
I actually love Dead Ringer because I thought Jeremy Irons' performance playing two different brothers, and
Right?
he played two different people,
Yes.
and I thought it was completely believable
Oh yeah, he did a
that
great
he.
job. But would you say it was a
Oh
scary
fuck yeah!
movie? Oh, okay.
It wasn't really scary, but
That's what I'm
I
saying.
like.
Is I liked it, and I liked the performance. I liked the movie, but it's just it wasn't scary. And I'm used to David Cronenberg giving you a little bit of scare in there. But I guess
Uh,
Videodrome wasn't scary, so not all of his movies.
I guess what I'm saying, Pop, is I didn't mind him taking a change of pace and stepping out of his scary shit like for once, and I just thought the acting was so good in that movie. I actually saw that one in a big screen at the theater,
Me
and
too.
I was like totally impressed by the performance. So
Have you seen some of his
it
son's work?
might have been horror, but it was a really good film.
Have you seen some of his sons doing some good work too?
I have not seen that.
Oh yeah, he's got a couple of them out now.
Oh
And his
shit,
son, he's a chip off the old block, as they say. He's actually, I would say, he's pretty good. And
that's
not it's
great.
not nepotism. He actually is pretty good on his own. But
That's
he
good.
does right. He does take after his dad, where he likes to focus on body horror, which is fine with me.
Awesome.
But yes, I would definitely check out his son's work.
All right. We'll make a note.
Okay, and I think what I'm going to wrap it up. Yeah,
Yeah,
because the
I
dogs
think
are making noise now at this
I
point.
think I'm getting ready to take a sleep myself. So
Well, I appreciate you keeping me company, PvP.
well, somebody has to. God, I'm kind of it's kind of sad that nobody else showed up on the panel. Well, Gorilla was here for a while, but
Rules here, and like I said, the closer we get to Halloween, and people might be at parties.
yeah, I guess
Right,
seemed like
and
no.
we had some wonderful people in the chat tonight. So yeah, so
Well, that's true.
I'm happy. I always feel blessed. Even if one person showed up, I feel blessed. Lemon Pie says good night, fellas. Well, good night, Lemon Pie, Herc, and Basil, and everybody else who's Jim and Gorilla, and everybody else who stopped by tonight. I really do appreciate it. I hope I shouted out everybody. But yeah, and PvP, like I said, thank you too for giving me someone to chat with. Whenever I start these, I never know how long it's going to last or if we have enough to talk about. But yeah, we kept it interesting.
I think we did manage, didn't we? Yeah.
Yes, we did.
Oh, I just wanted to mention one thing before you end the stream, Pop. Um, I really really enjoyed Jill's Friday morning tea time when we were talking about They Live,
Right.
because I'd never seen the film before until Jill recommended it. So I watched it on Wednesday night. I loved it so much. I watched it a second time on Thursday night, and then I went on the tea time Friday morning. It's like, this film is fucking amazing. It's like,
That's why
uh,
I feel so bad missing that stream because I love that movie too.
well, we did feel, for you that you missed the stream with us, and
I'm sure you guys understood that the only way I would have missed it if I was sick. I hope you guys
well,
don't think I just decided to skip it.
no, we were thinking of you, and we understood exactly why you missed, because you weren't well, and we had our hearts thinking about you, Pop. So
I do
so
appreciate that.
don't feel bad, buddy. But I just wanted to mention, like, that stream with on Joe's Tea Time was like, I'd never seen that movie before, and my favorite movie by John Carpenter is Escape from New York, because I think Kurt Russell's perfect in that film. But I gotta say, when I watched They Live, it was like up at my second favorite John Carpenter movie ever. And the weird thing was, Scotty and I actually agreed that those were his two best films, which was kind of fun, because Scotty and I do disagree at times, and we
Yeah,
have our little debates.
which is fine. You're right. But yeah,
Yeah.
John Carpenter, terribly underrated.
Oh
Terribly
my
underrated.
God,
He was not
John
treated well by the
Carpenter.
studios.
John Carpenter is amazing. I just love the man. I just think he's done well. It's like Roger Corman, right?
Oh yeah,
They're my two favorite independents. Like, I love both those guys.
absolutely. But thank you everybody in the chat. I really do appreciate it. And like I said, I'll be back not tomorrow night, but the night after, 6 o'clock p.m. Pacific time, where we'll be back with Lost in Space. We're still getting close to the end of season 1. It's really fun, and if you can join us for that, I think you'll have a great time. And also, like I said, Tuesday night on our horror sci-fi stream, I'll be covering the movie Hatchet. Check out my community tab on my YouTube page. There will be a link to watch the movie uncut, unedited. Do not watch it on Tubi or Peacock or any streaming service. Go for the link that I posted in my community tab. And then hopefully Wednesday I will have Gilligan's Island. And and then maybe, or as far as I know, definitely I'll be back next Saturday for another Rumblings from the lab. And PvP, tell us about your channel here before I call it a
Well,
night.
I finally posted my 50 songs around 3 minutes or less. I made it public finally, and it's like 50
So hit your
videos.
alerts, everybody. Right, hit your alerts,
It's like, yeah, 50.
notifications, whatever they're called.
I finally made it public with 50 awesome tunes, and please do check it out, because I finally got on my ass and did something.
Next will be a live stream.
Oh yeah, I want to do that soon. I really do. It's like, yes.
All right. Well then, have a great night, everybody. Drive safe tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sleep in if you can. It's Sunday. Enjoy yourselves. And if I don't talk to you guys soon, I'll probably see you, Gorilla. I'm sorry, PvP. Also, I'll say stop it on Gorilla's stream tomorrow if you're there to say hi. But I'll be in and out. And if not, until then, I will see everybody on Monday for Lost in Space.
Yeah, Monday for sure. Night, everybody.
Yes. Good night, everybody. Take care.